also unmuted. And I don't need that. Testing 1, 2. Tell me if you can hear me. I don't need that. All right. Let's go. Good morning. You don't really think I'm going to let y'all get away with this, do you? Here's how this goes. I said good morning. This section over here was really excited. Good morning. Now we're getting into that. Nothing. Good God. All right. Day 2. How many people ran the 5K this morning? Right on. Look at that. Thank you. Every morning, little 5K. I like to think of today as mile 2 in a 5K. So if you've ever run before, then you will understand where I'm going to go. And if you haven't, I'm going to try to explain it. You start running. I'm old. You start running and you hear the joints and you hear your body just kind of falling apart the first mile. And you're asking yourself, why on earth did I leave the comfort of my house to just watch the parts fall off the car as I start running this first mile? You're nervous. You know, it's like a conference, right? We're nervous. We don't really know how we want to meet one another. We don't know what we're going to do. It's a new experience. That's mile 1. That was yesterday. But now we're in mile 2. So all of those excuses I don't care about anymore, because in mile 2, we can't really feel our body anymore. We're just kind of running and it's okay. The knees are still cracking and popping, but we're now confident that we're going to make it to mile 3 where we get to stop. And we realize if we stop running, we're never going to get there. And we're going to walk home and it's going to take twice as long. So this is mile 2. And now I'm going to kind of raise my expectations of all of you. And we're going to start by I want you to check in against your goals. So I asked you yesterday, let's be intentional about our time here. So with that said, I want a few people to yell out, what is it that you hope to get and why you're here? So somebody go, what's your goal? Who do you want to meet? Just scream it out. Mark Thompson. What else? Get a job. Love it. What else? I'm not fooling around. Let's go. What else? Looking at this. What's a session that you wanted to go to? Hovercrafts, paper planes. Who's somebody you wanted to meet? Kent. This side of the room, what is wrong with you all? Let's go. Tracy Lee. Who else? Oh, me. That's pretty nice. That felt really good. Oh, the other Clark. Mark. Got it, Mark. You'll meet him in a second. I say that because I spend 360 days of the year setting the stage, but I can't do this for you. You have to make it your experience. You have to be the one who goes and meets people. You have to be the one who leans in and gets involved in all the things. They're your goals. They're not my goals. My goals are different. My goals are to get you all to interact. I think of me as connecting humans, connecting all of you. We do that through the sessions, open spaces in this room, through the fun stuff. So let's talk about open spaces. How many people went to one yesterday? Okay. By tomorrow, all of you better raise your hand. Okay. And I know that not everybody was here for what an open space is, but an open space is an unstructured conversation about anything that has heart and meaning to you. So for somebody that threw an open space on the board yesterday, yell it out. What was it? How to get past tutorial hell. Yell out another one. Lock picking. Yell out another one. Coffee. Yes, Jason's doing how to make coffee on the road. And let me tell you, he's really good at it. Really good. Why do these matter? Because I can only guess like so many things in the room. There's so much other stuff that's going on in your dome, going on at work, at home. And the density of geek that is here, there is somebody in this room who can share an experience with you. So those boards are in the back. They're to schedule. You feel free at any point in time to write something on a Post-it note and throw it back on that board. Anytime, anywhere. And the rest of you make sure, or everybody, make sure to go check it out. On the tables, there are these big blue circles with a number of them, and they're spread out in a snake. So one's way over there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Got it? They go all the way to 16. And just because there's 6 chairs doesn't mean you can't pull up more chairs, and make sure to leave a little space for somebody else. Cool? I'm telling you, I know that it feels weird. I know that it feels awkward, but I also know that it's changed lives. I know that it's changed company directions. It's a big piece. Please get involved with it. Trust me on it. I think you'll really enjoy it. And to that end, on 1 o'clock, we have half the number of sessions. The entire 1 o'clock session, I think, is full, which means there's another 16 sessions in here that are just open spaces, and there's lots of tables, so there can be plenty more beyond the 16. And remember, let's not try to solve people's problems, but let's share what our experiences are so that people can pick off of that and solve their own problems. Networking, it's a big piece of why you're here. You stepped out. I ran the numbers a while ago. In fact, I sent you all an email, and I forget what the exact were, but it was like multiple millions of developers in Wisconsin, Illinois, Minnesota, and maybe Iowa. And I think to the people who have showed up, like, look at you, there's hundreds. There's literally millions of developers in 4 states, or millions of technical professionals, mostly software, who identify as a software engineer, developer, whatever we call ourselves these days. I just want you to think about that. All of you came. Do you realize like how far ahead you are than everybody else? Like Kent was talking yesterday about making big, bold moves. One of those bold moves, as silly as it sounds, is to just show up. It's that simple. Hey, I'm here. Look at me. That's it. All of you represent what I would say is the 1% of people in the community. You're the leaders. You should follow us. Slack, Discord, if you guys want to have a conversation in an asynchronous manner, we have the things, whatnot. Jump in there. I just want you to know that it's out there. All right, let's talk about this gentleman right here, Mark Techson. I mentioned showing up. I've been doing this I've been running community events since 2006, maybe 2005. Code camps. We did another show in Texas, that conference. But early on, and like most years, we get somewhere between 300 and 500 people who submit to speak at that conference, which represents somewhere between 500 and 800 abstracts, like a massive amount of paper. And that means I have the unfortunate action of having to say no to what is hundreds of people. And it is, without question, the hardest thing that I have to do at Every That conference is tell somebody who's interested in participating from a speaking fashion in this arena, have to tell them no. And believe me, I get told how wrong of a decision I have made when I have said no to somebody. And I understand it's a hard thing to hear. But I also follow up with, hey, if you'd like some feedback, here's my phone number or my calendar. Feel free to use it. So this year we had about 350, somewhere in there, people, which means I said no to 275 or something in there. Can anybody throw out a number? Can anybody guess how many people took me up on the offer to solicit feedback? 2, 1. What was that? 3, 5, 0, 0, 10. Wow. So why do you guys think it's so low? Because it's hard. It's what? Scary to get feedback. This side still has to answer. Imposter syndrome. Yeah, I think I had 6, 7. 12 years ago-ish, you know who one of those people were that took me up on that offer? Anybody guess? Mark. Do you know how much it must have hurt to feel no, but then to go, hey, I'd like some help? Mark and I had a great conversation. I totally forgot about it. And it wasn't until some life circumstances happened to both of us that brought us both back together. You all have heard my story a little bit. You'll hear it more tomorrow. You know that when I think about up here, I think about how do we take people's experiences to make you a better person, to push you in a better way, maybe make you feel a little uncomfortable. Somebody had said that I had really inspired them to do something, but inspiration for somebody else is me just forcing you to acknowledge your own thing. It's not anything that I've done. And I've had my health challenges. This gentleman who's here came up to me and said, the result of my story and my doing in Texas, this person was inspired enough to go and lose 40 pounds. Since then, and that person's in here, and you kick ass, and I'm proud of you. But what you don't know is you see people online, and we all have stuff that we're dealing with. Last year, closing, I was supposed to come up on this stage, but I had to, for the first time, pass the baton to somebody else, James, while I sat in the ER hooked up to a bunch of machines because my heart didn't beat right. We only have so many hours on this earth in so many weeks. We want to make them the best that they can. And I want you to make them the best that they can. So without further ado, let's give a big round of applause for Mark Techson.
So it's June 2022, and I have a good idea. So listen, if you know me, you know that I think I have a lot of good ideas. And I do, and I had the best idea in the world because I decided to pack up my family and head to the happiest place on earth. Now, who has kids in here? I see a lot of parents in the room. Listen, friends at home, there's a lot of parents in the room. They all raised their hands, and I know some of them thought, I know he's not about to say what I think he's about to say, because the happiest place on earth is when the kids are with the grandparents and I'm at home having some time by myself. But no, I decided to do this, go to Disneyland, okay? I take my family to Disneyland and we're out there and we're having a good time. But here's the thing you have to understand about me. I don't like to fuss when I go places. So I buy the speed pass, the Zoom pass, the camera package. I do every single thing. We buy the treats, we buy everything because I didn't have this experience when I was a kid. I grew up super poor. I never thought that I'd see Disneyland. The closest I thought that I'd ever get is watching Michael Jackson do Captain EO on NBC5. They did a 10-minute preview. They did a 10-minute preview, and I remember watching it and thinking, wow, that must be good. But I'll never get to see it. And then here I was, as an adult, I've changed my circumstances, and we pack up and we go to Disney. We're having a good time. But here I am out there. Look, I'm with the coolest superhero. I walked up to him. I said, excuse me, where's my super suit? And I can, they're not supposed to break character. And I can hear him going, like laughing behind. Now, my family is also there with me, but, the internet is a strange place. So I try to keep pictures of my kid off the internet, just for his safety until he's old enough to decide, which he has decided that being a YouTuber is a part of his future, which when he's old enough, we'll talk about that. But for now, you get to see pictures of me looking good on that stage. But there's a small problem with me and amusement parks. Here's the problem. I get motion sickness, like bad motion sickness. So somebody's in the room like, yes, somebody else. I'm not alone. So I get motion sickness. And here's what we do. We get into the line. And I walk and I enjoy and I see all the characters and all the people. And then as soon as we get to the cart to jump in, I just step right over, look back, peace, and then I go out to the other side. But I didn't used to be like this. Now in Illinois, where I grew up, there's a theme park called Great America, Six Flags. Anybody been there? Oh my gosh, the whole room. All y'all from the same neighborhood? All right. Six Flags, there's a roller coaster called the Eagle. It's a wooden roller coaster, and at the time, in the 90s, it was the scariest roller coaster you could be on. And I was on that thing. When the Raging Bull came out, I was on the Raging Bull. Listen, friends, I was on everything. And then somehow I got older, and my body was like, no, bro, you're not built for this. This is not your story anymore. And so now I don't go on roller coasters, and it's really bad. The best thing I could do at Disney with the little one was the Winnie the Pooh ride, and it was going like up and down a little bit like this, and I was like, it's too much. It's too much. And it's like for toddlers. That's okay. I'm not ashamed that this is my story. I can't ride roller coasters anymore, but we still have fun. Has anyone ever been on a vacation and needed a vacation from their vacation? Again, all the hands go up in the room because y'all, listen, we all live the same lives, right? We all live the same lives. So we have so much fun at Disney. We spend 2 days going to both parks. We have a good time, but we are so tired that we're like, you know what? We need a vacation from this vacation. So we stopped at this coastal town in California, and we had this amazing hotel room where you open the door and it leads right out to the beach. And if you can just imagine right now, the warm air, the smell of the ocean, the sand beneath your feet. That's what we were experiencing. And it was so relaxing and it felt so good. Now, some of y'all are like, he didn't go to that town. I did go. This is the actual room. That's generated by ChatGPT. It's not. Here I am. That's actually real. That actually happened. That picture ain't real either. It is. Okay. Don't laugh at me. You're going to make me act worse. My mother used to say that all the time when I was a kid. Do not laugh at him. All right. But as we're having a good time and we're enjoying, we're relaxing, looking at the sunset, I get this weird message on my phone. See, the reason we ended up going to Disney in the first place is because in May of 2022, I get this life-changing diagnosis that means that I'm going to be chronically ill for the rest of my life. And so when you face news like that, the first thing you do is you try to load up on the good feelings. You want to do things that give you good memories to help you through the hard parts. So as a part of dealing with all these details, I get a bunch of tests and scans. And one of those things I get is an echocardiogram. Who knows what an echocardiogram is? It's a scan of your heart. So I get this echocardiogram, think nothing of it, because I'm at Disney hanging out, walking around. But here's what the message says. Are your hands swollen? Are your feet swollen? How far can you walk? Are you able to breathe? Of course. I've been at Disney walking around. If you've ever been to Disney, all you can do is walk. They got a train that's terrible because you can't go to anything cool on it. You can't just jump off when you want to. They got cars there, but those cars are on the track. You can't take them off and go anywhere else. So of course I can walk. Of course I'm able to move and I'm breathing just fine. So why was this doctor messaging me with this information? Well, the cardiologist said that my echocardiogram revealed that I had a rare heart disease that was brought on by my chronic illness. That is really unexpected. And I was in disbelief because everything was feeling good. I had been at Disney my life, sure we were having some bumps in the road, but I was still feeling good. And now I get this news. Now here's what turns out to be the issue. And if there's a doctor in the room, don't try to correct me. All right. Don't laugh. All right. We all have this thing called a tricuspid valve. And it opens and closes like this. And when it's opening and closed like this, that means it's pumping blood out of your heart and like into the chambers, and it's pumping and it's working and it's doing a good job. Okay? And my fingers represent the leaflets that actually pump. So this is what a normal one does. This is what mine was doing. So here's the problem with that. You're like, okay, you had other heart valves, right? Like, this should be fine. When it can't fully open and close and pump, blood travels back through the opposite direction. It's like going down a one-way street the wrong way. And you know what that does? A lot of bad stuff, actually. I didn't know this, but it does a lot of bad stuff. It can cause heart failure. You know what heart failure can cause? Okay? So this is where we are. Now, I know you didn't come for a biology lesson, but the context is super important because this valve was no longer functioning the way it was supposed to. So you may be asking, what do you do when your heart valve is not fully opening and closing? You're supposed to say that. Okay, don't yell. I am in the middle of something. Oh, thank you. I don't know where this bottle of water came from. Thank you, my son. That was my lovely child. I think he thinks I need some water, so fine. Oh, yeah, I think this was his. Parents get that joke a lot. All right. So here's what they do instead. So after I get this news, they're like, hey, you got to come in for scan, test, scan. Anybody ever have anybody in their family who's had heart conditions? And exactly. Or maybe yourself, right? You don't have to tell me about this right now, but if you have, like, I'm telling you, I know what you go through because you go through so many scans, you go through so many tests, and these aren't like tests that you take lightly. These are life-threatening, like situations, and these tests are scary. So I go through all of these tests and scans. And the worst thing that I had to do, I'm gonna tell you the worst part. They wanted to put a camera down my throat while I was awake so they could see a good look from both sides. Now, that wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was this little, it was deception. Let me just tell you that, it was deception. There was this little lollipop-looking thing. It looked like a lollipop, and it looked like it was gonna be sweet. And they said, okay, put this in your mouth, and then like suck the fluid off of it, and it's gonna like numb your throat. It was the worst taste. I was gagging I was like, ah! You lied. You lied to me. It was so bad. Oh my gosh, I still think about that. Ooh, that's whack. Here's what doctors ended up finding out, that valve, the one that wasn't fully opening and closing anymore, it had to be replaced. Now, how do you replace a valve? Open heart surgery. I'm 41 at the time. 41. And they're saying they want to cut open my chest. Something you don't know about me, and we don't know you at all. Okay, here's a different thing you don't know about me. My mother died at the age of 38. I was 18 when she died. I carried the weight. Oh, why did she die? This is important. She had an aortic dissection and then had a heart attack at 38. So you can imagine, growing up, I carried the weight of potentially inheriting the same thing. And then here I was. I thought I had gotten away because I was 41. I thought I had done it because I got to be older than she ever got to be. They give me an estimate. They say you got 6 to 9 months and we have to replace this valve in 6 to 9 months, or else you will face damage that cannot be reversed and, again, potential heart failure. But you know what's really weird about estimates? They don't really know what happens in that last 3 months. They say 6 to 9. And that last 6 to 9, so the last 3 months, they don't know what's going to happen. And I called them out on this. So my wife will tell you, doctors don't like to see me coming because I challenge everything they say because I'm a fierce and staunch advocate for myself and for my health. So when I said, what's going to happen? I appreciate that. Somebody's like, yes, you got to be like that. That is so true. So I said, what's going to happen between 6 to 9? I said, you don't know, do you? They said, well, no, we can't predict it. But that's true because if you think about it, developers, you're all the same way. How long is this ticket going to take to complete? 4 to 6 hours. 10 hours later, I found some unexpected complications. It's going to touch another system that I wasn't anticipating. That's the same thing with medicine. When they give you a range like that, they don't know what's going to happen when they give you a range. They predict, but they don't know. So I said, oh, you don't know. So I'm going to make a plan then. I'm going to take control of the situation. I said, we will not wait until we get into the undefined zone. We will go in 6 months. This is June. I said, I want my surgery in December. 2 reasons. First reason is I don't trust their estimate. Because what if it's 5 months before the bad damage happens? I don't trust it. 6 months. Second thing, my deductible was paid up. I had reached my max out of pocket. Okay, you could give that up. That's what I'm saying. Now, if anybody here is not from the U.S., you're like, what are you talking about, bro? So in U.S. healthcare, it's a scam. Okay, it's true. But in the U.S. with healthcare, you have to pay a lot for healthcare. And then here I was facing open heart surgery, and I knew that bill, even with insurance that you pay for, it still have to pay on top of that. Scam. Okay. But plans are funny. You know what they say about life. Mike Tyson said it best. You make plans. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face, and then your plans all fall apart. Well, guess what happens? They call me 2 weeks before surgery and say, we got to move it to January. But I had a plan. I had already scheduled my leave from work. My mother-in-law had already booked her flight and was already on her way to come and stay with us to help. We had arranged everything, and now they're saying, no, you have to wait 2 more weeks. And I was mad because my deductible was going to reset. Max out of pocket was no longer maxed, right? And then here we were. But here's the worst part about the plans being funny. Remember I told you that they don't know what's going to happen during that range. And I was right to follow my instinct because right around December, I noticed that I was walking slower. I noticed that my run to the bus stop, I couldn't make it a full block anymore. Yes, I should have left early. If my father was still alive, he would say, that's because you should have left 10 minutes earlier. Yes, Father, you're right. But I would run to the bus stop at the last minute. And I couldn't run anymore. I couldn't make it. And I thought it was because I was out of shape, but it wasn't. Okay, wasn't working. You need these things. You need these valves. They weren't working anymore. I ended up calling one of my friends, a good friend called Aaron, and I said, hey, because his wife is a cardiac nurse. And I was like, hey, ask your wife if I'm supposed to be feeling jittery when I walk, if my hands are supposed to shake like this. Am I supposed to feel that? And then he replied like, yeah, bro. She said, no, that's in line with what you got. Your heart's not working right, and your body's starting to feel the effects. It's hard to slow down when you're used to moving fast like that. And when your life starts changing in a way that you have not predicted, it is really hard to deal with how to reconcile that. Couldn't work out, couldn't do a lot of things that I had been doing. I had to slow down. My wife would tell you, I don't like to slow down. I like to move. I like to go as hard as I can, as fast as I can, for as long as I can. I just like to push. That is just a part of my DNA. I just like to push. And here I was. That was no longer an option. I couldn't push the way I was pushing before. One of the things that I do, and I'm sure my family finds this to be very annoying. Here's something that I do. I'm very stoic in the face of danger and trouble. I don't panic. When my mother died, I didn't cry. I'm one of 7. Not quite Kent size. Right. Not one of 12. But I'm from a big family. And I'm 4 of 7, so there were 3 youngers. So when my mother died, I didn't cry. Not because I wasn't sad. It's because I couldn't show them that there was no hope. So in this moment, as everything is happening to me, I'm starting to feel it. But I'm putting on a brave face like everything is fine. But I am scared because I can't control this situation. That's how people are. When we have control, we don't really feel too much panic and stuff. But this is out of my control. There's nothing I could have done any faster, any different. I felt like I was running out of time. So the big day comes. I get to the hospital bright and early. They put on a hairnet. Still wonder about that. And I think they charged me for that hairnet. Okay. They put on the hairnet. They give me the robe. They start running lines. And when I get nervous, I get 2 things. I start telling a lot of jokes. And then I believe that I get very charming. And I'm my most charming when I'm nervous because I'm like so talkative. I'm telling jokes. And people probably this morning was like, man, this dude is like talking a lot. Like they're trying to get me to just like set up. And I'm like, hey, so what's going on with this? How y'all doing? Like, what's up? What kind of camera is that? Right? Because I'm nervous. And so I'm talking to the nurses, talking to the doctors. But there's a reason why I did that and why I do this, because I feel like when I'm dealing with doctors, if I can get them to laugh, then just maybe it's not as bad as my brain has told me it is. Because surely they wouldn't laugh if I wasn't going to make it. So I'm making everybody laugh. I'm telling all my best jokes. My sister is here. She does not think that I'm funny. She doesn't. But everybody keeps laughing. So now, next time we talk outside of this, I'm like, remember everybody was laughing? I am funny, sister. Now my son's trolling me. Okay, so during the big day, as they have me all dressed up, as I am ready for this, one thing comes into my head is that, like, how did I get here? Like, how did I arrive at this moment? My life was going so great. I had my dream job at Google. My family's doing great. We're traveling. We're having a good time. My passport has stamps on it. Now, why is that even important? If you grow up not knowing if you're ever going to ride a plane, when you get stamps on your passport, that means that you've made it. It represents something different when you don't think it is an option and you achieve that. Everything is going great. And then here I am, trusting a bunch of doctors that I barely know to fix my broken heart. The anesthesiologist gave me some medicine, and they always say, oh, buddy, don't worry. By the time you get to the OR, you're going to be completely out. They don't know me because I can't handle anything. See, I'm not a drug person, like recreationally or anything, because I cannot handle anything. They gave me the anesthesia intravenously, and I was knocked out within 2 minutes. Before we even got to the door, leaving the prep room, I was already out. That's why I can't do nothing else, because I'm not going to be able to enjoy it because I'll be knocked out too fast. And so I was gone. I was asleep. Now, before I tell you what happened next, is something you don't know about me. Did you know that I was very, very strong? Like, very strong. And I worked out so consistently and intensely. So before I looked like this, I looked very different. I was at the gym 6 to 7 days a week. Let me show you something. This is me at a bodybuilding show. Now, to get in this type of shape, it takes a lot of discipline. And you got to do things that regular people just won't do. I used to carry my food around with me everywhere I went, my own food, chicken, broccoli, and rice. Everywhere that I went. I'm going to tell you some stories that just show you how I took it too far. Now, my wife, her grandmother lived to the ripe age of 102. She was a very special woman. And into her 90s, she would still cook. So one time we have a family gathering, and I go to the family gathering, and then my wife's grandmother walks up, and then she hands me a plate. And I'm like, oh, no, thank you. Gracias, pero no gracias. Tengo mi comida. Like, thank you, but no thank you. I have my own food. She's Puerto Rican, so she speaks Spanish. So I'm talking to her in Spanish. And then she tells me, that food is going to kill you. And I'm just like, well, why? Like, why are you coming in so hot? It's because she was showing me that the food was love. It was from her heart. And here I was rejecting it to eat some cold chicken, broccoli, and rice. I could have just ate the plate of food and it wouldn't have changed anything. But I was so locked in. But that's not even the worst thing I did during this phase of my life. One time I was in church. And in church, they do this thing called communion, where you got to take some bread and some like grape juice or some wine. And then it was my turn to like go up there and like get some. And I was like, pass. I'm good. And everybody's looking at me like, bro, And I'm like, but it doesn't fit my diet. That's too intense. But here's the thing about that. You see, bodybuilding and being big, so I'm tall, and then I was very muscular at the time. That was my personality. It was armor. Looking like that grants you certain privileges. I would go places, and people just wanted to touch me for some reason. And it was annoying, but it felt good for the admiration. Like, I would walk past people like, oh, man, bro, what's your workout plan? I heard that question 10 million times. Everywhere I went, someone wanted me to tell them how to work out and what to do. But see, it was a part of me. It was everything to me. And I was so used to it. And then here it was at stake. When you have heart surgery or anything happens to your heart, you rapidly decondition. Meaning, like, if you used to run really fast, that goes away really quickly. So all of the stuff that I had built up was now draining and fading. Now, when I woke up from surgery, it was really weird. I was intubated. And I woke up, and there's a tube in my throat. So I'm grasping at the tube, and they're saying, calm down and breathe. And I'm thinking, there's a tube in my throat. How can I breathe? My airway is obstructed, sir. What am I supposed to do with this? And then they ended up like pushing some more sedative. I think this is what happened. I think they were tired of me what's my all? And then I think they pushed some more sedative. And then I woke up later. I don't remember how long the surgery was because I was asleep. Of course I don't. But you know what else was another betrayal by the doctors? I expected them to shave my chest. Well, why they shave my armpits? A betrayal. I woke up, I was like, what happened? shaved my little stomach. I was just like, man, I'm gonna smooth like a baby. I'm like, what's going on? Y'all ain't have to shave that. What y'all doing? Shaving my armpits. Betrayal. I had multiple tubes coming out of my body at the time when I finally came to my senses. All right, so usually open heart surgery, they go straight down the middle, but as medicine advances, there are different techniques. So this time, they went through the side. So I have a 4-inch scar right here, and then I have 3 holes, well, there's scars now, but I woke up with 3 holes for the chest tubes that were draining out the blood from my chest cavity. I had diodes, like internal, that was connected to a heart monitor so they can keep track of my heart and the repair at all times. Then I had a IV in my neck, IVs in my arms, and IVs in my hands. I felt like a puppet, like I couldn't really move. Except for they did something really weird. They were like, get out of the bed. Do you not see everything that I'm hooked up to? Do you not see what's going on? And they're like, get out of the bed. And I remember telling them that they had lost their minds. And I told them, I was like, I don't think you're talking to me. You can't be talking to me. I just had heart surgery. I'm expecting to be pampered. And instead, they make me get out of bed, and it was the most painful thing I had ever done in my life. It is very hard to move. Let me tell you something that's surprising to some of you maybe. It is quite hard to move when you have chest tubes, 3 giant tubes in your chest. It is very hard to move. And then I had to brace myself, and the pain. They ask you at the hospital, describe your pain, 1 to 10. Getting out of bed was like a 25. It hurt so bad. But I got out of bed. And let me tell you something about myself. I'm an overachiever. Anybody who knows me, they know I'm an overachiever. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to overdo it. I can't help it. It is how I'm wired up. So they tell me I got to take a few steps. I have this giant walker, and I'm like taking steps. And they're like, okay, you can go back to your bed. I'm like, no. A couple more steps. Because in my mind, I am going to do more than anybody has ever done before after surgery. So I've taken my steps. And then for the next 5 days, every time it was time for a walk, I wanted to go further. I wanted to beat my last walk because I had to show them that they didn't know who I was. I am Mark. I have been overcoming challenges my whole life. I became the legal guardian of my siblings at the age of 18. I paid for my own college. I worked 2 jobs to support them and myself. You don't know me. You don't know what I can do. So I kept pushing. They said go up 3 stairs, I went up 5. Yeah, man, I don't like that joke. Okay, fine. All right. 5 days later, I finally get out of the hospital, and things got really hard when I went home because I had to adjust to my new life post-surgery. I could only go up the stairs once because I was completely out of breath by the time I got it. It was so physically exhausting. It was so hard to do basic things that I had taken for granted. Before heart surgery, I'd take a shower, washing my legs. Now, post-heart surgery, I hope this soap travels down. Because I'm not going down the I can't scroll, I can't reach it. It hurts too bad. And it was so humbling because I'm a person that when I see IKEA furniture, you got the picture with 2 people like, oh, that's a challenge to me. I can do it with 1 person. Let me figure it out. And this I could not figure out. This I could not overachieve on. I remember having to ask my wife to put lotion on my legs because I just didn't have the energy to do it. And I can't tell any more of this story without acknowledging my family. I love my sister. If nobody has my back, she does, without a doubt. She couldn't be there physically, but she sent me care packages. She always checked in on me. She made sure my wife was okay, that we had what we need. You meet a lot of strong people in life. I'm not sure I met somebody stronger than my wife. The person she married wasn't chronically ill, didn't have heart disease, was a bodybuilder. And now I'm completely different. But not only does she serve with a heart of service in our family, she also has had my back to a degree that I cannot describe. It is hard to watch somebody go through something life-changing. And she has been there from the beginning and with so much grace and patience with me, because I can be so stubborn. Go to the doctor. No. I'll go tomorrow. No, go to the doctor. I'll go tomorrow. Okay, fine, I'll go today. You're right. And to my dear child, my son, he was so kind and so gentle with me. Normally, I get a flying elbow drop off the couch or a drop kick. But post-surgery, he gave me the softest, sweetest hugs. Just so gentle. Are you okay, Dad? I'm glad you're home. So thank all of you. Thank you to my family. Thank you for having my back. And thank you for being there. So going home wasn't the only shock that I would experience. There was a lot of shocking moments. But in my mind, once I got cleared for working out, I was like, I'm going back. I'm going back as soon as I can. Now, let me show you something. Look at this. This is me before, before. I'm going to grab some 60-pound dumbbells, because when I said I was strong, I know y'all was like, you weren't that strong. Let me show you how strong I was before all of this happened to me. Those are 60-pound dumbbells. I'm not swinging. I'm curling. Look at that strength. That boy was good. All right. That's enough of that. People are like, all right, we get it, Mark, you're strong. All right. I expected to be able to jump back into this. So I go to the gym. After I get cleared, I do all my rehab, my cardio rehab, do everything. I get cleared for the gym. I walk in there, and I say, okay, let me do this. Let me just start light. They're like, resume exercise with light weights. You heard that from the doctors. They don't know me. But I'm like, fine, I did have heart surgery. I guess I'll follow the guidance this time. So I grabbed some 10-pound dumbbells. And I'm like, ooh, these are heavy. That's okay. I'm just a little rusty, so I put them down. That's fine. I grabbed the 5s. I'm like, yeah, more my speed for now. They don't know what's happening. These dumbbells have no idea what's coming. Warm up, feeling a little better. I put them down. I say, you know what? Let me push myself a little harder. I used to warm up with 20-pound dumbbells. Grab the 20s. Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard? I don't understand. I'm stronger than this. I put the weights back. And as I'm walking away from the weights, I actually start crying. I couldn't believe that I had lost everything that I had worked for. And I was so embarrassed. Because if you look at me, I look fine. And how was I going to explain to everybody that I wasn't weak, that I had just had heart surgery? Was I supposed to wear a t-shirt? How could I let the other gym patrons know that I'm really a really strong guy? I'm really able to grab those 60s, but today these 20s are just a little bit heavier. Now, I know nobody in the gym actually cared, but I cared. And I was so happy that it was during COVID, because I had a mask on and I had my hat on. So they couldn't see me crying. And I left the gym that day, and I just had to come to terms with the fact that my life would never be the same. You know, the feeling that you're about to die or that you could die is surreal. Like, if your health is failing or at risk, like, this is hard to process. And here's what you go through when you think that it might be over. You start asking yourself questions like, did I do enough? Did I show enough love? Did I fulfill my dreams? What's going to happen? What's going to happen to the list of things that I wanted to do now that it's almost over? Now that I'm out of time, what's going to happen next? That is so hard to reconcile. And I remember thinking about all these things right before surgery, right before I went under. I'm thinking, like, what if I don't wake up? Did I live a life that I was proud of? Did I live a life that was fulfilling, that was meaningful? That's the question I was asking myself. And this is the things that go through your head whenever you go through a near-death situation. You start to just reconcile everything. Was I the person that I wanted to be? Okay. With that in mind, I knew that I had to do something different because I like to think that I am a person who lives intentionally and meaningfully. But even myself, I was asking myself, did I do all the right things? And then this framework was born. Because you need something to center yourself. You need a way to know what to do next. When you're kind of lost and you're kind of confused, what do I do? And I needed something to do for myself. I needed a way that something I can go back to, a North Star that I could go back to. And I came up with this framework that I'm going to share with you with the intention of helping you to answer the question of, did I live the life that I wanted to live? And for that answer to be as confidently yes as possible. It's not magic, though. This is not magic. It's just honesty from a person who has been through a lot. In this story, I've already told you about my mother dying. I already announced that my father died, that I was the legal guardian of my siblings, that I had 2 jobs in college. I told you all these hard things. So I'm just telling you, this is just from personal experience. Not a magic bullet, but I think it can help. This is what we should do. This is my North Star. Do what matters, with who matters, while it matters. When I forget myself because I get confused about something or something gets in my head and I get turned around, when I lose myself, I repeat this. Am I doing what matters, with who matters, while it matters? But let's break this down. What about doing what matters? What does it mean to do what matters? Now, some of us may know what matters, but some of us may not know. And that's okay if you don't know, because I'm going to help you. As my son helped me with this water that I'm actually grateful for. Oh, yeah, definitely kid water. Thank you, bud. He says, you're welcome, Dad. In order for you to do what matters, you have to know what's important to you. But how do you know what's important? How can you figure that out? So that's why I say you need to have your core values. You got to have core values. Now, what are your core values? What are core values at all? See, these are the ideals that guide your behavior and decision making. Do we know what those are? Don't raise your hand. Yeah, I'm not trying to call you out. This is a thing I want you to start thinking about for yourself. If I stopped one of you right now and said, hey, tell me what are the ideals that guide your behavior and your decision making that help you to know who you are and what you're going to do next? Do you know what those things are? And it's okay if you don't. So here are some examples. You could choose honesty, respect, determination, compassion. You can find out what those things are for yourself. What are those things for you? You got to identify them, because once you identify them, then they can become a part of your core values, and then you start to have a path. Then you have a path for yourself. And you know what? I'll be honest with you, there are no right ones or wrong ones. Like, I don't think you should honor determination over compassion or vice versa, because everybody is different. You are multifaceted. You are interesting. So it's fine to choose the ones that make sense to you. And this isn't the only list. These are just some examples, friends. Now, for me, My core values are things that I do my best not to compromise on. Okay, not to compromise on. No matter how bad things go, I try to remember my core values, doing what matters. Now, let me tell you something that happened to me that really tested my core values. When I got the call to go to Google, I had to move to California. That was the thing. And I talked to my wife and said, hey, if I get this job, are you open to relocating across the country with me? And she was like, yeah, it'll be an adventure. Let's do it. We have a good flight. Everything is smooth. We sell our house. We pack up, take an airplane, get to SFO airport. Everything is good. The little guy is on the airplane. He's chilling. He's not complaining or anything. Everything is great. We get off the plane. We walk a little slower to the baggage claim to get there to find that our bags are not there. But we weren't the only ones. There's another couple who also got there a little slower. They weren't there not because they were lost. They were not there because they were stolen. Somebody came into the baggage claim area. They parked outside. They jumped out, came into the airport, took whatever bags were left, and got back in their car and drove away. But here's the weird thing. You know what was in our bags? Everything. Our identity documents, everything. You know why? You might say, Mark, why would you do that? That's Flight 101. You don't put your stuff in your check bags. I wasn't coming back, right? I wasn't coming back. So I was like, yeah, just put everything where it goes because we're not coming back. It's a one-way flight. So I thought it was fine. Turns out it was not fine. By the time, it's so bad. We get to our hotel and we go to like a nice, I'm going to put them on blast. It was a Hilton hotel. We go to a nice Hilton hotel and then a roach crawls across the counter. And I said, nope, out. Everybody out. Then it's pouring into a thunderstorm. And then we have to walk with a baby, who was a toddler at the time, a little one, in the thunderstorm across the street to a different hotel. And then by the time we get checked in, I start getting phone calls and notifications from the bank. They had already tried to buy TVs, open credit cards in my name, everything. It had not been 3 hours. The next day, we had to go to the bank in person. Then we go there and we have to shut down all our bank accounts, like not put a pause, we have to close them. You know why? Because they had everything. They had my birth certificate, they had social security numbers, they had my old ID, they had everything. So they could impersonate me and they were doing their best. So the best thing that we could do was close every account. We close everything, we take out a bunch of money because we're new to California and you have to eat. And guess what? When you don't have a debit card, there's this paper stuff that you use. It's green, it got some faces on it. So we take out a lot of cash so we can survive until we can get everything sorted out. We're feeling down. This is identity theft is a hollowing feeling. It is a complete violation. And so we're in the car, getting ready to get on the highway, then I see a homeless person. One of my core values is generosity. If you've ever seen me online, you know that I'm very generous with my time, resources, and gifts. That core value, that ideal that guides my decision-making, starts speaking up. Help. But Mark, you need help. Help. I look in the cup holder like everybody does. Not a judgment. I'm telling you exactly what happened. Look in the cup holder. The voice gets louder. I said, help. Fine. I grab a 20. Now, mind you, we probably took out like $5,000. I grab a 20. And for me, having $5,000 in my hand and taking a 20 felt so weak when compared to my core values. That core value was screaming in my ear, help. Fine. Took out $300. I handed it to the person and walked away. Or drove away. We was not walking on the highway. And drove away. Why would you do that when you were in need? Why would I do that if I'm in the middle of a storm? Because you have to understand this. Just because we're down doesn't mean it changes who we are. That is the benefit of having a core value. That it doesn't change who you are, even when the circumstances change. You see, I didn't change myself, even though I was in need, but I was better off than that person. And I had the facilities to help, so I did. Because it is a core value of mine. So what are your core values? What are the things that matter to you? Those are the things that I want you to find. I want you to think about that. If you take something away from this, think about what are your core values, identify them. Now, you know what matters? Memories matter. That's another thing that matters to me, having memories. I invited my family here. You know why? The memory wasn't for them. It was for me. That I get to see them, to see and feel their support from up here. I didn't do it so they could see me. I did it so I could see them. Because at the end of it all, I'm going to be stuck with the things that I did. And I'm going to have those memories in the hardest times. I'm going to have those memories to hold on to. And I will remember my sister in the front row. I will remember my nephew in the front row. I remember my wife and child in the front row, my nieces and nephews. I will remember this. That's why the memories matter. What matters to you? Creativity matters. These are things that matter. For me, it matters. I make a lot of videos on the internet. Like a lot. I be getting like 20 views. It's fine. It's fine. You know why it's fine? Because if you think of a room with 20 people in it watching you like do something, that's great. Can I just make a quick aside? Can I just say that somebody who's very generous with their like influence and platform is Kent. Kent has 500,000 followers on X, and this dude would retweet my videos. He didn't have to. What he did, would you say, like, that's just the value. Telling you, man, this is a good person. Kent is a really good person. But again, go back to what matters to you. What matters to you? That's the thing that you have to figure out for yourself. What matters? Because once you can get those core values locked in, once you can understand where you should go for yourself, then you can start to focus in on what matters. You see, I like to call it dialing in on what matters so you can unlock fulfillment. Anybody spend time doing stuff that just doesn't matter and then they feel bad about it afterwards? Now, I'm not saying feeling guilty for enjoying yourself for resting. That is not the same thing. But I can tell you about me. I can tell you that I love playing guitar. It's one of my, fun hobbies. And I love making videos. But then I would say, I don't have time to make videos. But then I would look at my screen time app. It will say, you spent 2 hours on X today, an hour and a half on Instagram. That's 3.5 hours. Now, does that matter the same way? If it's not aligned with what matters to me, you see where I'm going? It's not that I'm trying to shame you for using social media. I'm just saying it is hard to reconcile between, okay, I want to do a thing, but then I'm spending my time doing things that don't fulfill me. And that's the thing you got to figure out. How can you dial in on the things that matter to you? So I just mentioned that I play guitar. And that's something that I have loved to do for a very long time. And I haven't always been good at it. I don't even think I'm good at it now. That's not the point. The bigger idea is this. It's something that was important to me. And I was like, I want to take this to the next level. So I started going on the internet. And then I saw this guy. Oh, you can't hear it through the house. That's fine. But look at his fingers. Those are some fingers of like technical skill, right? And I'm like, man, this guy is good. So I see this video and I'm like, let me slide into those DMs. I did. I literally shot my shot because shoot is shoot. You know what I'm saying? All right. Some of y'all be like, what does that mean? All right. And I asked him, I said, hey, bro, do you give lessons? And he was like, yup. I was like, okay. Want to tell me some more? His name's Gavin Brooks. Gavin Brooks 100 on all platforms. Very talented guy. Very talented teacher, actually. And so because playing guitar matters to me, I started to invest in playing guitar and putting that effort in because it's what matters. Trying to spend a little bit less time doing the things that don't matter to me and spending more time doing the things that do. Actually, does anybody here have a guitar? You want to hear me play some guitar? I mean, if you want me to play guitar, you got to give me some love. Okay, That was great. I love that. But then how can I play if none of you have a guitar for me? Let me look around this stage. Yeah, let me look around. Is there anything around here? Oh, wait, what's this? Is this a guitar? Is this a guitar? Wait a minute. Is this a guitar? Let me see. Does that turn on? Okay, that does something. What does this button do? I have never seen this guitar before in my life. I don't know exactly how to use this guitar at all. Like, it does look like a bass. Let's see. How do you put this on? Is this right? That looks right. I mean, I'm just saying, let me see something right quick. Can y'all hear that? Y'all can hear that's okay? I'm gonna play a little song for you real quick. Let me see how you do this. How you play a song? Let me see. I like to ask a lot of questions. Okay, I won't do Stairway. I don't know what that is. No, just kidding. Just kidding. Somebody's like, you don't know what that is. Okay, let's see, a D chord. Oh, that sounds good. Okay, great. Let's see if this will do something. Oh, hold on. There you go. Dang. Thank you. I need that. Man, my hands are sweaty. All right, that's enough guitar playing. All right, wow. You all are a very generous audience, and I appreciate that. But see, guitar playing matters because for me, here's what I ask myself. What at the end of the time that I have on this earth, what do I want my time to be spent doing? I want to take my guitar skills to another level so that I can express myself because I care about music. But you see how your core values and the things that matter don't just have to be around one topic. You get to choose the pillar that makes sense for you. Now, can what matters change? Yes. You know what used to matter to me? Getting a date. That's all I cared about in my 20s, meeting girls. We didn't have dating apps back then. We had dating sites. Then I was on eHarmony and Match. And you youngsters, you got it so easy. You just swipe back and forth between each other. I used to have to sit down and think like, get a cup of tea. What's the clever email I'm going to send to this girl to get her attention? What paragraph can I write? It's different now. But guess what happened? My priorities shifted. I got married. You can clap for that. Thank you. I got a date. And the funny thing, we didn't even meet on Match. We didn't even meet like that. Isn't that something? We met the old-fashioned way in real life. And she didn't even like me when she met me. I'll tell that story for another time. Clark bring me back for a different keynote on dating, and I'll tell how my wife didn't even like me. All right. But what mattered changed. So then, dating mattered, what I wore mattered, how I presented myself to the world mattered at that time. And then now, building my career so I can provide a home matters. You see, my priorities changed. Being a good father and a good husband matters. Priorities change, so what matters can it change? And let me tell you one thing about what doesn't matter. Things that don't serve you. things that don't serve you. If something is not making you feel good, then don't do it. Don't spend your time doing it. Don't do things that don't serve you. I used to get so worked up about a lot of stuff. But now I try to keep a different perspective. I think about, will it matter in 20 years? Will it matter in 2 months? Will it matter in 2 days? Here's a perfect example. When I got the call to go to Google, I had already accepted a different job offer because I didn't think I was going to get the job at Google. So I thought it was, yeah, I'm not going to get this job. So let me get, I had a real job lined up because the dream job was just, the chances were lower. It's okay, I got a real job. So I had signed. I was excited about this opportunity. I had got my laptop, met my manager. And then the Friday before I started on that Monday, that Friday, Google said, congratulations. We'd like to extend an offer to you. And I got so worked up. Why? Because I had already signed another job and they had already met me and they were making plans for me. They were like, yeah, he's going to fit right in on our team. He's going to do all this good stuff. And Ken, I was doing React code for them. So it was going to be great. And then I had all this anxiety around, now I got to tell them I'm not coming. And then I called my mentor, this brilliant engineer called Peter. And I said, hey, Peter, what do I do? He's like, Mark, they won't care in 2 months. They're going to find somebody else. Somebody else wanted this job. It doesn't even matter, bro. Just send them the laptop back. Don't be bad. Send them their laptop and then go on your way. And that's what I did. And guess what? Nobody sent me any angry emails like, we can't believe you didn't show up. They're like, okay, we get it. You're going to Google. Of course, we get it. And that was the end of that story. So if it won't matter in the long term, then why would you spend your precious energy on it? Let's talk a little bit about what the who matters means. Everybody matters. I want to make that clear. This isn't saying that people don't have value. I believe that people are just created with immutable intrinsic value. You are valuable because you are here, because you exist. I think that you are valuable. But we have to get out of this narrow mindset that you have to matter to me. And what I mean by that is that I have to invest in that relationship, that I have to give you my time, that I have to make you part of my circle. Just because you're nice, you gotta be a part of everything. You don't. You don't. Not everybody is for you, and you gotta understand that. Not everybody is for you. Relationships are important. So I think about this. Think about Kent's keynote. And he was talking about his relationship with his wife and how because of the relationship between he and Brooke, what he was able to do. But that relationship is built on trust because she matters to him and he matters to her. Relationships matter. If we think about my guy, Jason Torres, he gave a talk yesterday called Community is Currency, right? Because he understands relationships matter. Community matters, people matter. And if you're a person who doesn't like a lot of people around you, that's okay. I know people like that. I'm not saying you're gonna have a huge circle, just make sure you have the relationships that matter to you, because let me tell you something about people. People are interesting. Now, I didn't make this up. This came from Berkeley. Our relationships impact all dimensions of our well-being, including physical and mental, and our ability to flourish at work, and every other facet of life, not some other facet, not only a few, every other facet of life. Relationships matter. But then who should you have the relationships with? You got to find the right tribe. You got to find the right tribe. It's not about having a tribe that's as large as possible. It's about having the quality over quantity. Okay, it's about quality over quantity. If you got two people that ride for you, then that's how it got to be. And that's okay, as long as you have those meaningful relationships. Now, determining the right tribe is not trivial. This is not something that's easy to do. You ever met somebody that you thought was really cool, and then it turned out to not be cool? But then you felt obligated to keep them in your circle because you met them, and you start talking to them, but then they are like an anchor that are dragging you down. Cut that anchor. Cut the line. Flow away. They'll find another tribe. Because if people don't make you feel good, why would you be with them? Why would you spend any of your time with people that make you feel worse about yourself? You see, I like the people that love me and support me. Those are the people that I try to be around. Now, for me, some of those people are in my family, and then some of those people are my chosen family, my extended family. I have amazing relationships with people that care about me and support me and help me. So those are the people that I love as well. So you got to find the people that value you. Once I had a friend who said, "How can I ever repay you for your kindness?" And I said, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You don't have to repay me because nothing is owed. We are in a tribe together. We're in a tribe together. See, I always say this because when someone asks me like, "Oh man, Mark, you did this thing. This was so great. I'm grateful. I'm grateful." And I say, just imagine how good it could all be if we took care of one another. And I always say that just think how good it could all be if we just took care of one another. Find your people, take care of your people, take care of each other. Because then you get that who matters. That's how you identify who matters. So does it mean it's only family that matters? No, I would not say that at all. Because I'm going to tell you a quote that stuck with me ever since it happened. We all know the musician John Mayer. Well, most of us may know John Mayer. Fans in the room? All right. 5 years of Wonderland. All right, I do not sing. Okay. I loved John Mayer when I was first learning how to play guitar. Because on a college campus, if you can play Bodies of Wonderland or any song off Room for Squares, you are popular. Like girls start crowding around, they start looking at you. So my buddy got me the CD and I was thrilled about it. But you know what meant more than the CD was a little piece of paper. A little piece of paper scribbled on it said, "Sometimes you aren't born into your whole family." That is just an incredible thing to think about, that you could have extended family, that you were not born into that family, but they are just like family. And my brother Stuart Taylor said that to me. And I love you, bro. And I think about you often, and I'm so grateful that we're still friends. We became friends when we were 13. We've been friends for 30 years. 30 years of friendship and support. When my mother died, I went to his house first. That's like true tribe mentality of like going and supporting each other through the hardest of times. Because when you find those people who matter, the people who value you, it changes the way things go. Taylor Desson is a funny person, but when I think about something he says, it's true. He says, how do I know if this person will be like right for this thing? It's a vibe. And it's a vibe when you meet people. And if you're getting that vibe that they are not right for you, then don't spend your time with them. Trust your instincts. I'm not saying to be unkind. Don't conflate not having somebody as your close confidant as being unkind. Don't conflate those things. I can still be kind and respectful to you without you being in my tribe, and that's okay, because everybody's not for everybody. Some people are just saying, "Hey, how you doing?" And that's okay. Let me talk about this last point, and then we're going to wrap this one up. We know what matters. We know who matters. Got to answer the final question. What does it mean while it matters? See, this is me on that stage again, because I know y'all want to see that again, so I'll help you out. It's fine. Back on the stage. Okay, that's enough. All right. This was so important to me. But the thing that I did that got me away from this lifestyle? I took it for granted because I just assumed that I'd always be able to get back. I assumed that I'd always have time and opportunity to get back in that same shape, if not better, because once I did it, I knew I could do it again. We ever have that conversation with ourselves? Like, I did that before. I could do it again. Whatever it is, it's not about physical appearance. I'm saying anything that's important to you. You're like, yeah, I can get back to that. I used to play piano. I can get back to it. I did it before. I can do it again. I ran a mile before. I did it before. I can do it again. But you don't know what's going to happen next. See, that's the thing. I never predicted this. This was never in my cards. Not in a million years. I didn't know that was going to happen. I know the chronic illness was going to be a thing. I never predicted that. And here I am. I took it for granted. So when does it matter? It matters now. When does it matter? Now. N-O-W. It matters now while you still have time. Because here's the arrogance. Here's the arrogance that we have as humans. Did you know that we are on a tiny rock floating through space, one of billions of planets in an ever-expanding universe? And then you have the arrogance, we all do, have the arrogance to believe that we have any control over how many days we have left. We have any control. You can do nothing. There's nothing that you can do right now to make the sun go up or down tomorrow. My mother got 38 sons, 38 times around the sun. My wife's grandmother got 102. Who could have predicted the difference? And because the variance is so wide, 38 to 102, with a variance that wide, what can you do when you don't know which side you're going to be on? When you don't know which side you're going to be on, what can you do? You can do what matters. And you can do it with who matters. That's what we can do. That's all we can do. Even before this conference, I did not think I was going to make it here. I didn't think I was going to make it. Okay? I had a cardiac event. I thought I wasn't going to wake up. This was 2 months ago, not even 2 months ago, maybe 6 weeks ago. I thought I wasn't going to wake up. Like I was scared to go to sleep. I had gone to the hospital and they sent me back home, but I was still feeling bad. And I was getting worse. And at one point when it got so bad, I stayed up until like 2 o'clock in the morning, thinking I had some control. Like, well, if I don't go to sleep, I don't have to worry about not waking up in the morning. I just need a little bit more time so I can go back to the hospital. I couldn't have predicted that. I thought I was on the road to just smooth sailing, rebuilding. You see, you can't predict any of it. You can't control it. And this isn't to scare you. This isn't to make you feel sad. It's because now we have a framework. Now we have a framework that we can use. That no matter what happens next, at least what we can control for right now, because this is what we have. We still have breath. We still have the people that we care about. We still have people. We still have time. Use it to do what matters, with who matters, while it matters, because it matters right now. See, there is hope. If we could follow that framework, if we could just follow that framework, we'll be all right. Imagine how fulfilling life would be if you ran that marathon, or you climbed that mountain, or you called your parents. You called that sibling you've been estranged from. You called that friend you've been thinking about all month. You actually made that call. You picked up that hobby. You served those people because that's what matters to you. You went and did your service. You served people. Imagine how fulfilling that life could be versus feeling bad about what we didn't do. How about we could take some action? Can you imagine that life of like you, like take a moment with me. We're wrapping up here. Just take a moment to think about you when you do what's important to you with the people that are important to you. Think about how good that feels. What's stopping you? So here's what I want you to do. I got some challenges for you. Write down one person. Put it in your phone. Put it on a piece of paper. Write down one person that you need to call this week. You've been thinking about them. You've been meaning to do it. Maybe you're embarrassed because it's been so long. Write down one person you need to call this week. And just call them. And look, I'm really good at like getting off the phone. Just like, yeah, I'm about to go hang up my coat. I'll call you back if you got to get off the phone early. You know what I mean? Like you call and they want to talk too long. Like, you know what? Yeah, I'm about to go sweep the floor. I'll call you back and just don't call them back. That's fine. You called them, right? But make that phone call. Make that connection. Here's the second thing I want you to do. Write down one activity or goal that you want to complete this month. The activity could be, yeah, you know, I want to finally read that book that I've been meaning to read. Read it. Read it. Or maybe I want to go see a movie. Or maybe I want to knit a sweater. Knit. Do it. Do the thing. Do. That's the operative word. Do something. Do the thing. And then here's the big one. I want you to write down one activity or goal you want to do this year, because maybe you'd be like, Mark, I can't fly to Paris this week. You're right. Like, I get it. You can't fly this week, but could you do it this year? Could you do it within the next 12 months? I think you can. Because here's what you are. You are capable. You are capable of living your wildest dreams. It is within your control to do what you can do. That's what's in your control. The things that are out of your control, you can't worry about it. There's nothing you can do about the things you can't control, but you can control what you do next while you still have time on the clock, while the people you care about are still around, right? Think about that one. Let me tell you some scary math. How many of us have aging parents? Now, there comes a point in that math that gets super scary. If you only see your aging parents one time a year and they're up in age, you might get 10 more times. You might get 10 more times. Think about the people that's scary, right? That's some scary math. Call them. Go see them. Spend time with them. Do the things that matter. You see, when you think about the fact that you can't predict what happens next, it kind of changes your perspective. But you are capable of changing all that stuff, though. The things that are in your control, you can do, friends. And at the end of your time here, like on earth, whenever that is, whether it be 50 years or 50 days, hopefully it's not, but however long it is, because you can't predict it, I want you to feel this, that you did what mattered, with who mattered, while it mattered.
So these keynotes are designed to take you on a bit of a journey. Take your shot, live intentional, give you a framework to deal with what's going on in your head and in your heart. I want to thank all of you down in these two rows, because you have either raised or enabled a beautiful human. Because a year ago, let me back up, 2021, I got in a snowboarding accident. I'm not as good as Kent. I didn't stick the landing. I wasn't even trying to go up in the air. When Mark talks about not being able to pick up a 5-pound weight, I wasn't able to pick up my arm. And as a man, it is humiliating. After that time, Mark and I ended up reconnecting, and I'm absolutely thankful that I declined your presentation years ago, because you deserve to be here today and not then. But last year, I ended up in a hospital with AFib. And who calls? Mark. And Mark says, he tells me his story, and we learn that we're going through the same thing, but a little bit different. and I think about all of this. And this is what the network's about. Tech brings us together. We learn a little bit, but when I needed it most, I get a random phone call from Mark, who can have this conversation that kind of talks me off the ledge, because it's scary. And he ends with, don't tell anybody. But today he just told everybody. That little 6 weeks ago thing that he was talking about, this is the text message. Clark, are you okay? I saw your post. You see, when he was going through his event, I was in the hospital in AFib again. And why we're going to different hospitals in the same place when we could high-five each other in the same one, I'm not sure, because hospitals are lonely. And I just say all that because all of you are here, and we're all human. And there's a whole lot of stuff that happens over here, which is personal, but we're all the same. We all go through the same stuff. We all have aging parents. The work thing is just a little slice of life. The rest of it is the things that matter. When we do really good over here, we do really excellent over there. And we do it our best when we have a tribe of people that support us. So thank you to all of you for raising and supporting a beautiful human. But thank you, Mark, for coming up here and sharing this story, because I know that it wasn't easy, especially as a year ago you said, let's just keep this on the DL. So let's give Mark another round of applause. Andrew and PJ have been rocking this main stage for everybody who's online and anybody who wants to come and just sit up in front and listen to these two who have more energy than my entire family combined on a good day of Red Bull. So make sure to check it out. There's stuff online going on all day. For everybody who's been on and watching, thank you. We've got a couple sessions at 12:30 from HBS and Cloudflare. So a couple things that don't quite fit into the schedule. They are on the schedule, but just be aware that they are there at 12:30. Check them out. Go visit. Open spaces, open all day. When things come out of a session, in fact, I was sitting at the end of a session, and what did I hear? I heard, and it's the exact thing that should happen as out of a session. It was, we will schedule these open spaces as a result of the conversations that happened in this room. We will schedule them for tomorrow. So back there's the schedule. Write it up. Write the stuff that's on there. At 1 o'clock, we talked about 1 o'clock being kind of half of what the thing is. It's not half so half of you go somewhere else. It's that there's more time in here because the density of nerd raises the experiences that we get to share. Because you never know that when somebody's next to you, they might have the exact same, not the exact same, but the similar experience that could help you in a way that you just don't know. Tonight, 5 o'clock, pig roast. For those that don't like meat, we also have vegan pig. It's super hard to find that one, but it's organic, I promise. It's a joke. There's no vegan pigs. Water park party. Both of these things, you need a badge, ticket. The water park party is in the indoor water park. I forget when it is, 9:30 or something. It's just all of us at the water park, so super cool. We can all watch Kent Superman through riding a one wheel down a water slide or something that I can't do. Tomorrow morning, 5K again, and our first Cars and Coffee. Anybody going to go to the Cars and Coffee? Couple of us? Yeah, I see a couple hands. Right outside. Jason's making us coffee. I can't drink it, but, that's a heart thing. But we'll be out there. I don't care what your whip is. Just come, have fun. We'll talk about all things automobiles. Lastly, how many people have stopped by the sponsors? Thank you. Look, they're using a resource that they have to come here to support all of you to be here. They're also connectors just like we're connectors. They also have an incredible amount of knowledge in this industry. So let's make sure we see them, we talk to them. Let's give all of our pioneer sponsors a huge round of applause. And of course, our explorers as well. Thank you very much. Let's give Mark another huge round of applause for sharing his story. Let's go. Mile 2. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Don't forget to change your audio.
because I think we're good today.
Oh,
Hope
great.
so.
And I just need to mute my computer so I can't hear myself talking again. Welcome to that conference. We are here to talk to Mark Techson, which is not really the name, but we just talked about stage names. Actually, stage name versus real name.
That's right.
You just said I pretty much use my stage name only right now.
Yeah.
Why?
So it started out because when we were looking for, when I figured out that I wanted to go online and I wanted to have a real social media presence, I had an old gamer tag that I was using. And my wife was like, yeah, that's professional. My wife is, and she's really good at coming up with names of things.
Yeah.
And then she goes back and she comes back a day later, hey, go by Mark Techson.
Hey.
And it's a play on Thompson,
Yeah.
which is my actual name. And I was like, that's brilliant. Of course, my wife knows better than me.
Yeah.
And so then I just noticed that as I went by Mark Techson, it was really easy to disambiguate myself from every other Mark Thompson. I was actually one of 2 Mark Thompsons in high school.
Yeah.
When I was in the hospital as a kid, there was another Mark Thompson.
Really?
My name is super common.
Yeah.
But Mark Techson, if you search that, I'm the only person that comes up for pages and pages and pages.
That's marketing.
So we were talking about this yesterday. So our conversations on this stage have talked a lot about family, a lot about wives being much smarter than husbands. I feel like that's just if there's a message to take away from these live streams, it should be that. And also, finding it. Kent yesterday was on stage. He was talking about Kent C. Dodds because there's way too many Kent Dodds on the internet. And now Mark Techson. So, and you were saying that you came into the hotel. You're so well known under Mark Techson that
right.
even the hotel staff here at the Kalahari in Wisconsin were like Mark Techson.
Mark Techson is
right.
what the reservation's
That's
under.
I
Could
love
you
that.
show us your ID that says Techson on there, please?
Just pull your Twitter account.
That's right.
No, I was ready to do that. I was like, I can prove to you that I'm Mark Techson. Look at this is Mark Techson. Every video is me. Just so you know.
That looks like me, right?
Right. Hold on. I got
Yeah.
a thumbnail.
I gotta do the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just, I'm watching this on the screen. That was just brilliant.
Yeah.
So Mark, I got to say, there was not a dry eye in the house, including my own. I think PJ as well.
I'm a
I
big
know
crier. So.
Clark was up here. I think he was definitely in tears. I think just such a powerful, just wildly powerful talk this morning
Thank you.
that I think is the essence of this conference over any other conference is the messages that have just been coming out here and the stories and the way that all of the keynotes like yourself are connecting with the audience. That story was raw. It was authentic. That was not something that would have been easy to share. I'm really curious when you were planning that talk, you must have gone a lot of different places with what that could have turned out to be. Yeah.
Sure. So for this keynote, the hardest part for me was that, they don't do technical keynotes at that conference.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was ready for an AI keynote, to kind of inspire people because I'm really into learning about AI and mostly inspiring developers to not panic.
Yeah.
So I had some ideas around that. And then, it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel right because I was like, that's still technical. And I'm like, I can make it more general. I was like, you know what? I'm very positive and I support a lot of people, but I don't talk a lot about my health. So when everything happened, I was actually very quiet. I never even posted online that I was in the hospital. And so no one really knew that I've been, 1, facing this chronic illness, and then 2, that I had heart surgery. Nobody knew. And I was like, you know what? People have been encouraging me, some of my close friends, had just been saying, Mark, I think you should talk about your story. It can help people. But I was like, I don't want people to look at me with pity. So when my mother died, people enabled me in a lot of ways because they felt so sorry for me. You know what I mean? And I just didn't want to go through that space again of people being oh, poor Mark. I didn't want that. But when I was 18, people they would let me do anything I wanted to. I remember one time I was in college and so I had a final and it was the anniversary of my mother's death. And I was it had been 1 year.
Yeah.
And I was I was torn up.
Yeah.
And so I didn't even go to class until 10 minutes before it was over. And then I just told my friends, I was like, my mother died, bro. I'm just going to not be in here right now. Instead of talking to him normally beforehand, hey, I'm having a really hard day. But he was fine. And that let me know that was kind of a get out of jail free card. Talk about my trauma. And it just enabled me. So I didn't want to do that again. So that's why I didn't go public with my health struggles until now, where I felt I'm more mature than I was then. And I'm at a place where I really do believe that this story could help people.
There's a distance where your lived experience becomes a story that you're comfortable sharing, and it becomes less about something that happened to you and more about there's a lesson I took from it, and then that lesson is something you're trying to impart to other people.
100%.
But you need that distance from the difficulty first. Like, you could not have woken up, gone to not lift the 20-pound weights and been like, why am I so weak? Which, oh my God, that part was well done. But that weakness, you couldn't the next day go, so I had trouble lifting weights the other day. And I'm having a very emotional time about it. You needed the time to get to the point where you can craft what happened to you into narrative, because as it's happening, it's not narrative.
That's 100% right. And when everything happened, you know, like I said, I still wasn't really ready to talk about it publicly. So, like, for instance, there's still parts of the story that I can't talk about. Like I described, the precursor to everything is a chronic illness that I'm just not ready to talk about. That's still too raw for me, because I was already crying during this one talking about it. I can't talk about the other thing. You know what I mean? But at some point, though, I will tell that story, because that led to a different set of things that I think people will benefit from. I'm just not there yet. But setting up that backstory allows for you to still draw on it as a, look, you need to know that this happened. Right.
But it's not the main part of the story.
Right. That's right.
I have to ask you about in the
please.
talk, this motion, the heartbeat motion. You kept going back to that as like a device. When did that, technically speaking, in the process of writing your talk, when did that device show up for you as something that you felt you could use as like a code for the audience?
Oh, sure. Good question. All right. So this is a thing that is hard to describe to people when I prepare a talk. So when I practiced this, I got the first part. I had this the whole time, like in the beginning, like, because I was going to demonstrate to people so they could visualize it. It came to me as I was talking to reuse it.
Today?
As I was talking. Seriously.
I love that.
My hand just went up, and then, like, even the partial motion, or I'm putting it in the camera so you can see, like that partial motion, that came to me as I was talking. And it just happened.
That's amazing.
So cool. That comes from so much practice, from talking enough that you know what's going to click and what's going to work. And I think that's what a lot of people who are not as into public speaking or don't want to ever do it in front of anybody, they're worried they're going to mess up. But when you do it so often, it just becomes natural. And that's something Andrew and I built in the classroom. Like, we just had time to have to talk to people over and over and over and over and over.
And you mess up and they laugh
Constantly
at you.
messing up.
You know what? Nobody is crueler but also kinder than like a 13-year-old kid.
I
feel, or just a kid in general. Like, do you find that, like, you get your best, most critical and loving advice from your son?
Yes. Oh, he tells me all the time if something's cool or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that was boring. And I was like, man.
PJ's losing it right now.
Like, he'll tell me that was boring, Dad. Like, I don't like that.
Or no Riz, Dad.
Because so to everybody else, I'm Mark Techson, right? To him, I am just Dad. And to the people who are in the firm, my family here, like, I'm just Mark to them, right? So it's like this weird crossing over for them to see me in the Mark Techson land, you know what I mean? But my son gets a real big kick out of the fact that he can Google me. And so, like, you know, I'm not cool to him at all in front of my face, but, you know, he'll go to school, he has a little Chromebook. He's like, you want to see my dad? He types in Mark Techson, and then he's like, look at all my dad's videos, you know what I mean? And then it's like cool at that moment. But one day I'll be like cool, and then I'll be uncool, and then I'll be cool.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
It'll happen to you too.
Absolutely. You'll hit that moment where you're going to show up, and for like a class presentation, you're going to show that bodybuilding thing, and he's going to walk out of the school. Just keep walking. Just keep walking.
Oh my God, it's so embarrassing, Dad.
So bodybuilding was a really interesting thing. And especially you started talking about bringing your own food everywhere, saying, I'm not going to take communion.
Right.
I've always seen bodybuilding as an exercise of willpower and like restriction on the self. You talked about how I wouldn't do that anymore at one point. You were like, I made some mistakes.
Oh, sure.
Then. I could have just eaten the food. I could have done this.
Just did it,
But what are some lessons that you took from bodybuilding that still help you?
Sure. The number one lesson is the outcome of discipline. That's my number one thing I tell people about bodybuilding, is that when you are so structured and you are doing this thing, so it takes about 16 to 32 weeks to get into the type of shape that I showed on the camera, right? Just from being like a normal person to getting into it. You can really transform in 32 weeks. It's amazing if you're like strict. And so it's delayed gratification, because when you get to that stage and then you take your clothes off, you stand on that stage. It's hard to describe that feeling of like pride because you've been working so hard when nobody was looking. You know, you were like doing the extra set of cardio that day when nobody was looking. You were bringing your Tupperware and like, you know, sneaking food on the bus or whatever. You're doing all this stuff. So that's number one lesson. It's like the power of discipline. But I also caution people is that watch it because it can take over your life.
Oh yeah.
To the point where you make decisions that don't make sense. The reason I said I wouldn't do that anymore is because now that my wife's grandmother is gone, do you think that it was more important? You know what I'm saying? What was more important?
Absolutely.
That plate of food and joining and fellowship with them at that moment. You said like that was more important. But in my mind, the most important thing was bodybuilding. And I couldn't see at a far enough view that like, if you think about, how can I explain this? You should be strict. You should be disciplined, right? Because that is a part of the formula. That is just a part of it. But you shouldn't be so overly strict where you deny yourself things that don't matter because one meal doesn't matter.
Yeah.
1 meal per hour matters. You know, eating a candy bar every hour matters, but one candy bar a week does not matter in the grand scheme of things. If you think about a test with 100 questions, if you get one question wrong, it does not sink your exam.
Yeah.
But I couldn't see that far. I was so like, I got to be like so good that I win this thing. I didn't even win. I did place.
Okay.
I got a trophy, which I was very proud of.
That's good.
But now, with me not even winning as well, was it worth it that I didn't eat the food that this woman prepared?
That's right.
I had to have the cold chicken instead of the arroz con candules.
Yeah, and it was
sorry,
good
no
too.
pernil for me. Sorry.
And if I could have it again now, and that's the thing. If I could go back now, I would eat that plate because it's delicious, and it just would have because I knew what it meant for her.
Absolutely.
It was like her saying, "This is love.
This is love.
This is love," and then I rejected her love in that moment, and that's. I mean, you can't beat yourself up about the past, but you can learn from the past.
Yeah, right.
I love this. So, by the way, you're watching us live right now. You are here, and you're in chat, and you're lucky because everybody else has disappeared to somewhere else in the conference center here in Wisconsin. But you are here. You've got Mark. He's here on stage. We've got screens up here for you to ask your questions. We're going to ask lots of questions. We could have this conversation. This is just the best conversation of my day. Like genuinely,
honestly,
just so
appreciate
good.
That.
But please, like, ask your questions. We're watching in chat for those to come in. I feel like there's been this through line from yesterday's keynote to yours, and I feel like you encapsulated it so well with kind of like this message of the talk: do what matters while it matters with who matters. And I feel like that message is just such a salient way to sort of drive home the fact that we work in an industry that is constantly moving and there's always new shiny things to go after. And there's always a new kind of achievement that you want to get to.
I got to learn this new framework. I got to get this new certificate. Like I have to keep up with the tech.
And I think it's so hard in that changing world to slow down and do this. And so that message and Kent's message was very similar. Like it's nothing if it's not family. Like family is the key. Relationships are key. Right. It's like the people, the thing, the time. I'm so curious, like so you've kind of done all of the things that people would want to do in the tech. You worked for Google. You worked, you were in FANG, right? You got there and you shared a little bit of that story about kind of coming to this. But do you feel like it really was sort of this like this heart thing that happened, this massive life-changing thing that was just the catalyst for things that were already beginning?
Oh, good question. I feel like the heart situation just rushed my timeline. Right. So because I was thinking like, okay, I really should do the things that are important. Because I was like, okay, I don't want my son to remember me as a guy who was always gone and always worked. So I was always thinking about like, you know what, I should spend time with him and I should play games. Like I was working from home at the time and he would always say, hey, Dad, can you play? And I would say, yeah, I can play. Because I didn't want his memories to be filled with Dad always said no. So I'd always say, yes, I can play. But then when I had this like, this heart problem, it just really magnified beyond that tiny scope because I was really just focused on my wife and my son in terms of what really matters. Then when I had the heart situation, I was like, oh, there are more things that matter to me. And I really need to like laser in on what matters, if that makes sense. So it really just grew my awareness, if that makes sense. I'm saying, when you think you're going to die, I'm telling you that is a weird situation. It's so hard to explain. I've had 2 times where I thought I was going to die, like for certain die. When I was 15, I got hit by a car. I was running down. we used to play this silly game in my house. There was a convenience store that was like 4 blocks away.
Yeah.
And because we weren't streaming things back
Yeah.
then, we would race in the commercial break to the convenience store
Yeah.
and then come back.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we run as fast as we could.
Absolutely.
And so, like, so it was my cousin's birthday, and then we're watching the show, and I'm like, you know what? I bet you I can get back in 4 minutes. So I'm running. And then I see a van crossing the street, and I keep track of that van. As soon as the van goes, I sprint out. I never looked left. I never looked left. I only looked right. And I never looked left. And left comes a Mercedes, hits me so hard, I fly in the air, smash through his windshield, and then I roll him to the ground. When I was in the air, I had enough time to think about my entire life up to those 15 years.
Yeah, man.
I thought about every single thing, every win, every failure. I thought about my sister who had passed. I'm like, oh, well, she's dead, but I'm going to get to meet her because I'm dead. Like,
Yeah,
I thought I
this
was
is
dead.
it.
Yeah, so I was like, hey, I'm going to get to meet my sister. So that's pretty cool. Like, oh, I'm going to miss my family. I had time to think about all of that stuff. And then, having like this more recent thing where my life is much longer and much more broad, like thinking like, I'm not going to wake up tomorrow. Like, is this like, did I do a good enough job? Did I do a good enough job here? And that's all I kept thinking, like, have I done enough? And so it's just a really hollowing feeling to think that you're out of time.
Oh my gosh, right?
Yeah. I'm definitely seeing everybody's eyes starting to just, you can't see it on camera, but all 3 of our eyes are starting to water now.
Yeah.
It has begun. If we're not crying by the end of this stream, we're doing something wrong.
That brush with death is such a terrifying moment, but that hollow feeling of like, oh, like either this is going to end or it could have ended is really scary. In college, my lung collapsed one day. Like I was just in my apartment getting ready to go to basketball band practice. I went to UF. I was in the basketball band, and all of a sudden I heard like a click, and then I like had trouble breathing. And for the next like 30 minutes, I was like trying to figure out what was wrong. So I go to basketball band practice. I play drums
With a collapsed lung.
with a collapsed lung. It was flattened in my left side, and I just played drums, and I had a hard time breathing, but whatever. Someone in band was like, oh, it sounds like you pinched a nerve. That's the thing you're describing sounds like this. And so I went home, I took 8 ibuprofen, and I just went to sleep. And I woke up the next day and it still hurt. First off, I woke up the next day.
I was about to say, my eyes got so big. We said I went to sleep. I was like, what?
Went to sleep and woke up and I was like, oh, my chest still hurts. So I walked to a bus, and you were talking about that feeling of being so weak. The bus stop was maybe 5 minutes away. It took me 45 minutes to actually walk to the bus stop. And I was just going to the infirmary on campus. And that's where they took an x-ray. They said, yeah, your lungs collapsed. And I was like, oh, they're like, you need to be in the hospital. You've had one lung for the past 18 hours.
Oh my God.
And they're like, the doctor goes, you should be dead. And I was like, oh, all right. And I was making jokes. The EMT were carrying me out, and I was joking and yelling at students and like, look what could happen to you if you're not careful. But that brush with death really, it brings a focus into what's important. And I sort of adjusted the way I looked at relationships then, and especially thankfulness in relationships, and making sure that the person knows that I'm grateful for all the things that I know they've done for me, and making sure that's what I feel like a good life is making sure everyone around me who's ever helped me at some point, they know how I feel about it.
So
Beautiful.
Somebody just said in chat, this is like the scene in Jaws where they're comparing scars.
To be fair,
feel
we do. I've got scars on my side from
really?
a surgery that happened.
Oh,
and when you were
really?
talking
Yeah.
about your scars, I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
same.
Yeah,
I tell
the
people I got bit by a shark.
Do you know what I love about this whole situation, though, is that you've given people permission to be authentic and to be vulnerable. Like this literally, like so many people look to you for all of these different pieces. And even now, right? Like I didn't know this about PJ. This is not a conversation that I think we would ever have had. And now it's unlocked this kind of thing. And like that's what this is. That's
powerful.
That's what this is about.
Yeah.
That's what these keynotes are really about. Like it's not about like sit and get. It's like this guide. What's the saying? Like there's like sage on the stage, which is so much what these keynotes are, and then there's the guide on the side, and like you've just become the guide for so many of these people that are out there. And I hope that if you didn't watch this keynote,
Go
if there is
back.
one thing that you stop working, you don't need to work today.
That's the
You
we need to remember that's the
just
message.
turn that
No
off.
one should be working.
It's all right. We'll send a message to your employers.
fine.
Don't worry. Just say Clark Sells said you don't need
That's
to work
right.
today. Just bill that conference. It'll be great.
It'll be fine.
But like watch this keynote, watch Kent's from yesterday and watch this one. Then you can write a 500-word essay comparing and contrasting them and looking for central themes.
I will grade them.
Yeah, exactly.
Just send it to me and I'll grade it.
That's right.
So yesterday, we asked Kent. So obviously, this was a deep, like really powerful, really personal story. But you do a lot of these interviews too, right? After events and these kind of things. And I'm super curious, like, is there anything that you wish an interviewer would ask you after a talk like this? Like you wish that PJRI would
This
say
question didn't come up, but I
Yeah.
wish you would have asked. Yeah.
that you want to just like share that piece out there.
You know, I get asked so many questions and I talk so much. It's hard
Yeah.
to think of a thing that
I
like
know.
I wish somebody would ask me. You know what? I think I wish would come up more is about like connecting with people and reconciling relationships. I think people don't ask enough about that part, especially when I give like I've never given this talk before,
Yeah.
but when I talk about like the importance of like relationships, a lot of people will think about like the things that are broken, and they're like, "Well, I won't fix those relationships." Like I think that you should, if it's reconcilable, you should try, and at least do your part. So I have siblings, so I'm one of 7, and I have some siblings who like me more than others, right? Like my sister who was here, she loves me, and I have another sister who.
Not so much.
I'm not
It's
her
love.
cup of tea. It's something. But I always think about it like I'll always reach out and make sure that because I don't want the responsibility on myself
Yeah.
that like if something were to happen to her,
Oh yeah.
that the last thing that I said was unkind or that I meant to call and I didn't and I should have. Like I never want the responsibility because that's happened enough.
Yeah.
And like in my life, and we've seen enough stories of like man, I should have called.
Yeah.
And I meant to call. I was thinking about them today. Like, how many times have you heard somebody at a funeral say,
Absolutely.
I should have called? And I always say, you know what? If they don't like me or not, I'm still going to call. I'm still going to just extend that olive branch. It's not on me if they don't want to accept it.
Right.
Right. And
Right.
I do try to like make amends. Like, hey, if I can apologize, tell me so I can apologize if I hurt you somehow. Right. Because the other thing that I think is really important, just in relationships, is intent versus impact. And that like I may say or do something that is not intended to be harmful, but it has harmed somebody.
Yeah.
And so I'm always willing to be like, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. That's what I can say. Not that I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry. Right. That's a different thing than like I didn't mean to say that. I was just saying. It's not even
trying to
about
like
that.
defend it.
Right.
versus-
Right. It's like
yeah.
no, I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think there's moments where you can like grow from that kind of conversation when the other person's open about it too. Like it's relationships take a lot of work, and it doesn't matter the relationship, romantic relationship, friendship, family, you do have to put some kind of work into it in order for it to get out. And I think there's a myth among many people that good relationships just work. Because when you look at a good relationship, if you've got a friend who has a great relationship with their family or a person who has a good romantic relationship, when you look, it looks like it just works.
Right.
But you're not seeing all the work that goes in behind the scenes. When you're on stage at a bodybuilding competition, you see the results. You never saw eating cold chicken on a bus.
Never saw it. That's right. And the same thing with even like speaking. So I got, and I'm very grateful for this, but I got a lot of compliments on like the quality of this talk. This was not an overnight success thing.
No.
I have been giving talks for years. And so there's this one meetup, and this guy, Joe Madelone and Mark Techson, shout out to both of you. I appreciate you both. When I first started public speaking, it was way back in maybe like 2015, 2014. And I would speak in a room with like 5 people. I go to some meetups with 3 people. But the thing that I always told myself was, like, whether it be 3 or 300, I will give the same energy, the same experience.
Oh my God, I say the same thing all the time. 2 people or 5,000.
That's right.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because you have to give, because also you got to put those reps in. And that's how you come up with like the hand gesture and know to do it, like kind of the reflex. But you don't get that from like one talk. You get that from 50 talks, 100 talks. You know what I mean? And practicing. Like I practice public speaking, which is I'm not trying to. It's not about bragging on myself. I just want to share with people
Yeah.
the experience
Absolutely.
of
You
like
have to have the reps.
you got to put the reps
Yeah.
in.
I feel like, and you also said something really, I think that a lot of people forget about, right? We go on, like, we do Twitter spaces and or X spaces. We do these streams and you're like, oh, there's only 5 people watching.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that sucks online. But if 5 people walked up to you
That's right.
and sat down with you and were just like watching you intently and asking you
Yeah.
questions,
Yeah.
you would be like, this is awesome. You guys are my
Yes.
best
Yeah.
friends. And like, let's go and have lunch. Like, that would be a thing that you'd want
Yeah.
to do. And I feel like we just get so focused on like, yeah, did I get the numbers that I
Yeah.
need to?
That's right.
I needed 10,000 people to watch this video, or I needed 500 people on this live stream. And it's like, well, you got 3. And what did you do with those 3?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get those 3 to turn into 4? Did you get those 3 to tell someone? Like, there's
Network
a way to
effect.
build on
Did you
it.
connect it with those people?
Yeah.
Did
Right.
you add any value?
Yeah.
Like my core tenet online is add value. That is how I've grown my social media presence.
Mhm.
Is add value. I got all these incredible people like Kent, for example. Kent C. Dodds. This dude was retweeting my videos, and he has like literally like a multiple of like
quarter of a
25
million followers,
times
I think.
more than I have online. Right?
That's
Like
incredible.
but he would retweet even before I knew him. Now I know him personally,
Yeah.
but even before, because he saw how I was moving online. Like he
Mhm.
saw Angie Jones, another person who would like always hype me up.
Jones is amazing.
She took me under her wing because she saw how I was moving online, how my core proposition is like, I'm not here to take from you. I'm here to add value. What can I do?
Mhm.
How can I serve? And that's my strategy. It has been, and it will continue to be. So when I have like, 5 followers or 5,000 or 10,000 or 50,000, I'm still going to try to be the same person where I can help.
Mhm.
Let's be the helpers. That is my big thing. Let's be the helpers.
I love that. I love being a helper. One of the things you talked about in your talk was choosing the pillars that matter to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I just read a book called 4,000 Weeks, Time Management for Mortals. And the concept is the average person has from when they're born, about 4,000 weeks. And something about putting it in those terms
Yes.
made it seem so small. And to
Mhm.
realize I read it at 38, which if my life were a phone battery, I'd be at about 55%. And that's when I start worrying about charging my battery.
Yeah, right.
So now I'm looking at my life going, oh, I've got 45% left and I've got maybe 2,000 weeks left. And I'm starting to think, well, how do I want to spend those?
Yes.
So you picking up the guitar and being like, I want to play the guitar. I want to get good at the guitar.
Oh, yeah.
When did that become a thing that you said, I want to focus on that? And what did you have to get rid of to make room for the guitar?
Great question. So I started playing guitar a long time ago, and I started playing in like church bands and
Mhm.
like little like small groups where you get like little Bible studies. So I was doing that for a long time, and I was okay. You know what I mean? Like good enough, better than the average person. But then what I always felt in my heart was that I want to express myself at a higher level. And being an overachiever, I'm like, I can just do better than this.
Yeah.
So last year or so, that's when I met Gavin. And then I was like, you know what? I just want to go further. I just want to, from myself, I want to go further. And what I had to give up was, and I've been super conscious about this, mostly social media time
Mhm.
and honestly video game time.
No,
Like and
don't tell me that. I'm gonna have to get rid of video games.
and so you don't have to get rid of it. Like the way that I play video games has changed. Now my son plays video games and I
Yeah.
play with him. And that just has to be good enough.
Yeah.
It just has to be good enough. Whatever he wants to play, he wants to play Zelda.
Yeah.
We're playing Zelda. He wants to play a retro game. And so, and I will say one other thing. Kent's keynote actually changed my strategy. I have been practicing Are You Going to Go My Way by Lenny Kravitz for weeks, knowing that I want to play it here.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was a little too messy. Like, just need to get better. And then I changed it to a different song. And I was going to play a different song up until 11 o'clock last night. And then I remember Kent saying, take your shot, just go for it.
Yeah.
Like take that big leap. And I was like, you know what? If I mess up or not, who cares? Does it matter? What matters that it was perfect or that I did it?
Yeah, perfect's the enemy of
100%.
good.
Absolutely.
And I was like, yeah, I messed up when I was playing, but it was good enough. People got the gist.
Oh my God. Nobody noticed for a second
Yeah.
that there was any level of mess. I feel like that's it. We're all harder on ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
And
course.
nobody will ever notice.
Yeah.
Like if you do a talk and something goes wrong,
Mhm.
They
you're
don't
the only
know
one
your
who knows.
You're the only one. Yeah.
That was the
They don't
number
know
one
your
rule
thought.
in marching band. If you're on the field, don't move when it's time to not move because you're making a shape or whatever.
Mhm.
And if you're out of place, if everyone else stops moving and you're still creeping to your spot,
That's right.
that looks worse than, I guess it's meant to curve like that.
Yeah, right.
You will stick out if you're not doing what you're supposed to do. But the people in the stands, they don't have the chart, they don't have the
That's
music,
right.
they don't know what you're supposed to do. So whatever you do is what you're supposed to do.
That's right. I tell people that about talks all the time. I'm like, if you mess up your talk, for sure, don't say anything.
Yeah.
Like, if you skip the slide, I'm like, oh, I skipped the slide. I'm so sorry. Don't even apologize. Like, just nobody knew that you had that slide. Don't start your talk off with, bear with me while you set up the audience for pain. Like, I don't know why people say that. They
This is going to be terrible. Get ready.
They were like, okay, if you could just bear with me. I'm so nervous. Well, like, I didn't think you were, but now I think you are. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
you set the expectations. I like to tell people, if it wasn't a keynote, I would start off with like, hey, get ready to have a good time.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. But anyway.
Oh man, Conan O'Brien one time said, "What's the worst thing in an interview?" And when he said what it was a person who, when the interview is going badly, says out loud, "Oh, this is going so bad." Because Conan's like, if you don't say that, the audience won't know, and I, as a host, can help you make it better.
That's right.
Just work with me. But if you go, "Oh, it's so bad," it just changes the whole tone from
That's
then
right.
on.
That's right.
Yeah.
I love it. All right, we talked a lot about your talk. We talked a little bit about your family, but we're in this beautiful place. Your whole family was here, like just everybody. What has been the favorite part for, like, have you checked out the water park? Have you done the things?
Yeah, I think the water park is amazing. My son just started. He just completed his first summer of swim lessons.
Oh, really?
So he's so much like, Dad, watch me swim. Show me. I want to show you that I can swim because I can swim.
Yeah.
And he's like, Dad, I got to show you that I can swim. I'm like, but I believe you. But he has to show me because he wants me to be proud of him. And it's that weird, like, inverse relationship where instead of just like letting me be proud, he has to prove that I'm proud. And I'm just like, dude, I'm proud of you no matter what. But he wants me to see everything. So that's been really rad to like be at the swim, the water park. This place is amazing.
Yeah.
That conference, can I just have a second to talk about that conference?
Absolutely. Yeah, please go.
I feel like that conference should be like sold out every year because there's nothing like what you get here. There's nothing like, I mean, the focus on like community is incredible. I love the open spaces. Like, I went to that conference in January and I remember this girl was like, oh, she's a little girl. And she's like, I want to do an open space talking about the Barbie movie.
Yes, that was in Texas.
In Texas.
That was amazing. I was like, oh, that's awesome.
It was incredible. And I think that you don't get that type of stuff at other conferences. You just don't. And then the environment where it's like, yeah, I want to be with people. I can be with people. If I need some time to myself, I have time to myself. I can bring my family. My family never gets to see me on stage. None of them have ever seen me on stage before.
Really? That was the first time.
First time. Only my wife. She's seen me like when I used to like give sermons and stuff. She would see me. But like my family though, they've never seen me give a keynote or anything.
What I mean, if you were gonna have a first keynote for them to see,
That's
like
really
that was
good
the one.
Yeah,
that was the one.
I feel like you should invite them to one of the more techie talks.
Yeah,
that you
exactly.
give.
Just to
Like,
lose
all right,
them a little bit.
Yeah, we need to talk about Kubernetes. And,
that's right. So let's talk about
Sis, get
dependency
ready.
injection with Angular. We talked about my sister today, man. I didn't expect to get that emotional.
Yeah.
But man, I couldn't even get it out. Just like, I love my sister. I love you. But I do, man. I love my sister. I love my family, and it meant so much to have them here, and it meant so much that this was a space where they could be here.
Yeah.
Like I don't have to worry about it being like, I don't know, just too like bro-y where they don't feel comfortable.
Right. Yeah.
100%.
You know what I mean? It was just like they felt comfortable. They were able to like sit and watch and support me. So that was great.
Love it.
And I was able to see them, which I said during the talk that was incredible for me to see them. And I'll always remember this moment.
Yeah.
I
You know
mean,
what I mean?
I have yet to look out in the audience and see like a family member, other than like I did plays and like stuff like that, and like, but like to do this, which is like a new career for me, a recent shift, and to look out and if I saw a family member, I know I would be extra emotional about it because I know all the work that my mother and my father and my sisters have put in to help me be in the position where I can be on a stage.
Absolutely.
It's super emotional. And I'm excited that you as a man are comfortable expressing that emotion. You talked about permission earlier.
Yeah,
There's a
it's
lot
hard.
of permission that was given in this room for men to understand that when you talk about feeling weak, I feel like every guy was like, oh,
Yeah, I can do this now.
I get that.
Yeah.
But I have permission to feel it, experience it, and move forward.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's funny. My dad, so my dad's a minister. That's been my entire life. And he's never seen me talk. And so I sent him a recording of one of my previous. I'd love if you could be in person at a talk like this, just because like you get a little bit of it afterwards, and they say, "Oh, that was really good," but like that energy, you could see it. Your smile never left your face.
Yeah,
Their
man.
smiles. I was lucky enough to be sitting just over here.
Oh, man.
Their smiles. Every single one of them, your son bringing you like that was just the most wholesome,
man.
authentic, like all that. This was just love. Like
Yeah.
this was just a front row of love. And like you talked about energy in your talk, you said like find people that are like the right energy.
That's right.
And like just the energy that was exuding out of, I mean, it exudes out of you all the time. So it's
Yeah.
love. It's love. It's just like energy. It's love. It's the vibe.
Yeah.
The vibes. You have very strong riz, and your vibes are for all the Jennies out there. You're welcome. You're
Did you say
welcome.
Jennies?
You're welcome. Your Jennies out there.
Jenny's out there. Mark, strong riz.
But no, I feel like that was such a cool. It's a cool thing. You're right. It doesn't happen anywhere else.
Yeah.
It is just at that.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
is just at that.
I don't know that this is a render ATL keynote. I don't know that this is
I think it should be though.
a KubeCon keynote, but like discussing life.
Yeah.
I think I always tell people like we're building stuff for humans.
Right.
So are you considering the human while you're building these systems and apps?
Yeah. You know what? I went to a keynote at Sivo Navigate, and I think he spoke at Kubernetes as well. He's worked at Google, was the big name behind Kubernetes.
Kelsey Hightower.
Kelsey Hightower.
Kelsey.
He did
One
a
of my
talk
favorite people.
he did a talk at a conference or at Sivo Navigate, and the entire talk was stop focusing on the tech. The tech is not the life. The tech is an enabler
Mhm.
for your life. Go solve problems, help people, do great things, use the skills that you have to get to a place where you can help others.
Yeah.
And so just like all of these messages from all of these amazing people in tech, yourself, Kent, Kelsey, like all of these are just conversations about love, about family, about authenticity,
Yeah.
about vulnerability. It's not all about the tech. The tech is great. The tech enables
yes.
amazing things,
But
but it's
the
not
people.
everything. It's the people.
It is
It's the people.
And I'll say one thing about Kelsey. So Kelsey, I admire him so much, and I had the opportunity to sit down with him in Atlanta this year. And man, that dude, like not only he's like smart, but he's so kind and he's so thoughtful. And so I saw his keynote at Render, and it changed the way I prepared.
oh really?
Mm-hmm. It changed the way because I do different stuff usually depending on the talk. Like I do a lot of like, introduce myself again. I tell people about myself. But I remember he got on stage and he started the story.
Just that's what you did today.
And that's what
you
I did
just like
today.
got
So
into
good.
it.
Yeah, I did that because I saw him do it. Because here's the thing I thought about. Before you go on stage, they already say who you are.
Ah, yeah.
Why would you waste time telling people your name again? They just say who you are. And if you're in a separate room, right, they looked at the session schedule and saw your name, so they already know who you are. So why would you waste that like 45 seconds where you can like really engage people? Now, he didn't tell me to do this, but that's what I picked up from because I was studying it as I was enjoying it. I was just in awe, like, wow, look at all these smart decisions he's making.
Yeah.
So that was the thing. Actually, my first slide, the speaker note said, fight the urge to talk. Because I'm so used to being like, all right, everybody, let's get our hands warmed up.
Is everyone ready?
Let's
We're
get a
here
big clap
yeah.
together. Let's make some noise. I'm so used to doing that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, the first slide says, fight the urge to talk. And then say June 2022, right? Get the story going right there.
Such a good idea. So my dad's a professional drummer, and he taught me how to do a solo.
Mm-hmm.
He said you have to start with something small because you need somewhere to go.
Right. That's
so
right.
this ability to start with just a date,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't mean anything yet, but everyone's instantly ready to listen because it sets up an important
That's
part
right.
of the setting,
That's right.
and it grabs them immediately. So like starting small almost forces people to like lean in to listen more,
If I had started with like, I have heart surgery at 41, that would have been like a good like wake up moment.
Yeah.
But where do I go? How do I would
Yeah.
crescendo too early, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like I would have peaked too early. But if it was a shorter talk, let's say it was a 5-minute talk or a 5-minute video, then you could start like that because video is different.
Yeah.
Like so you have to like play to the medium in which you are in.
Absolutely.
And so if you're on video, then I can say I had heart surgery at 41. Here's what I learned.
Yeah.
That's like short and to the point, and you could do that. But like for a 75 to 90-minute keynote, like you need to take the people on a journey. And that's what I was really focused on was like, how do I create this journey, this experience for people?
This is the kind of like technical ability within a talk that has come from so much of your experience. So if someone is just getting into giving talks, what is a piece of advice you would give to like a first-time speaker who was like preparing a talk? Because so much of what you said, you're like, oh, this just came to me.
Yeah.
It's just natural.
Mm-hmm.
What's someone who's new? What's something they need to consider and think about in order to get to the level that you're speaking at?
Sure. So the first thing you should do, when you're preparing your talk, go in with the mindset that they want you to be good.
Yes.
Like the audience is here for you. They're not here as your adversaries. This is not Showtime at the Apollo, right? Like nobody's gonna throw tomatoes at you. But like people think like, well, what if I'm bad? What if they boo? They're not gonna boo.
They don't want to boo.
They don't want to boo. That's
No
right.
one wants to boo.
Nobody wants to have a bad time at a talk. So you already go in with a favorable. So when I started thinking like that, I stopped thinking I had to convince people to like me on stage. Then I could start focus on the message. So once you get that mindset, right, then the second thing I would say is think about how you can serve your audience. It is not interesting. It's not interesting for you to get up there and act like a genius that is unrelatable. That is not interesting. You don't have to downplay yourself like, I don't know what's happening. Well, you can say stuff like, don't do that. Then they're going to walk out. Don't do that. But you can say something like, let's go on this journey together about Kubernetes.
Yeah.
Right. And then people are like, oh, he's with me, or they're with me. She's with me. They're with me. Right. And then you get your story together. If you do those two things, you're going to be good for your first talk.
Yeah, man. Oh, that's so fantastic.
So we are, we're 40 minutes. We were going to do like a half hour.
But we had to keep talking.
But we had to keep talking because this is just amazing. But you've literally been like on from probably like 6 a.m. this morning, prepping and ready to go. And like your families, what are they doing right now? Are they kind of just hanging out, checking things out?
They
right
went
now?
to get some breakfast.
There you go.
That's fine. They all, because it was 8:30 Central, so they were like, look, we're going to have coffee, but we're going to get breakfast after this.
Yeah.
But they understand that I'm like, again, there's like, it's Mark
work,
Techson,
right?
so I got to like go and talk to people, got to do interviews, got to do some podcasts today, so they get it.
So I mean, obviously I want to stream. I want to stay here all day. I literally couldn't stay here all day and just keep talking to you, Mark. Like this
we want you to have time.
Yeah,
to go
you should be able to
things.
spend time with your family, but you're not going anywhere. You're sticking around.
I'm
right?
here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
So if you are interested, if you're here at that, by the way, and you're interested in connecting with Mark, come find him. He's here. And hopefully wants to talk.
I
pretty
do.
Sure.
I do.
Pretty sure.
Actually, I've hit my limit, and don't talk to me anymore for the rest of the day.
No, I know when I hit my limit, because then I'll put my disguise on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like
That's right.
glasses and a hat, and then I'll start like creeping around when I have a limit. But right now, I'm here for the people. I always say that I'm here for the people. I'm here for you. If you're around, please come say hello. I love to hear about you, hear what you're working on, just whatever you're comfortable talking about.
I love it. And if you are not here, if you are just sort of tuning in online, Mark Techson, go over to X, follow Mark.
Yes.
And there's like you heard earlier, sort of that online spaces where you can learn and kind of connect and build a relationship. Like that's a great place to start that conversation. If you haven't been able to make it here, but also you could also just come to that. There's still time. Get in that car, get on that plane, get here, drive. The pig roast is happening in a little while. We got the whole water park is rented. We are going to be having a heck of a good time here. You do not want to miss this. But yeah, there's so much that's going on here, and it's so amazing. And Mark, like, just what an incredible start to day two at that conference.
I'm so grateful. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. Thank you to that community for supporting me and embracing me. You all are fantastic. Do me one favor, though. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm trying to grow my YouTube.
Subscribe.
I'm going to make some videos at some point. I want to make some videos. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to make
Just subscribe.
Just subscribe for now. That's what I need. Just subscribe.
So if you're watching live, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back probably in about like 15 minutes. We're going to be about 5 minutes post the schedule. We're going to be doing a game of developer heads up. It's going to be a game show. It'll be ridiculous. You'll get to participate.
Wild.
It's going to be fun. We're going to have lots of people here live doing this. We're going to have interviews later on the stage. I think Sashi's going to be here. James is going to be here. We've got tons of people that are going to be on this stage over the course of the day. I'll be back later on today doing some live coding. Terrible decision, but we're going to see what happens. There's a lot of things on the stage today and on the stage tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Go pee. Go grab a coffee. Go get breakfast or lunch. Go, honestly, go call somebody. Go call.
Go
call
someone.
somebody.
Yeah.
Go call that person. Use this time to go call that person that you've been waiting to call. Go do it. It only takes 5 minutes. Do that, and then come back, refresh, and be ready to laugh. PG and I are going to be here.
Promising people laughter
well.
is a difficult position.
Last night, I promised that we were going to deliver on our battle decks, and we definitely didn't there. So you probably won't laugh, but still come back. Yeah, I mean, we're here. Come check this out. If you haven't had the opportunity to come to that, come to that. That's going to be in Texas. That's going to be back here in Wisconsin. I've been Andrew.
I've been PJ. This has been Mark. We love it.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
See you soon. Welcome, everybody, from that online to our game of non-branded developer heads up, because we did not get the copyright to play this game today.
Nope. We learned our lesson with Mad Libs.
We
before.
definitely learned our lesson with
Test, test.
our lesson with Mad Libs yesterday. So if you haven't been tuning in, where have you been? But we are here on the main stage at that conference in Wisconsin. Everybody's just arriving to eat lunch. And they
Looks
are about
good.
to spit out some lunch if we're doing our job very well.
Yeah.
So here is how today's game is going to work. If you've seen this live, you will know that normally you would be holding up a phone in front of your head, and you would hold up, and a word would pop up on the top of your head, and then you would have to stand there. You would have to stand there, and people around you are going to try and help you guess what word is on that phone on your forehead without actually saying that word. So we have got some amazing people that have volunteered, having never met me in their lives before, volunteered to come up on the stage and potentially make a fool of themselves. But that's what this is all about. And also share their tech knowledge. And so what I have done is, with the wonderful help of Mr. ChatGPT, Miss ChatGPT, I have generated a number of categories of lists. Are they good or not? We will find out, but they will certainly be some level of funny. And they are categories. We're going to choose each time. And then it's going to be 1 minute for everybody that's guessing. There's going to be 5 words that are generated per time. So 5 words. You got to guess as many as you can in 1 minute. That's the game. Cool.
All right.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So
got
we
it.
need to share
Humans
your
versus
screen.
robots.
It's shared. Yeah, it's shared.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's on there.
Okay.
I just have to point out that when you said technology, I thought you were going with technology. And so that made me like, wow, technology. It's this technology, like there's a word play there.
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, that's
technology.
a talk title somewhere
Yeah,
in there.
like
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you some technology.
There you
I
go.
don't know.
Ah.
We're dropping knowledge everywhere. Is it up there? Are we good?
And knowledge.
Yeah.
All right. So what's great for all of you who are watching right now is you will all on the stream, and if you're out in the audience, you'll be able to see the words that are going to appear on the screens off to the side. Our person who is standing here will not. So just a note for y'all, you're going to at some point have to turn around and look at the screen. You'll get that word, and then I'll let you know when we're moving through. You do also, PJ, have the opportunity to skip. Okay, so you can say pass, and we can go on to the next one.
Okay.
1 minute, 5 words.
1 minute, 5 words.
You think you got it?
I'm going first.
You're gonna demo for us first. I got one
demo,
loaded up.
live demo.
Any
Yeah.
specific
Fantastic.
rules we shouldn't break?
What's that?
Any specific rules?
So
we
the
shouldn't
only
break?
you cannot say the word,
Okay.
but you can do like surrounding things to the word. So like I saw a great example on the demo that I sent out. So it was who was it? Like Prince Harry, and it was like the Queen's nephew or the Queen's grandson. It was like you can say those kind of things, and then people got to guess through that.
Gotcha.
But the key here is we're going for funny. We're going for silly. So if maybe the word is
Make you laugh.
maybe if JavaScript is the word, it's the worst programming language in the world.
Boo.
I am just realizing how short my shorts are now on stage.
I'm just realizing how short I am.
And so just before this went live, by the way, PJ came over and he said, I think we should add a new category, which are going to be tech acronyms. And so he is
That's a
he
good
is
one.
being punished with tech
I
acronyms.
have to do acronyms first.
Oh,
man,
you
here we go.
100%
I
do.
just
Wait,
started
so
working in
we
tech
could
3
just
years ago.
we could say the long version of the acronym.
Oh,
Right?
but that, I mean,
That makes it really easy.
you're not, I mean, you say that, but you have a 1 minute to guess this.
Okay.
All right. So can we get our first word up on the screens? Don't show it to PJ. All right, so this is our first word.
They're not up there. You're good.
on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Our timer is there. All right, so PJ, are you ready?
No.
Heads up,
Okay,
heads
yes,
up
now I
helpers,
am.
are you ready?
Yeah.
Ready.
As
All
ready
right,
as I'll
here
ever
we go.
be.
So in 3, 2, 1, start that timer.
Okay, if you're a football player, what do you do with the ball?
Throw it.
Another word for that.
Pass.
Yes.
Boom, got it. All right.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, thank you.
I was like, where is she going
What
with
does
this?
pass stand for?
Tunnels.
Tunnels?
Yep.
Platform as a service is what PASS stand for.
Virtual
So this is you're
machines. How do you
telling
get
people to
into
be
a virtual
quiet.
machine?
What do you say? Shh.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's your secure shell.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
okay,
yes,
okay,
yes.
okay.
All right. You got 30 seconds left on the
These
clock.
are
Track
numbers
how you're
that
doing
matter
on
a lot.
something, metrics.
Metrics.
Yeah, you were there. You were there. Yeah,
KPI.
Yeah.
All
Oh,
right.
here we go. 2 more.
Okay, this is like AOL or
Amazing.
Comcast.
This is why you get a VPN.
Of provider. No.
Yeah,
why-
yeah. What's the
Keep going,
acronym for
keep
it?
going.
IPS.
Close.
No,
Almost. Switch it.
IP. ISP.
Yeah.
ISP.
What
Got
does it
it.
stand for?
Internet service provider.
Okay. All right.
People are
So this
obsessed
is
with
like
it
super
nowadays.
hot right now.
Oh, and we
Oh.
hit time.
ML.
Last one was ML. Don't give it away because these are actually going to be randomly generated. So some of these may come up again for some of you.
All right.
So what did I get? 3?
What's that? You got
4?
4. You got 4. 4 in
Nice.
1 minute, so not bad. So
Thank you.
that's-
Yeah,
big round of
that's right.
applause.
I'm very
Okay,
used to
so-
one person in a large room clapping
Yeah,
for me.
but
So that's perfect.
anybody spit out their food?
Yeah, can
That's
we
the question.
back to the main stage? So, if anybody is watching out there in the audience and you are like, I got this, I've got technology, I can figure this out, come on up to the stage, join us. You can help. You can be a helper for a heads up, or you can be a participant, or both. So, if you want to come up, or if you volunteered and now you've changed your mind, come up anyways. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Also, we'll bribe you with stickers. I have a ton of GitHub stickers up here. Just come grab them. But if you come up here, I'm going to be like, okay, now come grab a mic and play with us.
These are
All right.
not free.
Yeah,
That's right.
So,
no such
the-
thing as a free lunch.
The other part to this that PJ didn't get that all the rest of you are going to is you are going to get to choose a category. I'll give you the categories you can choose.
All right. All right.
So, and I will also say, I originally planned, I found a great React project that was out there that was 5 years old. That was like an open source version of the actual Headbands game. And I said, when I found this, I'm like, I am going to make this project work. 6 hours of my conference later, trying to deploy a 5-year-old React project. The moral of that story,
Contribute to open source more.
go and take a course. And there's some courses that are great, maybe on this stage. But what I will say is that same, and I'll share this project out afterwards. They actually did this just for Disney. So they released a version you can play. It's called like Wait Up Game. And it's just like all Disney characters. And it's really, really fun.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
if y'all want to play this, because I know you were really excited, there's a really great Disney version if you're a Disney fan. So, all right. So who wants to go next? Whoever wants, just step right up.
All right.
All right.
Go
All
ahead.
right. And by the way, introduce yourself.
I am Bonnie Shulkin. Thank you.
Yes,
Yay.
famous Bonnie.
That's right. I mean, I really need no introduction.
All right.
That's yeah.
That's right.
So, Bonnie, what would you like to be your category? Categories to choose from are databases,
Uh-huh.
languages,
Uh-huh.
frameworks, cloud, which is a lot of things,
Like cloud in general. It's a loose definition.
many things. Companies, like big tech companies, or acronyms.
I'm going to go with acronyms.
All right,
Wow.
acronyms.
All
right.
There
Let's
again.
All right. She's playing hard mode.
All right, so,
Oh, yeah. No, the other sounded scary to me.
all right, acronym 6. I really wanted to show off the very cool script that I wrote in Google Apps, but it's not for today. All right, here we
Ready
go.
for prod.
Okay, let me share my screen in StreamYard again. Present, share screen, developer heads up. Boom. All right, let's get this up on the sides. And on our live stream. I'm assuming they can
suspense
see
is
this.
killing
Are you sharing it
I know
correctly?
my heart is going a mile a minute.
Yeah, it should be there now.
Touch. You have to have it open.
Oh, wait, what?
Click
I
the-
think
click
he's
the
trying to get your
presentation,
attention
now
up
full
front.
screen it.
Or
Oh, I see. No, I don't think so.
Make it bigger?
he wants it to be
Yeah,
bigger.
Oh,
he's
I
saying
see.
bigger. I did this earlier.
Bigger?
Make
We
the
good?
button bigger.
Now
There
we're
we
both
go.
trained.
Perfect.
Text,
Okay.
Sorry.
All
There we
right.
go.
Okay.
So,
Oh, I didn't see it. I
Okay,
swear.
good.
Okay.
So she says, all right, 1 minute on our clock. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, let's go.
It's a type of
Dodge?
car. Dodge.
Oh, Viper?
No.
a
RAM,
truck. Yeah.
RAM,
Yeah.
random
It stands
access
for?
memory. Random access memory.
Yeah.
Sorry,
All right.
I won't
Okay.
turn anymore.
Ship
Oh.
it.
Ship it
Just
fast.
ship it fast.
Travis.
Move fast break things.
Jenkins.
Circle.
Travis,
CI,
Jenkins.
CI/CD.
Yes.
Oh,
Boom.
what's it stand for?
Continuous integration, continuous delivery.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Bam.
oh
The internet.
The internet.
The internet. Yeah, the
World Wide
first
Web.
part of the email of the URL.
Yeah, World Wide Web, www.
No, before that.
No,
Before that.
HTTP.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hypertext, something protocol.
Transfer. Boom.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good enough.
You got it.
Oh.
We did this one before.
Spectrum, Comcast.
Oh, ISP, Internet
Yes.
Service Provider.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh.
it's
It's always the problem.
It's always this.
DNS. Domain name service.
All right,
Boom.
DNS and
Bravo.
I love it.
all,
Amazing.
all 5 people on stage going, it's always the problem. And she gets it.
So this is what I was hoping would happen is we're just going to have a collective opportunity to give hard time to our common problems. Today is about empathy and sharing our struggles together.
It's a therapy session.
This
It's
is a
great.
therapy session
Oh, that's
for
right.
devs.
Tomorrow's keynote is therapist.
I
That's
love
right.
So we're just getting ready.
We're
There
just
is a
prepping.
through line from all of these talks. I love it. Everything that comes live. So by the way, if you are here in chat right now and you are watching, so we can go back to the main stage,
Yep.
you can actually submit words that you want to add in here. I will add them live to
Whoa.
our list. So again, I will not let you
What's
have
wrong with
access to
that?
this because things could go very, very poorly.
I'm gonna pull up
But
the
our
live stream
categories
comments.
are
Live stream
databases,
comments on your phone.
languages,
Ice cream flavors.
frameworks, cloud,
All
companies, and acronyms.
Okay.
And again, there will be some repetitions here. So some people will get it easy, but some will get it very hard. It all depends on which randomization algorithm I use.
I feel like we should pick a category first and then see who wants to do the
Oh,
category.
Oh, okay.
Next category.
You know
Okay.
what's really nice about having a co-host who actually like thinks of these things? Is I don't have to. I love it. All right, so let's go. Let's go. Languages.
Languages.
All right, take
Yeah.
languages.
All right,
Let's go.
Avi.
All right.
You got
I
this.
only know JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. I would
That's
not.
the only language.
No.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
avoided this one because I would just embarrass myself.
Hi, everyone. This is Avi.
Yep.
And I'm here to guess the languages. Let's see how it goes.
All right.
All right.
You got it. You got this.
All right.
Your first language is French.
Yeah, exactly. Esperanto.
All right. So we should be able to go full
Full-screened. All good. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so
Don't rock.
this is like a
Clueless.
precursor to Java.
Oh, wait, no, time
we
out.
gotta
Oh, wait,
stop.
it's not ready
Oh,
yet. Oh,
sorry.
All right. So are you ready?
Yes.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
It's very positive.
Everyone learns it in college.
It's
C++.
like a precursor.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
Snakes.
Snakes.
Python.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
that's
job.
easy.
I think it's.
What's a thing that you step on and it tells you how much you weigh?
Ah,
okay.
yes.
Oh.
Okay.
Scala.
Yeah.
All
Good one.
I was going for yeah.
Okay,
the
like the
best
first
language.
one, but a different.
JavaScript.
No.
It's Microsoft. Microsoft.
Java for
C#.
Microsoft.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Android.
Better than Java.
Android, the new language.
Yeah.
Kotlin.
Yeah.
So
I gave the
Sorry.
worst
That's
clue.
easy.
Better than
You got
Java,
a
like
five.
every language.
And now you got a 5
Just
in
kidding,
40
Java fans.
seconds.
Yeah.
All right. Nice work.
So,
Nice
no,
work.
it's all right. You're gonna get to go again, and we're gonna choose like
We'll
the,
do new
we're gonna do
categories.
new
Yeah, you don't have to
categories.
leave it. You're
All right.
stuck
Yeah.
here now.
So, all right. So,
Round 2.
It's like The
oh,
Shining.
you want to do a round? You want to do
If
another
you
language
win, you
round?
got to keep going.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
you got 5? Go to another cat.
Let's go.
It's
Hold on,
like-
Bobby
Okay.
got all 5.
Well,
too.
you win, but you kind of lose.
All
So,
right. I love that this comes up after Bonnie. This is a good idea. All right.
Really good.
Are we going to go to a different category now?
Gotta
You wanted
be.
languages?
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah,
going to give you
yeah.
frameworks.
You wanted languages too.
Well, you keep going. I'll do languages after.
Don't worry, you're not going to win the next one.
Okay. I'm
Confidence.
glad I didn't volunteer for frameworks.
All right, here we go. So
Startups from the last year.
Quick slides, frameworks, running script, 3. All right.
All right.
all right, I'm not going to start before time this time. I promise.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
We were going to kick you
Bonnie's
off
just too
stage.
excited up here.
I now understand the rules.
You're a rule breaker.
That's
You
right.
did not put up
A
with that.
rebel. That's me.
So what I will also say, and I love that this about ChatGPT, is its interpretation of databases, frameworks, a lot of these other things should be taken with a very big grain of salt. Yeah. And like I said, if you're watching this live, you want to submit words, or if you're here in the audience eating lunch and
We
you've
can
got
take more
we will
participants
take
for
more
sure.
participants. We'll also take more
More
words.
the merrier.
You
That's
can
right.
deliver them
Yeah.
in chat.
Come
All
be
right.
weird with us.
So
It's fun
now,
up here.
Should we go from 1 minute, or should we start from where you finished and give you 30 seconds?
Sure.
Let's bring it down to 30 seconds.
All
Yeah,
right.
30 seconds for the
Avi.
second round.
You did that in 30 seconds?
He was
Good job.
He
Bess.
was smoking.
All right.
No, we were good
Here we
for
go.
the
Pressure
gifts.
mounting.
the hard one was Scala.
All right. So we got him up on the side, please. All
Okay.
right. So
right.
it's up on the
Wait,
side.
wait.
Are you ready? 30 seconds.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1. Let's go.
The OG node framework.
And it's a train that doesn't make all the stops.
Oh, a
Uh,
men's
Express?
clothing store.
Yeah, there we
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
the great.
It's a novel by F.
Mark
Scott
Techson.
Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one some people think is the best, but it's not.
We didn't talk about
It's
it.
the last. It's not the last one,
Framework,
but
Your
framework.
talk. Your talk.
So React framework.
Oh,
Yeah.
next.
Yeah.
Haha.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
all
I don't
right.
know
This
that
is like a
Time.
campfire.
Time.
Oh,
But you
that
got
was
another
good.
That's
That was
pretty
good.
good.
Yeah,
Got another
nice,
3.
nice.
Not too bad.
Yeah,
All right.
impressive.
You
Eight
feeling
out of
it?
eight. Yes.
Nice. All right, so
Let's give up.
let's switch it up. So our next one, do we want to do so we have companies. We could also that one's going to be a lot of shade being thrown. So I feel like depending on whether you want to get in
That was
trouble,
gonna get spicy.
it's going to get real
Yeah.
spicy. I need to add,
Every answer is CrowdStrike.
or it will be. All right, so
I
let's
think companies.
companies.
Yeah,
All right, who wants
for
to do
sure.
companies?
Okay.
I
don't
think
think
Rachel does.
I'll do companies.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll try.
All right.
Straight
We'll see
out,
how it
straight out.
goes.
Take it on.
Love it.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Rachel Yamtube. I love digital accessibility. And I'm ready to maybe guess some companies.
When'd you talk?
My talk's tomorrow at 10:30 if you want to learn about accessible component libraries.
And
Yeah.
who doesn't?
You do.
All right, we got them up there. We're good to
I don't
go.
know why I'm stretching like this.
So,
It's a
so
difficult
again,
activity.
for anybody watching, these
Gotta
are
be
all under the
limber
category
for,
of company. They're like big tech companies. So
Okay.
that's our category now.
Okay.
Let's get a minute on the clock. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Candy used to work here.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
Payments.
It's big.
PayPal?
Yeah.
It's all the teens used
Oh,
it back in the
yes.
day.
The
Bonnie's
teens?
got it. Bonnie's got it.
Snaps?
Yeah. They make PDFs.
Adobe?
Yeah. You got it.
You stay at random strangers' houses because of this
Oh,
company.
Airbnb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good clue.
OG long
Big
Windows.
company.
C sharp.
Yeah, Windows.
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 Am I too young for
GitHub.
this?
You probably
They
are.
own
Microsoft?
GitHub.
Is it
Yeah,
just
my-
Microsoft?
Pause the timer.
That's 24
All right.
seconds.
24 seconds.
Oh, we
Nice.
need
Are
more.
you
They
ready?
need
Are you
more.
ready
More
for the next
Rachel.
round?
Yeah, what's my next?
It's going to be the same one. We're
Same
just going to
one?
add it
Okay.
again. You're going to keep going.
All
So
right.
you can get another 5.
Oh,
Let's do
and
some
24
more
seconds.
companies.
Oh,
We
they
only
can.
have 24
They can.
seconds. Let's do
Oh,
this.
let's
You got
do
it.
Believe in
this.
you.
All right,
Yeah.
I got to regenerate them, which
Big
will
money,
probably
big
take
money.
me longer than 24 seconds.
Okay, well.
Here we go. Let's see if the algorithm is on your side. All right,
Wow.
5
It
companies.
rarely is for me.
Rarely is. All right, here we go. And, ooh, there we go. This one's going to get spicy.
All right. I'm ready to throw some shade.
I shouldn't have said that.
All
All right,
right.
so
Oh.
you ready? All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Self-driving cars.
Electric
Tesla.
cars that
Electric
break
cars.
along.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Also
Search engine.
self-driving
Also
cars.
self-driving cars? Waymo?
Search engine.
Did you
Owns
beat me,
owns Waymo.
Owns Waymo? Oh,
Yeah,
Toyota?
it's
No.
like
No.
it was,
The search
it was-
engine.
at first, it
Oh,
was a search
Google.
engine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Makes
Phones.
Company makes
Phones,
phones.
TVs.
Galaxy.
Samsung.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can eat it.
The other kind of phone.
Mac-
You can eat it.
Oh,
Steve
Apple.
Jobs.
Apple.
Yeah.
Apple.
Got it.
We'll
Yeah,
give it,
we're gonna
we'll give
call
it to you.
that.
We'll
Yeah,
give it to
that
you.
was
I got it.
Wow.
I got 1 on the clock.
Yeah.
That's OG.
You guys.
Yeah.
It's 2 seconds
All
over.
right.
Yeah.
Awesome.
She's got the longest streak now.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Rachel.
Everybody. All right, let me see what's going on chat. See if we
Chat,
got
see
any
what chat
more
has to
ideas
say.
Yeah,
here.
let's see.
So chat, you can throw these in here. I will add them in if you got some none coming in. If you want to just come up to the stage, off to the side,
We are
we'll
looking
add
for
some
more
in there
people
as
to
well.
play.
But
Don't be
if you come
nervous.
up to the
Line
stage,
for
you
words.
might get drafted.
Bring
Oh.
your stomach full
So,
of carnitas up here.
All right, so I think our next category is going to be. I love that nobody's going to want to touch this one. I don't blame them because I'm not sure.
Databases.
Is it
Uh,
databases?
It's gonna be databases.
Databases.
All right. This is what
Oh,
you
that's
get,
gonna
Ken,
be
for
This is
waiting to
not
be
going to work
last.
very
So
well.
I will give you.
We're all
so,
front end.
so Ken, you can have databases or cloud.
Oh God.
No, we'll give Ken.
I'll embarrass myself less with databases, but
All right.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
database.
Let's do it.
Well, the goal is to entertain people. So as long
Yeah.
as
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
entertaining,
you
yeah.
volunteered. You're like, it's going to be frameworks. I'm going to be good.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
you know what? I'll do
We're
frameworks.
struggling with
Yeah.
databases.
Oh, well.
Everybody's.
Yeah.
I don't know. ChatGPT struggle. You're going to see ChatGPT struggle too. All right, here we go. Great slides. Let's get
So fuzzy.
some databases.
Oh, the sweatshirt.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
sweater. It's comfy, but it is
All
fuzzy.
right.
I can see it floating off of
Yeah.
you.
I know. I'm
Yeah,
like a dog.
the spotlight.
I don't want to look over at whatever's happening over
Man,
here.
some
The
people
words
are
might pop up. PJ's just
I
fuzzy.
know.
it's
I
no
got
big deal.
accused of
I gotta
cheating
say-
right off the bat.
So
Yeah.
Oh.
this will be. I have. Good luck, Ken.
Oh, geez.
But also, we believe in you.
Yeah, you got
Yeah,
this.
this is not a one-player game.
Exactly.
So-
If we fail as a
We
group.
fail together.
Yes.
So let's get it up on the side. Again, the category is databases-ish.
Okay.
So-
I have something for this if
All right.
no one else
So-
does.
Okay.
Ken,
I
Ken,
mean,
are you ready?
yeah.
We can get him going.
Okay.
All right.
Kent, are you ready?
I am.
All right.
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
The Juliet character from West Side Story.
Oh my God, that's exactly what I was
Maria?
thinking too.
Yeah.
Maria?
And then
Spanish
add-
word for
add
Mary?
the category
Add
after
the
it.
category after.
Maria database.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Never heard of it.
Intergalactic
universe.
stars.
Yeah.
Galaxy.
Carl
Yeah,
Sagan
Galaxy,
show.
universe.
Carl Sagan show
I
about
don't.
space.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Um,
You
We
can also
got-
pass if you
What
want
is?
to.
all right.
We'll
Pass.
pass this one. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, you'll know this one, but I don't know how to describe
Well,
it.
generate. Cars
Okay.
have it.
So like
It generates
Cars have it?
electricity.
TNT is
Dynamite.
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it sounds
Dynamite
like that.
DP.
Yeah,
there we go.
Bunny.
Big giant company.
Yeah, big,
Yeah,
big.
There it is.
It's,
Oh,
it's a
Oracle.
river. It's a river
Oracle.
in,
The other one.
in South
They do a lot
America.
of cloud stuff too.
Microsoft.
And
They deliver goods.
They ship
They
everything
deliver
to
stuff
you
to
in
your
2
house.
days.
Amazon.
Started as a
Okay,
rock
and
star.
And then
Yeah. Which one?
Which
Which
thing
one?
is their
Yeah.
what is their database called?
Isn't
There's
it
a
Dynamo
relationship.
TV?
No.
Or
That's
No.
one of them.
it's gone.
Did we die?
We're
Did we
all
get-
done.
Yeah, I never would have gotten
It was already
Amazon,
there.
That's
yes.
the hardest category.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
was
God.
rough.
I'm struggling too.
I'm even gonna.
We need some back end devs up here.
What's that?
We need some
Yeah,
back
do you
end
have any
devs up here
back
for
end
that
devs in the house?
category.
We got a lot of
Yeah.
front end up here. You know what though, Ken? Because I feel like that one was you took a bullet for the team.
Yeah,
So I feel like
team.
So you're
going to
give me
frameworks.
cloud.
We're gonna
Thanks.
give you
Yeah.
We're gonna give you
Yeah, it's like
That's a great
reward
trade,
or
Ken.
punishment. You
Frameworks.
never know.
And they're all going to be back end frameworks.
They're all
Mobile frameworks, actually.
all right, let's add this in here. Custom menu and frameworks.
I was lost.
That was, in
Yeah.
fairness, I'm
I
pretty sure
know.
ChatGPT.
Me
Wait, what
too.
was the one that
Oh,
was
Mario?
Carl Sagan show?
Oh, Cosmos.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Cosmo DB.
See, when
Cosmo
you've
TV.
taught teenagers astronomy for summer after summer, you know Cosmos.
You know Cosmos.
Oh.
You guys are
All
watching
right.
the video today.
So
Exactly.
we have got our
Exactly.
next round up on the board. We're giving Ken frameworks because
Okay.
he deserves it after that.
Absolutely.
After that, everybody deserves that
That's
after
right.
that database round. Any database engineers in the audience are just like, you should have just said SQL, no
Come on,
SQL.
be honest.
Two kinds of databases.
Right.
Vector, that's
Yeah.
three.
Yeah.
That's three. That's for all y'all in the house for data stacks. All right, so here we go. So we got 1 minute on the clock. Ken is getting the frameworks that he loves or hates, who knows. 3, 2, 1, let's do it.
Really
Rich Harris.
skinny.
Yeah, so delightfully
Really
slim.
skinny.
Rich Harris.
Slim.
Svelte.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rich Harris. Thank
Okay,
you.
Python
website. You run it on
Django.
Yeah,
No,
but
no, the other one.
The
The other
less, the
Oh,
less,
shoot, I don't know.
like
oh,
a
okay.
lab.
What
when
is
you
it?
You
have
can,
it
you can
When
pour
you want
water
to
in it,
put
hot
whiskey
water.
and put it in your
You can put
pocket.
hot water in this.
No,
No.
skip.
Whiskey and put it in your pocket. Okay.
I don't know that one.
Okay,
so not
Flash.
slow, but
Fast.
and
Yeah.
make
Fastly.
calls with code.
Fastly? No.
No.
Make call.
Like
yeah,
if you
so
like,
like
invoke
on the
you wanna
client,
grab
you want to
data.
go to the server, and the server
Yeah,
has
what is
a-
the back end called?
Endpoints.
endpoints.
It has
Yep.
or
endpoints.
restful.
So-
This was
restful.
supposed to be
endpoint.
easy.
All
Justify.
right, we're passing that one.
Okay,
Skipping
All
that
right,
one.
go. No, keep going.
Oh,
Kind of like
Okay.
next, but not.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
next.
next but
Next.
confused.
Yeah, good one, good one.
Okay, now what that
Now-
framework is for?
Yes.
what it's for. Building websites. I
Okay,
think.
so what-
What's not
Yeah,
to
you
admin?
cannot
What's the
not
word
stop
for
and
What's
you
not to
admire
admin?
the-
Not
View.
React, but
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good
There we
job,
go.
you.
That was supposed to be easy.
What I will say,
You guys were kind of all
come
shouting
on.
at you at once too, which
It's
that's
kind
pretty
of hard with
easier.
everybody shouting at
so I will say that you got all the JavaScript frameworks, and that's really all that
Yeah,
matters.
what was the
That's
one that I
right.
skipped?
So you skipped
Fast API.
Fast
Fast
API.
API.
Fast API. What is
And
that?
Flash.
Right?
And Flat. Yeah,
Flask.
Flat. I knew
Flask.
Flask.
I was
Flask.
trying to get
Get it.
whiskey pocket,
The other
but
Whiskey
Python.
Pocket.
yeah.
By the way,
Oh,
if you are watching this on stream and you are like, Andrew, these terribly generated things aren't really frameworks, jump on and give us some love
Give
and
us
give
a
us some
real
suggestions.
Yeah, it's the man in the arena. Don't complain. Jump in the
Exactly.
arena and help.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
All right, so who wants
Bonnie
to go next?
only went once.
Bonnie's going to
Yeah,
go
let's
again.
have Bonnie
So
go
Bonnie-
again.
As did
Get up
you,
here.
but that's
And
okay.
I
Yeah,
feel like
I'm
You're the
host.
I feel like
I
Bonnie has
see.
earned Cloud.
Yeah.
No, that's not earned. I'm sorry.
No,
That's nobody deserves Cloud.
She's
Can't wait for
voluntold.
Cloud. We'll just be like the good one,
All right,
That's right.
the other
lay
one,
it on me, whatever
All right,
you
let's
want.
do it.
the
You
one
know what?
everyone uses.
All right, what do we think? Bonnie, Cloud or companies?
Probably companies, but
Yeah.
cloud might be more
We're
entertaining.
going to do Cloud.
Let's try
right?
it.
Bonnie,
Okay.
thanks for
Like,
taking
she was
that
like,
one.
I feel like I
What
prefer
is
Yeah.
the cloud
companies.
anyway?
And Andrew was like, good.
So you get a
Cloud it
choice,
is.
but not really.
In fairness, Cloud is also kind of companies. So
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Okay.
fair
Yeah.
point. Fair point.
Tracks.
It's more constrained than companies, so maybe this is a good thing.
He's going to surprise
The
us.
one
It's gonna
people
be like
yell at the most.
Cumulonimbus.
It's exactly what I was thinking. Cirrus.
No,
Yeah.
why didn't I not do that?
Too late.
Next time, 2025, we're back.
2025.
It's a
all
date.
clouds.
So let's share this bad. Oh, wrong kind of share. Slideshow. All right. So Bonnie,
Yes.
we've got him up there. Our first one is there again. Cloud has a company's feel to it, but
Okay.
more constricted. So ready?
Yes.
All right. In 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
When you go to the beach, you see this.
Sand.
Swimming
Oh,
in it.
ocean.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then like
First
not
word.
Make
analog,
it
but-
technological.
Ocean.
No.
Digital.
Yeah,
Yes.
other way around.
Other way
around.
Digital ocean.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, nope.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
All right, you got
Okay,
this. Come
okay, so it comes out of a tree.
Sap.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And then,
And then the category we're in,
Oh, SAP Cloud or SAP
Good.
Cloud?
Yeah.
Good enough.
Counts.
Okay. This is,
analytics.
Google does this
Oh,
one for
it's
authentication.
very hot,
Yeah.
and there's
SAP Desert.
No.
No, we moved
it's,
on from SAP.
It's
Oh,
real
okay.
time. Their big thing was three-way data binding.
Ooh.
I don't
Okay,
know
you
if
see,
you-
this is where I embarrass myself.
Okay.
Not water, but
Ice?
no.
No.
the
Well,
hot-
other one, the
Steam.
hot
Steam.
No,
No, the one
not
which
water.
burns you.
What do we use
Earth,
to
wind, and blank.
Earth, wind,
Fire.
and blank?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then,
And then
data blank.
Oh, Firebase.
Yeah.
Okay.
5
they
seconds.
host Next.js apps.
The one who's behind Next.js.
Oh, Vercel.
Yes.
All right. I think I'm done.
They sponsor
That's
all of the
It's time.
podcasts.
You got 4
Yeah.
out of 5 though. 4 out of 5 ain't too
4 out of
bad.
5's pretty good.
Bonnie
No.
takes the Cloud one for us.
Bravo.
Thank you.
All right.
That's
Yeah.
impressive.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So all of our players that are up here will keep going until y'all get bored of us.
We-
But if you are out in the audience,
Let's just take our microphones and give it to people.
do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do
All
it.
right.
You're
Fun.
about to be
yourself.
I see
voluntold.
one.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, grab
Okay.
some people. Come on, get up here.
Voluntold.
No,
Let
no,
everyone
no.
come and
Come on.
play.
Get
Yeah.
up here.
Andres, I've got
This,
my
yes.
eye on you.
Yes.
Yes, Mika.
Yes.
So we're coming out into the audience to get you up. I love the idea of just audience crowd work. This is crowd work,
I feel like
everybody.
all 4 people were like, yeah, like I'll play. And then they said,
All right,
now
here's
we're going to
one.
make other people
Hey.
play. Fantastic.
All
Fantastic.
right.
Yes.
All right.
That's cool too.
Here we go.
This
Who
is
wants to
everything
go?
I wanted.
I feel like
Everything
we
I
really,
wanted.
I feel like we really should just have had all of our keynote speakers up here to do
Oh,
this.
yeah. Yes.
You got
All right,
some
here we
people?
go.
With a
All
quick
right, we got one more to come up on stage.
Who wants to come up on stage?
One more to give this a
I'm not
try.
playing. I'm just getting my stuff.
Where do we got?
Oh, you
I'm,
couldn't
I'm
convince
still trying
anyone.
to find someone.
I believe that you can. I believe in you.
Kent is wandering out to the main
Kent's
lobby.
gone. No, Kent's gone. Kent's,
Oh, he already
Kent's
gave his
handed
away.
it
I was
off.
like, he's already
Kent has handed it off.
won.
All right, we got one more spot.
We got one
Yeah,
more
Someone
spot.
join us.
Any takers?
All right, Vinder, we'll go with 3.
We can do 3. That's
We
all
can do
good.
3. We're
All
good.
right.
Do you
We
wanna- you
appreciate
can
your
stay up,
service,
too.
though. Thank you.
I'm probably gonna go get some lunch.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it's time
All
to
right.
eat. Time
Thanks.
to eat.
Thank you. All right, so another 3 on our stage.
I'm ready. Great.
So we've got 3 more willing victims. I don't know. You picked up the microphone when somebody went out in the audience. So you know the rules to the game. Words are going to go up. We're going to give you guesses
Clues.
or
We'll do
clues
our
on the
best.
side. You got to guess the word.
That's one.
Cool. All right.
Yes.
Do we have another one?
Yes.
Hey, let's go.
All the way over to stage left. Yeah. Did I say that right? I always get stage left and stage.
All right.
Wait, no, it's
So our category is going to be languages. Who wants to take languages? All right, take it. Take it. Introduce yourself to our awesome live streaming audience and everybody else.
Hello, yes, my name is Andres, Andres Pineda, software developer, dealing these days with cloud, but back in the days I was doing mostly with mobile applications, but
first.
very community driven also, so you will find me
He's guessing.
in other conferences as well, so all communities. And here I am,
All right,
trying
so
to guess.
are you ready?
I am,
All right, so we got 1 minute on the clock. We're ready. Oh, let me full screen this.
yes.
there it is. Okay, let me know.
All right, we're full screen on the side for our words, our languages.
But you can
Are we ready?
Stick around and come ask him.
Do you know what's going on?
Here we go. We have to.
There's our
we have to
word.
give him this.
1 minute on the clock. This is a hard first one to
I
start
don't
with.
even know what to say. I'm
It's a
going to read
guy's
this to
name.
everyone
It's
else.
kind of a
Ready?
nerdy
All right, hold on, hold on.
3.
3, 2, 1, let's do it.
It's a guy's name. It's kind of a nerdy name. Can I say it
Lambda
rhymes
functions.
with something?
Yeah.
Rhymes with rascal.
Rhymes with rascal.
And, keep going, keep going.
Glasgow.
And
Haskell?
Haskell.
Hey.
Before Java was
I got
Oh,
straight A's. What did you get?
C sharp.
not sharp.
No.
Oh, C++.
Yeah. Drinking coffee.
You
Old
know
school
this.
language.
A coffee screen. Oh, Java.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when you want to do JavaScript but not.
Strongly typed.
TypeScript.
JavaScript, but worse.
And
This one is actually.
it's for engineers.
Oh my god.
What's it?
It's like for engineer, like real deal engineers. Like
With assembly?
What do you need?
Calculus.
What do you need for yoga?
yeah. What do you
Math.
use? What do you do yoga on?
MATLAB?
Oh, let's go. Pause. Oh, there we go. 2 seconds on the clock. Do you want to try and get another one in 2 seconds? I can give you one more language if you think you can get it.
Will you help me?
Yeah.
We're gonna try to help you.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, we're
I'm
gonna do our
gonna
best.
go find a word from our list and add it in there. Am I gonna make it hard? Who knows? I'm gonna give it this one just to get some people angry that are watching the stream.
Oh my god.
If you get it wrong, people are gonna be unhappy.
I'm stressed.
All right,
All
here
right,
we go.
Up on the side screens.
on the side screens. All right,
Okay.
2 seconds on the clock. Can he do it? 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Iron
Steal when it
oxide.
gets wet. Steal when it gets
Iron
wet.
oxide.
Iron.
Oh, iron.
Rhymes with mess.
Rust.
It
Oh!
was rust.
You know what? I'm gonna forget that was over the 2 seconds. You got it! Yay! All right. All right. Amazing. You're off the hot seat now. now
That's
you
right.
just get to relax. All
Now
right.
you get to
So,
give clues.
let's go. What do we want to do? Do we want to subject anybody to databases again?
That was so hard. I feel like we haven't gone to acronyms
Data-
for a while.
I feel like Kevin. I feel like your table really wants you to do databases.
They want it.
Love
Go
you.
for it.
We're your team now.
All right.
or
Let me switch.
you could completely blow them away and like win the category.
You
And
got
then what?
this.
I wake up.
Yeah. The prizes are a high five.
There are the
You get as
prizes.
many GitHub stickers as you can hold. Don't eat them. They're
Okay,
not
this
edible.
one. This is less bad. It's not.
This is
It's not great.
databases.
Yeah,
All right.
databases are back. They are. A thing.
Excel sheet? No, I'm kidding.
No.
It's a joke.
All right, are you ready?
All right.
Yeah.
No, that was a hard no if I've ever heard one. All right, let's do. And remember, you can pass if it's like not working for you. All right, so let's go in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
So very feminine name.
Mythical woman.
I
Remember,
got
it's a
nothing on
database.
this one. I got absolutely nothing. I don't even know
It
this.
turned into Astra.
It rhymes with Miranda.
All right, do you want to pass?
Pass.
Pass. Oh.
What's a
Like
rubber,
a rubber
band?
band.
made of?
Rubber
is
bands.
made of-
Yeah.
Stretch.
But
The
like
rubber
the type of
bands,
material
what's the material?
is
Stretchy.
when something is stretchy, it has this property.
Elastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then on Google, you
Look
do
for
a
something.
Search.
And then the
together.
name.
Put them together.
Elasticsearch.
Yeah.
Not yours, but
Mine.
and then the language that you use to search for things in a database.
Oh, MySQL.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Not water, but
Air.
No.
It's
continue.
burning.
Burning. Gas.
Earth, wind,
No.
and
Fire.
Yeah.
Firebase.
Pirates, yes.
And you sit on this to watch
You sit
TV.
I'm a potato.
You see them there?
Time.
You see
Oh, that's time. But you did
didn't
so
win.
well. Nice. Nice. Kevin, killing it.
We didn't get there with Cassandra, but
Yeah. So this is all educational for you as well. If you're watching here live on stream, if any of these are wrong, please be sure to let us know.
Yeah.
I will. I'll send an angry letter to OpenAI, which will not work.
Yeah.
All right. So next category is actually, you know what, Kevin? So you just survived a database round. I feel like you survived being a back-end dev for like 5 minutes, so you're good for life. You can choose the next category.
we've
So our
got
categories are
Please don't
our
hurt me.
categories
acronyms.
are databases, languages, frameworks, cloud, companies, and acronyms.
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 There
Okay,
you go.
for acronyms, you say the acronym and what it stands for.
Do y'all know sign language? Oh no.
It's over hard.
Don't worry, we've got you.
Okay.
We'll get you there.
By the way, if you're watching this and like it and you want the access to the sheet and the script that I use to build this out, I will share this all afterwards. All right, so
Fuzzy.
these aren't too bad. We've seen a couple of these before. All right, so here we go. Up on the screen, please.
Okay.
All right, here we are. Are you ready?
Sure.
Yes.
All right,
You're good.
in 3, 2, 1, let's do it.
It's how you measure progress at work. 3 letters.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, OKRs have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do we got?
Or you can pass.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
pass.
you
it.
can also pass if you want.
Pass.
Yeah. That's a hard one to get there. A robot that has an
Intelligent.
education.
AI.
But
No,
the
they
other
close.
one.
It's part of AI.
Part of the AI.
Part of the AI.
Subset of AI.
2 letters.
What a student does at school.
BS.
It's a part of AI.
No. So let's
So it's a robot, and what
you can
kids
pass
kids
too.
go to school.
Robot and what?
It's a robot. First letter.
first letter
A
a type
R.
of
A robot.
oh my god, this is
All right,
different.
do you want to pass?
Pass.
Pass.
I haven't gone.
The beginning of any
Internet.
URL, the first 4 letters of the URL.
www.
No,
the
the
first
other
one.
thing.
HTTPS.
Yeah.
There you go.
And this is what,
Hypertext.
oh, that's time.
It's not
Yeah,
a programming
It's
language.
not a program language.
It's not a language.
It's not a language. But people say it's one.
You
It's a
use it for
scripting
internet.
language.
You use it for the web. You use it to build websites.
With CSS.
Like JS.
Open and
no.
close
Now
brackets.
HTML.
Yeah.
Hey,
got
we
there.
got it. Nice.
Yo,
Big round of applause, everybody.
API is hard to describe.
ML was really hard. ML was intense. That was
It could have
awesome.
been deep learning.
What's that?
It could have been deep learning as well. DL.
Ooh, true. All right. Who is? Oh, are you ready?
Yeah,
Shubey?
I'm ready.
Are you
You're the
ready?
next one.
So, I feel like should we subject you to cloud? Should we give you companies?
Oh, cloud.
Cloud?
Well,
I
cloud.
feel like Kubernetes is maybe in here. I'm going to add it. You know.
How do we describe Kubernetes? It's too much. You probably don't need it.
You know what?
Depending
Is it
on what you're
actually in
building.
here? It's not, but I'm going to add it.
My friend did a talk using Kubernetes to build your blog is like cutting a chicken with a chainsaw.
All right, here we go. So let me add this. We're going to add some cloud for. All right.
Cumulonimbus. Wait.
This one's.
I'm bad with companies. I wouldn't do good with companies.
It's more cloudish companies, but I threw some Kubernetes in there for you. Whether
Just
it
to
actually
help.
works it. All right, so we're up on the side.
my mic on?
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
good. You're good. You're set.
So here we go. Are you ready?
Don't look.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
So you put your routers and stuff there.
Hang up
Network?
clothes.
Yeah, network. Yeah. What you use? It's a cabinet that you put your network.
Oh, okay.
It's where you're sliding servers into place.
And also servers.
Pass.
Okay.
All right, pass.
It's close to Netflix, but for in the name.
But in the cloud.
In the cloud.
The name is what's similar to Netflix. That's
Yeah,
it.
the name is similar.
Rhymes with Bedify.
Poster website.
They're sponsoring here.
Yeah.
They have great
and
socks.
They have
Lava
beautiful
lamps.
socks. Yeah.
AWS. Oh no,
No.
Cloudflare.
Oh,
Cloudflare, we got it.
Yeah.
And
Old school.
Old school.
Very,
computer
very old
company.
school.
The oldest.
3 letters.
Oracle.
Watson.
AOL.
No, continue.
Pass.
Yeah.
AWS.
Almost. The sales guys. Well, I mean.
Salesforce.
Hey!
But you got to go back. You got 2 seconds to get the last one.
That's it. No, it's over.
Oh,
It's
that's
over.
time. All
that
right,
was
big
IBM
Chevet. There we go.
Cloud.
Yeah.
Chevet, high five. It was good.
Extremely
What is the
old
first
school.
one? Network.
First one was Rackspace.
Oh, Rackspace. Yeah,
So-
I was going to get to Rack and Stack.
So, guys, let's see if we've got anybody else in the audience. I feel like we've got a few people maybe at the front here. Roxy was potentially going to do. I feel.
Anyone here want to play?
Roxy.
But yeah, see if you
You
can
guys
go and
wanna
find
play
anybody
with
that wants
us?
to come up on the stage. Go give them a mic. We got time for like one more round.
One more round.
One
Thank
more
you so
round.
much for coming and playing, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there's going to be a podcast here too. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Talk to me after this. Yeah. Like 12:30, we're gonna be done. So like the next 10 minutes.
Is it at 12:30 or is it at 1? It's at 12:30.
It's 12:30. Yeah, because they're gonna do open spaces.
Who wants to play?
Who's gonna
We got
come
anybody in
and
the
play
audience?
this game with us?
Hey, there we
Yeah.
go. We got a couple more. I feel like Clark is out there and should play
I
this.
feel like Clark should
I feel
play,
like
but
where's
also Clark's probably
Where's
busy.
Clark Highland?
Hello.
I feel like
I know.
Where am I going?
he hasn't been up on this
Clark's
stage.
real
yet.
busy. He said, PJ and Andrew, take care of the
Do
stage.
we got
I'm
anybody
not
else
gonna
out
be
there?
on.
Oh, we got some other people that are coming up. I
Come on
love
up
it.
and play.
I love it. We got
the
our audience.
game.
I need to check while we're waiting for this.
Oh, no.
Have we gotten any categories?
We
that
should also definitely do a category we haven't done as much.
Yeah. Ooh, we got We got one that was added to databases.
Oh, smart. Yes.
Andres
yes. Yes.
What am I doing? Why have I been summoned?
Come on up.
Okay, so
You're gonna play
I know the word, or
headband.
they-
So
All right.
a quick review of the rules. You will stand here when it's your turn. There will be words on the screens back here behind you, and we shout clues at you to get you to guess what that word is.
All right.
And it is related to tech somehow.
Somehow, I don't know. ChatGPT thinks it is. All right. Yeah, if we're not letting AI do our jobs for even prepping
Never
for these
again.
things, we're not doing good work. All right. So we're gonna start off with. We haven't done a lot of frameworks. We really threw Kent under the bus.
We were
and
like,
just
you'll
given him
get
more
this, don't worry.
frameworks.
And then they were the most confusing frameworks I've ever seen.
So we're gonna do a frameworks. Who wants to take a frameworks category?
I'll do it.
Yeah, you got
Yes!
it. All right, Travis, introduce yourself to the crowd.
I'm Travis, and I like frameworks.
Yeah.
All right, so let me get this lit up here.
Admitting it is the first step.
There's a lot of love out there. All right, let's get these slides in here. All right, farewell to Salesforce.
Ah, God, that's a horrible
Take that.
platform.
Take that. All right, so we are in frameworks. Let's get our slides up on the screen.
Perfect.
And are you feeling ready for this round, Travis?
I'm ready for anything.
Ready for anything? That's
Shenron
the
tattoo
famous
will carry you.
last
You got
words.
this.
All right, here we go. So in 3, 2, 1, let's do it.
So it is. It's. Do you remember that movie that
You
Jamie
guys can
Foxx
help.
was
Give
in?
hints.
I don't know.
Unchained.
Unchained.
Python.
Yeah.
Something unchained.
Oh, Django.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
nice.
guys can give hints to him to help.
Yeah. Keep going.
So
Keep
the word's
going.
up there behind you.
Means really skinny.
Back
It's a word that
on
means
us.
really skinny.
Oh, spell.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
JavaScript.
Not
There's a
React,
two.
not
Not
Vue.
React. Not Vue.
There's a 2
Oh,
version.
Angular.
Angular. Oh.
AI.
AI JavaScript.
you can also pass.
JavaScript.
AI job.
Gant Laporte has a book on this.
Is there any other hints I can get?
A word that means you're really nervous when you're like locked up like this. You're like really like, what would you describe this person?
And then you let
analogous
go.
to a vector.
I'll pass.
Okay,
Right.
a small piece of fire is called it like floats
ember.
on- Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and 5 seconds for the last
For the
one.
last one,
A
Okay, so
vector with water. Water is.
Wet.
All right, we got the timer. Travis, big run. It was TensorFlow. There we go.
Right, how do
All
we
right,
even-
amazing.
Hold
No,
on
you
the
hold
mic.
on to it because you're going to help
people
everybody
guess.
out there.
You're right.
Awesome. All right, thanks, Travis. All right, so let's give some more love to languages. Who wants to take a languages one?
Yeah.
All right, get up
Introduce
there.
yourself. Let us know who you are.
Hi, I'm Tyler.
Yes.
Yay.
All right, let's
All
get
right,
up
never
there.
mind,
Languages.
We're not starting
I like
clapping.
you, Tyler.
We like you. We believe in you.
Thank you. Back at you guys.
Tyler
Yeah.
likes languages.
We're doing languages.
Spanish.
Interesting. Very interesting.
All right.
You got a Heisenberg
9.
tattoo as well?
All right.
We're going to talk about tattoos later. you
All
and I.
right, here we go. Let's get them up on the stage,
Okay. All
on
right.
the screens.
Gems.
All right, here we go. And in. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Let's do it.
It's a
Gems.
gem.
Gems.
A
Red.
It's a red gem.
Ruby.
Yes.
Hey.
The
The worst language. JavaScript.
Yes. Best language.
It's
Not
a
plus
JavaScript.
plus.
TypeScript.
it's
the
a
other best
music
language.
note. It's a music note.
.NET.
Microsoft.
Yeah. Java for Microsoft.
I got A's, but you got
C Sharp.
C Sharp.
Yay. Not stop.
Don't
Don't
say.
stop.
It's got a little gopher logo.
Go.
Yeah. And Android, the new one.
Yep.
Android Studio.
No.
Oh,
The
the new
language you
language.
use to write Android apps.
Java.
Nope.
Well, yes,
Well,
but
yes.
no.
React
one.
Native.
No.
Mm-mm.
It's
Rhymes with
Xamarin.
no. Wow.
Wow.
Uh,
There's a lot of languages.
Yes. What does it rhyme with?
It rhymes with Boblin.
goblin. Yeah.
Kotlin.
All right, pause the timer.
Dang.
All right, so you're gonna try and get a couple more. I'm gonna load up more languages. You got 9 seconds. Our
See how many more you can get.
record, by the way, is 9. I think.
Is that
9.
really
I
the
think
record
9.
today?
Yeah.
Oh, you got 9 seconds to get 5 more.
Let's do it.
All right, let's add some more languages there. Create slides, more languages. All right, boom. And and some of them are there. May be some repeats here.
Some repeats,
Interesting.
you say.
All right, are you ready?
Ready.
All right, last 9 seconds. How many can you get? Here we go. Go.
New Android language.
Oh no.
You just said it.
React
Repeat.
Native.
Stop.
Xamarin.
Oh, and then the
Don't
Please
stop.
leave.
Don't stop.
Wait, what?
It's a repeat.
I
Don't
guess it's a
stop.
repeat.
Gopher.
that's it.
language.
That's time.
No,
Oh, okay.
we're gonna give him another. Can we get like 9 seconds back on the
Because there
clock?
are so many
Yeah, I
repeats.
guess
Yeah.
it throw me off
Yeah,
too.
it
if they're
throws you.
repeats.
All right, there are repeats that are here. I'll give you that
Yeah.
hint.
I think we failed Tyler. Tyler didn't
All right, here we
fail.
go.
Yeah,
So-
that was our fault.
There we go. We got 9 seconds here. Perfect. So 9 seconds. Amazing. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Don't stop.
Go.
Yay.
Joplin. Kotlin.
Goblin.
Goblin?
Rhymes
Kotlin.
with goblin.
Kotlin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said
You're writing websites in it.
Not JavaScript.
that. HTML.
It
It's the
seems
worst
old, but it's
language
still
out there.
here. It seems
There it
old, but
is.
it's never gonna die. It's not actually
Think
dead.
of,
3 letters.
It's-
I mean,
Angular
we're,
JS.
Three-
we're on
Over
top
time,
of
but
it.
I
Three
want to
letters.
see where this
I
goes.
do want to
Finish
see
it.
if we can get this one.
Three
right?
letters.
think of a doctorate degree
Not
and then
HTML.
replace one of the letters with
WordPress.
WordPress.
Oh, yeah.
CDN.
No.
Not JavaScript. Not HTML. Not CSS.
Everyone wrote their first websites in this when they was like the 2000s.
Oh my gosh, an HTML,
Not
CSS,
jQuery.
jQury, no.
All right,
Three
we're not gonna
letters.
give-
We're
We're not going to give it away. We're not going to get it. So I'm going to take that off the screen now.
First one.
And we're going to get our final 2 up here. We've got
At the
Abby
same
and
time?
no, not at the same time.
Oh,
we got
I
enough
was like,
time.
okay.
Brian. All right. So
You did all right, man. Sorry.
Yeah,
All right,
so
no, it's
Abby,
all
Brian, who wants to go
difficult.
first?
You did great.
what was the last one?
PHP.
All right.
Oh.
And what would you like? Would you like
I was trying.
cloud?
I
You can
get that.
have frameworks, companies, acronyms. What would you like?
I'll try acronyms.
Acronyms. All right. Let's do acronyms.
All right.
My name is Brian. I like TLAs.
Hi, Brian.
Brian.
All
How many
right.
that's have you been to, Brian?
5?
5 that's. Did you do
That's a lot
Texas
of
yet?
that.
No.
Here we
Texas
go.
was fun.
Texas
I wanted
was
to
fun.
do
All right,
Texas, but
full
it didn't
screen,
work.
Next
second
year.
last of the day. You ready, Brian?
Yeah.
All right, in 3, 2, 1, let's do it.
You use this to tunnel into your own network at home.
Global
Disguise.
Connect.
You got it. You said
VPN.
VPN.
Memory.
Yeah,
Memory in your computer.
Not a goat, but
ROM.
Yeah, right.
Your computer's address.
It's
Yeah.
our public address on the internet.
Mac. IP.
IP.
Yeah. Not HTML, not
Style
JavaScript.
sheets.
Cascading style sheets.
CSS.
I'm here to help.
Not CSS, not JavaScript.
The other one you got to use.
HTML.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, pause on the timer. I'm gonna add a
27.
couple more add-ons.
Brian's got a chance. I
Because
did
you got a
say
chance.
cascading.
You might take
You
it.
said the full thing.
I was like, what?
Come on, man.
In my mind, I went, this clue's going to be amazing. Because in my mind, I learned
There you
that the
go.
other day that's what that stands for.
Really?
So I'm like, no one else
All right,
knows this.
and again, remember there could be repeats here. In fact, I guarantee the first one will be a repeat. All right, 27 seconds on the clock. Let's get them up on the side. And 3, 2, 1, go.
You style your
Repeat.
websites with this.
CSS.
There we go.
Yeah.
Repeat.
Tunneling in.
VPN.
Repeat.
Repeat of
Address.
V6, V4.
your address. 129.0.0.1. The
How
first.
you communicate
the
across the
protocol.
internet.
Yeah.
Insecure protocol.
HTTP.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
It's
thing
always
that's
the problem.
Yep. Always for websites
GoDaddy.
going down.
Where
GoDaddy
you find
configures it.
where domain names are found on the internet.
Yeah. How you configure A records.
URL.
Oh, that
Oh,
was
so
almost
close.
so close.
But
That was what-
Brian, you just tied for the
Yeah.
the most
Most.
in this 9 of these. Way to go, Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
All right, so Brian, stick around for our last one. All right, Abby, to
Abby.
finish us off, what would you like? You can get companies, you can get cloud, languages, frameworks, databases. What would you like?
Well, we already did frameworks, so I guess we're doing companies.
Companies. There we go.
Companies.
I promise
to
nothing.
finish us off for
There's a
the
chance
day.
to throw shade.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Let me get them up here. 5 companies, 5. Okay. Yes. Get rid of our developer slides. Yes. Ooh, and we got some repeats here too.
Did you introduce yourself to the people yet?
Hi, I'm Abby Perini. You can visit my websites, abbyperini.com or abbyperini.dev to find out about what I do. I like talking and blogging about things.
Yes. I love it. All right, so you ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Get them up on the side. Last round of developer heads up of the day. You ready, Abby?
Nope, but we're going anyway.
In 3, 2, 1, let's do it.
Send a picture and it disappears
Chat app.
between people.
Snapchat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The name of
Well-
the company is
We'll get
Elon
it.
Musk
Elon,
owns this
Elon.
company.
Oh,
yeah.
Cars.
Cars.
Tesla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
GitHub's dad.
Big Windows.
Bill Gates owns this
Microsoft.
They own GitHub. Yeah.
C# stuff.
Saving files and sending it between people. Like the first one to do it.
Dropbox?
Yes. Old school.
NetSuite.
NetSuite. What else?
Think of Java.
They do MySQL too.
Yeah.
Red Hat?
Yeah.
Java, MySQL.
Yeah,
The
I'm
Matrix.
a fortune teller.
Red.
Oh,
red
yeah,
logo.
like-
red logo.
I can read my crystal ball and I
It's
can
a
see
tough
the
one.
future.
Yeah.
I
You're
am
a
a-
what? When you can see into a crystal ball, you're a
Psychic?
Yeah,
sort of, but it's a
almost. It's like a
Fortune
synonym,
teller?
synonym for
Starts with an O.
psychic.
Starts with an O.
Oh.
Ryan's
Oh,
good.
Oracle.
Yeah.
Pause it. We got 5 seconds on there. Can she get it? We've got time. She could
You
take
gotta
the
power
crown.
through these.
She could take the crown.
Just start naming companies.
Yes.
As many as you can think of.
That was a tough one. I couldn't.
That was tough.
I have been to a Java conference, and that's the only reason I got that.
All right, here we go. All right, are they in there? Good, we do. We got another 5 on there. You could take the crown. Let's get them up on the side. Final 6 seconds of heads up. Abby, 3, 2, 1, go.
The
Three
mainframe.
letters.
Mainframe.
Big Blue.
3 letters, oldest computer company.
Yeah.
IBM.
Yeah.
And finishes strong. I
That
love it. Abby, big round of applause. Amazing. And a huge round of applause for all of our guessers,
We
all of
brought
our
16
helpers.
people through this game.
16 people played today. Thank you all so much for coming up. You weren't expecting this. Thank you to all the volunteers who volunteered to come up here. This was amazing. Hopefully you enjoyed this on the live stream as well. Hopefully it was as entertaining for you out there as it was for us in here. So if you are wondering what is coming up next, we're going to let
Thank
you
you so
know
much.
in
You're
just
good.
a
Thank you.
second. Let me pull this up here. We'll let you know the schedule for the rest of the day. So we're going to be taking a little break right now until around 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we're going to be having a session of camper conversations with Sashi. At 2 o'clock, we're going to have James Quick back up on here for Developers of the World.
Yep.
We're going to have Jason on stage at 2:30 for Tech Commute Live. And then I'm going to be back on stage making a fool of myself live coding a battle snake with all of you at 4 o'clock today, our last stream of the day. So we're going to take a break now until 1 o'clock. We got some open spaces, I think, that are going to start soon. So thank y'all out there on the internet for tuning in and watching us, for hanging out with us, and we'll see you in a little while. Thanks, everybody.
Bye, 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 bye.
So we are. Not yet. All right. Thank you for joining us that conference live stream. Today I'm joined by all these attendees, and today's topic is about why it's important to go to an in-person conference. So I'm going to introduce myself first, and then we'll go down the line, and then we'll start with some questions. Myself, I'm Shashi Low. I'm a senior UX engineer at Microsoft. Came from Austin, Texas, but born and raised in Wisconsin. That's why I love this conference.
My name is Chris Nowicki. I am a freelance web developer for chrisnowicki.io. Looking for my first role as a developer in the tech industry after 17 years in aerospace defense, and from Cleveland, from Cleveland, Tennessee, not Ohio, but Cleveland, Tennessee. Yes, we do exist.
Hello. I'm Ellie. I'm a developer advocate at Pieces, and we're one of the sponsors here at that conference. What else are we supposed to say? I'm from Florida. I'm not a Florida man, though. I'm just a Florida girl. So that's it.
Hello, Ron. I'm Shvai. I'm also a developer advocate at Pieces for Developers. I'm originally from India and currently live in New Delhi. So flew in all the way from India. Super excited. My first ever DAT conference. I've been to a bunch of conferences more than 50 in the last 3 years, but this one has to be amongst the top 2. So super excited for this.
Top 2. I think you're going to 15 more. I think that's from what I've heard.
I'm Melissa. I'm a software engineer at Paperless, and I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So right here in the area.
Woohoo!
Hi, my name is Yoshia Zhang. I'm a senior software programmer from Green Bay, Wisconsin, and work for the city of Green Bay. So.
Woohoo!
Hello, I'm Richard, but you can call me Rich. I am a technical writer intern at AppRay, and I come from New Jersey.
Yes, hello. My name is Andres, senior cloud developer, AFL. Love open source, love communities, and I'm originally from Dominican Republic, but I'm living in Montreal right now, Canada.
Hi, I'm Roxy. I am a freelance front-end developer, and I am also looking for my first role. We got
Where are
bookends
you
over
from?
here.
Where are you
I'm from Houston, Texas, and my background is in math education and library sciences.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, for introducing yourself. My first question to anyone that wants to answer is, what are you hoping to gain from this conference?
You know, this has been my 3rd conference that I've gone to, and out of the 3 conferences I've been to, 2 of them have been that conference. All right, and so that's what I love about this place. And when I come here, there's people that come here looking for a few things. Some people might be, as I said, I'm looking for my first role, but I decided when I come to that conference, my goal isn't to come out of it with a job offer. My goal is to come out of it with a connection and to grow my community of friends, because we're all in this together, whether we're looking for our first role or whether, we've been a developer for years. A lot of people have come from self-taught or boot camp. So being in a community of like-minded people, I just like growing that community. And the cool thing about that is the community sticks with you once you leave. I mean, a lot of us met. I met Roxy at that conference in January. I met you before then online, but we met in person for the first time. We met Andreas. Met him and a few others, but the point is I just want to grow my community, and continue to connect with people that are like-minded, and that's kind of what I want to get out of it.
Let me ask you a follow-up there. Because you're here and yes, you may get a job, you may not, but the connections you make, do you feel like those will then become fruitful later? Like all the individuals you meet and all the individuals that they introduce you to, would that become helpful? Do you feel like that's going to be an important factor?
Absolutely. I think about it like a chain. Every person I meet is another link in my chain that'll hopefully lead me to an opportunity that could land a role at a company that I really want to be working for.
Nice.
Yeah, and follow up on that, and then I'll answer the original question. I was laid off last year, and immediately when it happens, it was a mass layoff in the company, and so a lot of people knew what happened, and I had a lot of friends that I met in communities, in conferences, message me, hey, everything okay? And no, I was impacted. Immediately they will look, oh, my company, there's a position in my company. There's like 10 people did that. Honestly, when it happened at the beginning, I felt bad. But seeing the support that I got from folks that are my friends and I met in a conference, I just feel grateful. And the reason why I'm here is just to keep growing my network.
Nice.
For me, I would say my goal was to make friends and to meet the people that I connected with online, because I've only been seeing people on like the Twitter profile heads or like Discord video chats. I've only seen like the top half, and like I've talked to a lot of people online. I'm like, yeah, it's nice to talk to them, but when I went to the in-person meetups in New York Coded Coffee, it was such a different vibe. Like I was able to actually see the body language. I was able to hear the nuances. I was able to like feel like I'm actually connecting with the human.
You were able to see how tall they are too?
Yeah, I was able
Or
to
short,
see
or how short they are.
Like for example, for me, I'm 6'3". Like most people are like, oh yeah, you know, I don't really see him as a tall person, but when I meet him in person, it's like, oh, you are actually pretty tall. So you know, it's like that. It's like it's a new experience for that.
So let me ask you this: you spoke about like meeting people virtually and then seeing them in person for the first time, most of the time, right? How is that connection different? Because now you have that relationship in virtually, right? And now you're meeting some of us in person for the first time.
I would say that the biggest difference for me is that you just have that human connection, because when you're connecting online, while you are talking to each other, you have like, you know, you have the chemistry and you're like bantering back and forth. There's a certain like aspect of it where you're thinking like, oh, you know, there's a screen in between us. It's like, it's not as much of you're not able to connect as well. Like internally, you just subconsciously, you're constantly thinking like, oh, I wish I met this person in real life.
Yeah.
But when you actually see the person in real life, you're like, oh my God, this person is a breathing, living human being that I can like actually meet and like, like, oh, like I can relate to. Like this is another human person like me.
Yeah. Awesome.
And sorry, just to piggyback off of that, it's also, you know, you're strengthening your connection, because like, you know, now when we converse online, like, oh, you kind of imagine me telling that joke or the way that I'm saying this or whatever. And so it's more like a friendship than a like a, what is it? Transaction.
Yeah.
Probably I just want to bring this point of this difference between a community conference and a conference which is more focused on generating money. While it's not wrong, but I think if you're specifically a person who is looking to generate connections, community conferences are much better, because I've been to conferences where they'll have 10,000 people, but the entire focus is on those 250 partners. And there'll be massive booths that you can go and network with the sponsors, but there are fairly less opportunities to actually intermingle and have strong connections with the attendees, which I feel that this particular conference at that conference is doing an amazing job, where you can still have conversations with a decent number of sponsors, but at the same time there are so many equal opportunities for anyone to gain really new connections. And I kind of met Sashi, James for the first time, and we had been like friends on Twitter for a long time. So I think that network connection, and then also being able to forge that into much more meaningful conversations, because as you can clearly see that there's no spotlight being shown on the sponsors, even though like I'm coming as a sponsor over here for the first time. But generally when the conferences are all about giving the limelight to the sponsors, but not doing much on the community side, that I feel is a bit lacking. And this is like the perfect opportunity for you to collaborate. And so that is why like go to conferences like that conference in order to make the most out of both connecting with sponsors and the community.
So would you say that that conference is a great first conference to go to, so that you can gain the experience and like build community? Cool.
1,000,000%.
1,000,001.
Yeah, that conference was my first conference. I didn't even really plan to go. It was through a Twitter space. Some of you guys know that. I just randomly won the ticket, and I was like, what is that conference? I had no idea. And then I started looking up videos and pictures, and so, oh, there's so many people smiling in these pictures. So I'm like, it should be cool. And then I talked to a lot of people, and they're like, oh, it's super friendly, and you know, it's literally like a summer camp, and people will automatically be your friend and stuff. So definitely. And I've been to one other conference besides this one, and I will say that like just from that experience, I feel like it's just so easy to just go up to a group of people here and sit down and be like, hey, and then they want to know about you and they want to, learn about you. And then, you want to learn about them as well. But that's not always the case in, some other circles.
Very true.
So.
Yeah, because I know I can say this is my first conference, and it is
Awesome.
that conference.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like I came in as a blank slate. There's a lot I wanted to learn. I wanted to meet some new people, and now I'm up here because of the connections that I made. So that doesn't say anything. So
That's
it's
awesome.
really great to be able to, like everyone's been saying, you're talking to the people, you're meeting face to face, and it's just such a nice casual atmosphere when you're doing so.
Awesome. Well, I want to go to Yoshi because I think he's the veteran that conference goer.
Maybe I'm a secret veteran, right?
Okay,
I
okay,
still try
okay.
to like
Okay. got
stay
it.
low, and I feel like not ready to speak yet or anything like that. But yes, I've been. It's probably my fourth or fifth one. I keep trying to every time I come, count my names on the. It's so hard to find because they're randomly everywhere when I write them. But yes, this is probably my fifth conference I've been at. Before I even came here, I worked at the Green Bay Police Department, and I heard that City Hall sends their programmers to that conference.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, what is that? And I looked it up, and I'm like, this is great. Can I go? They're like, oh, it's not in our budget. I'm like, oh, writing proposals. Please send me. I want to go too. But once I started coming, oh my God, this is just a great place to be at. The atmosphere is great. People are friendly. And you just meet so much people from all parts of the world. Like, last night, my family were here, and we decided just to play some Uno, right? And also, Max from Ukrainian guy shows up, this big guy, and then he comes up to our table. Oh, can I play too? And my kids are all intimidated. Oh, who's this guy? And they're like, oh, Dad, is that your friend? I'm like, well, I've never met him before, but now that, it's my first time meeting him, he's a great guy. We connected and everything. We all played Uno together all night. So it's just great meeting people from all parts of life.
Yeah. I think it brought a good aspect too. Your family was here.
Yes.
I think this conference is unique because you can bring your family. It's at a water park. They can go do their thing, or they can come enjoy the conference as well. But yeah. And so like, it's not just that. Sometimes when you go to major conferences, you go there and you're like, I'm going to leave because I miss my family, right? But this conference, that conference, you can bring your family with you, and when you're done, you go to your room, you go to the water park, you hang out, and then you can come back. I think that's one great thing too. I don't know how you feel about that, Yoshi.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a big part of our lives. Both the keynote stretch talked about, that family relationship, having that relationship. That's the other side of our world, outside of our careers, and having that ability to have them here and enjoy it as well, and just seeing a little bit of it. What does their their dad or what does their spouse do? When they're not with us, that just grows within them. It gets them interested, and hopefully in the tech industry. I've been telling my sons that consistently. Got to get into tech, but that's going to be every parent's battle going forward for sure. But yeah, the family stuff is just great. No other conference does that, and it's great.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback off that. Yeah, I brought my wife with me to this conference because I wanted her to meet. I live stream sometimes, or I'm on meetings with Shashi or whatever, and she's like, "Who's that? Who's Shashi? Who's all these people?" And I said, "Why don't you come with me?" And she gets to meet the people that I'm talking with all the time, and she's putting faces to the names, and she's hearing people talk about everything, and she's the least techie person out there, but it's cool for her. I love her being able to see a part of my world. And it's cool that this conference is open to that. And she's right now just chilling at the water park, catching some sun, and then she could come in here, have lunch. She can sit in a main talk if she wants to. But I agree, it's just including family in that has been a huge part where I don't think I would bring her to the other conferences I go to because it doesn't provide space for that.
And continue on that of the family. Something interesting has been happening is that people bring their family. Like I met your wife yesterday, and I've met the partners of many of the friends that I have. And going back to the friendship, that create a better friendship, because now even though we were friends, now it's even closer because I know part of your family. The same with other friends that I have met for many years, but people that I have known only then, now I know their family. So yeah, the fact that that conference allows and inspire people to bring their family, their loved ones, and be there, be here with them by the time that they're doing this, because we know this is not easy. I mean, every time we gotta travel, be away from your partner, from your friends, from your family. If you're able to be with new friends and your family, this is a win-win.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's why I miss my wife, Crystal, that's watching right now. My kids, Rylan, Cynia, Logan, and Grayson. Hello. Next time I'll be with you guys. And I wish they were here. They work out. But last time it did work out, and it was really fun to have them around. My next question to everyone is, why did you decide to attend?
So for me, it was a combination of FOMO, where I was seeing a lot of the posts from like
Yes, it
Chris
worked.
and Jason, Shashi, and Ellie. I was seeing their Twitter posts, and at the time I wasn't following Andres or Shivai, but like I was seeing all of these posts like Roxy, and I was like, oh, they look like they're having so much fun. And then Render just topped that off. I'm just like, they're having even more fun. I'm just like, okay, I gotta get into this action. And like since I was participating in like New York Code and Copy, I'm already familiar with meeting developers in real life and like making friendships like that. And so I wanted to actually go more further than that, and I wanted to challenge myself to experience something new, because I've never traveled before on an airplane. I was like, you know what? I want to try this. I want to experience new things. I want to try to jump into something new. So that's what inspired me to come to that.
That is so courageous of you, though. Like flying first time by yourself, coming all the way here, meeting strangers. Hey, man, great job.
Drinking the milkshake.
Yeah, this first milkshake. It was awesome.
If you don't mind me going next. So I was Googling conferences that were near me. I'm in Houston, Texas. And so that's how I discovered that. And I believe I was talking to James a month ago or so that I possibly discovered it through his Deals for Devs website.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So it was in Round Rock, which was just like a 3-hour drive. So I was like, you know what? I need to like take that first step. I need to like be proactive and put myself out there, because, like I said, I'm still trying to get my first role. And so I attended that, and it is, like y'all have said, it is like the perfect first conference, because it's just like you're bonding with everyone. Everyone is super nice. And it was like, I reached out to Clark just to thank him, because I was just like, this was an amazing experience. And I've been to like math conferences and library conferences, and this was just so different, and opened doors and friendships, and just I've met amazing people and strengthened those friendships. So
Was it someone that kind of encouraged you to go to a development conference, or was it like your own intuition in yourself saying, you know what, I need to do this. I need to take that next step in my career to go and network and build these relationships?
Yes. I have a very supportive family. And so when I was like, hey, would you mind if I abandon y'all for a few days? They have been super supportive. And, I reach out to them every day. And yeah, so it was, I just knew I needed to take that next step. I needed to do something different. And yes, it's been life-changing.
Awesome.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. And then also what you were saying earlier about the links, people get connected with each other, and then they also connect you with other people.
Yeah.
I sort of think about it as like a web. So yeah, sort of similar, but a little bit different. And that's one of the reasons I love going to conferences, is that you meet people online and you're friends with them. And then you meet people in person the first time and you're like, woo! And it's kind of, you get to know them, but only to a certain level, because it's the first time you've ever met them. And then you see them again. And then the second conference I went to, I actually met Roxy for the second time in person, but the first time we didn't really know each other that well. We literally just met. And then we literally hung out the entire time, during the second conference, and now we're like best buddies. So.
Just shout out huge thank you to Ellie, because I was a scared little mouse, and she is such a great conference buddy.
Yeah, we were hanging out so much, and so kind of the thing that I love about conferences is that, you know, you solidify those relationships every time you go, and especially if you do go to the same one. So like that conference, there's a lot of the same people that go, right? Doesn't matter which conference you choose really, but like if you continuously go to one in a certain area, you're going to see the same people every time, and then those people, you know, they might know 50 other people, and then later you're going to meet a lot of those other people. So it sort of like spirals out, and that's how you make a lot of new connections and also deep connections. So.
You know, I think about what Mark said this morning about finding our tribe.
Yeah.
This is our tribe, right? We find our tribe, and as our web grows, we get a bigger tribe. And I think one testimony to this, I think back to earlier this year, was it, when Brian Morrison lost his job? You know, he got let go, and I've never seen anything like this, but his tribe is big. He's gone to a lot of conferences. His web is built, and within a week, through his web, he got a job at a phenomenal company. He's now working for a clerk. And I just think about that as a testimony to conferences, because if you don't go to conferences, you're at home, you're by yourself. You're not growing your web. You're not growing your connection. Another thing that I think about is the tech commute with Jason Torres and Jacob. You know, Jacob's partner is going through cancer right now. The whole community came together to support and raise, you know, I forgot, about $11,000. And that isn't even a coding thing. That's just a real life thing. And that conference, I think, cultivates that type of friendships and connections with other developers.
I think that all of that stems from having someone as an organizer who deeply, deeply cares about the conference.
100%.
And I'm not sure if Clark is here, but the amount of respect that I have for him, the amount of passion that you could see from the keynote study gave at both day 1 and day 2, this speaks volume, because it takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of time for someone to spend this much amount of dedicated time year after year and creating an experience that everyone loves and everyone is able to foster. And you see the end outcomes as kind of what Chris mentioned. And now I've been to so many conferences. Like I had been trying to get into the art conference for last 2 years. I always forgot to put in the CFP before the final date. So I kept on asking Clark, can you extend? But he said like, no, he was very peculiar that we'll not do that. But I got an opportunity to meet him online through the DAT conference online iteration. By the way, folks who don't know about this, if you ever want to give an online talk, that conference always runs these side events. These are online first meetups that you can join. You can create your own space and you can participate in those. And they are a great way for you to be able to build your community and be able to present topics that you are willing to present and you are probably a bit scared to do that. So I think like this entire ecosystem just shows the amount of love and care, and that just translates and transcends into all of the community members as well, because this is something that you'll not see at an enterprise conference, because their main aim is to get clients. And again, there's nothing wrong in that, right? That's a completely separate category of events. So nothing wrong against that. But this is where you see that when the owners and the organizers themselves so deeply care about, you see that blossom into such an amazing experience.
Yeah, that's awesome. I wanted to hear from you, Melissa, because you are our first timer. Like, what brought you here? Like, what said, hey, you should go to that conference?
Yeah, that conference was brought to my attention by one of my coworkers. He's been a few times before. He's actually here right now as well. Asked me to look at the schedule, asked me to look at the website, see what I thought about it. And even the tagline had me sold. The fact that this is summer camp, like that sounds like a lot of fun. But the more I just kind of looked and learned, and there's a wealth of information here. There's a wealth of amazing people here. It just felt like a place that I wanted to be. Awesome. And that was all it took. Talking to my manager, got the okay right away. So I ended up here, and it's lived up to my expectations and beyond. Again, that wealth of information is around you everywhere, with the conversations you have in the hallway, at lunch, throughout the day, not even including the sessions and how amazing those people are as well.
And we haven't even got to the pig roast or the water park yet.
Right?
Come on. Interesting. I wonder how that's going to work.
So, as for coming here already a few times in a row, that offers such a such a diverse technology where you can learn so many things that you never knew.
Yeah.
Never knew. Every time I come here, there's something new I get to learn and bring back. And I think that pays a lot of dividends from wherever company that sends you here, because you may not understand the title. Just go to it and oh my God, it just blows your mind. You know, the technologies are so vast, and it's great that we have such a diversity here. And that just, people should just look at the schedule, you know, it will draw you here.
That's awesome. I mean, that's true, because like sometimes you look at the schedule like, oh, I don't know what these are, but maybe I'll just go to one. And you go and you're like, whoa, I was blown away because I knew nothing about this. Now I know more about this, and that's what I'm going to take out of it. Because you never know when you're going to use it again. But if you have that knowledge, you can definitely bring it out of your bag and use it for later.
Yeah, I just want to add that it's very important that you just mentioned that, because we have been talking about the community, the rowing, the connections, but there are folks that also want to learn. And let me tell you, you learn a lot here. Yeah. There's, as it was mentioned, there's a lot of variety. That's something good about this conference, is that regardless of the stack that you're using, regardless of the level, from back, mobile, whatever, there's talks for every single topic in computer here. And so you can do your schedule, make sure that you will absorb everything that all the presentations that you're going to be showing, plus all the benefits that we have talked about the community. Yeah.
I want to speak about something real quick. Something that Kevin Powell brought his kids, right? And there's a family track for them. And that's really cool, because he has a son that's, I think, 12 years old. He's like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And they go and do paper airplanes and stuff. He's like, this is pretty cool. You know, and he's hooked. And he's there for hours. And it's like, yep, that's nice, because then he can go and focus on this conference while the kids go and do something creative, learn something. Because the other day they were building like connections with putty and electricity and stuff like that. I was like, as a kid, that's dangerous, but that's really cool.
And to my wife and kids, wife Danny, kids Angie, Mila, and Angel, next year you coming? Of course.
Mine too.
I think I want to piggyback off that just a little bit too, because you said something really important, is that there's something for everyone here. And this is when they're accepting talks, they're not looking for the latest and greatest and the coolest tech stack or what is the trends. It's not about trends here. It's not about technology trends. It's about what do people know and their story and how they know it. Yeah. Like all the keynote talks are people's journey. Yeah. The sessions that people have are people's journey. There's you might go to something that's not even on a tech related thing. I'm doing a talk tomorrow on productivity. Yeah. That can be for anyone, you know, because we all struggle with productivity at times. So I think that's the other neat thing about this, is you do get a variety of topics even outside of tech that almost help boost in what you know.
Which is why it's such a great first conference, especially for newbies and stuff, because you look at the schedule, because you're like, am I even going to be able to understand anything? And then it's very uplifting.
Awesome. So I want to move on to my next question. Would you have received the same experience if you watched at home?
I think the answer is no.
Wait, what?
We all agree. No.
Go ahead.
All together.
I would say no, but if you were there for Journey's conference, Jason, the Tech Commute, we did the online conference thing. That was still pretty cool. You did get to meet people in the chat, and even now this is a live stream, right? So maybe people are chatting in there, making comments. You could make connections through that, and you have your own little community in the chat. Yeah. And the same with like Twitch live streams, people sort of meet friends in there. So, but definitely not the same, not even on the same level at all. So if you think this live stream is cool, then you have to come next time. And it's really accessible because there's a lot of giveaways, ticket giveaways, and
Yeah, make sure you use the code 2304, okay? 2304.
Right.
I think just to probably add to what Ellie said, I think probably all of us built our communities in the last 2 to 3 years during the COVID times on Twitter, which was virtual. And I think for me, the reason I was able to attend so many conferences after COVID ended was because of the fact that I was giving a lot of talks during virtual conferences, and I actually made a lot of good friends. And those same conference organizers then invited me and said that, hey, would you like to be part of these in-person events as well? So I think it's a great way to network. Of course, it's not the same as an in-person, but you can still foster those connections and get potential opportunities, right? So yeah, I mean, online is also a very important tool, and it's understandable that, if you're living in very remote parts of the world, if financially you cannot come because it might be a bit difficult, then online is the best way.
I think for me, when it comes to online versus in person, I think the biggest struggle with connecting people online is just reaching out to people, because it's just that obstacle of like reaching out to like, oh, well, what if they're busy? What if I'm bothering them? But when it comes to in person, it's a much more easier for me. I feel like for me personally to approach people like, hey, what's up? How was your day? Like, I just saw you yesterday. Good morning. It's much easier for me to bring up that conversation. But I feel like Twitter, Discord, LinkedIn, whatever social media platform you want to use, it's a bit more difficult. Like, there are times where I'm like, I don't know if I want to comment on this, or I don't know if I want to send a message here. Like, there are times I just react to the post. I'm just like, that's it. And like, sometimes on the back of my head, I'm like, oh, maybe I could do more. But like, I'm just afraid to take that extra step, because like a part of me is just like, how will they interpret this, or like how will they receive this?
Right. I feel like there's a lot more thinking involved with doing things online, even with social media or live streams. Like, you have to think like, okay, now I'm going to talk to Richard next week at 2 p.m. and we're going to have like an hour-long call, but then we talk for 3 hours about anime. So, but there was a whole plan involved and going back and forth, like messaging. But you're at a conference, you might like be at a table and you talk to Shashi for like 10 minutes, and then you're like, oh, now I'm distracted and I'm talking to Chris, and then like, oh, I'm somewhere else. And you don't need to think like, Shashi sent me a message 30 days ago and I never responded to him, and now I feel awkward.
How dare you?
Like,
blocked.
It's just different. I think there's a vibe, there's a flow in person that can't really be matched online.
Yeah, and that conference really works well for that. That space is built into the schedule. You're encouraged to sit down with people that you don't know and talk to them and create these connections, which makes it a whole lot easier. And you don't have to do some of that stressing and wondering of, should I reach out? How should I reach out? Will this time out? Will this work out? All that questioning, it's gone, because you already have to sit down for breakfast or lunch. You already have half an hour between sessions. You might as well talk to someone while you do that.
And as an introvert, like immersing yourself in the experience helps you do it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, just to touch on that for sure. We are supposed to be a social being, right? Humans are supposed to be social, but also being in the tech industry, then we're a little bit less social because of it, because our career, we work behind a screen. So being able to hurdle that layer of complexity, that's already complex enough. So let's get over that, show up here, and then you'd be so surprised how everyone from all parts of the world, all shapes and sizes, they're just like you. And you realize, wow, they're just like me. We think the same. We like the same stuff. It's so easy to talk to people once you approach them and say hi. So
I have the things first on the immersion. There is a problem when you're online, and I know probably many of us have gone through that. We want to multitask. I've been in situations where I'm watching a conference, but I'm also working. And the conference is on the back of my head because, I don't want to take the day off because this is online. Or I can watch that later because it's going to be recorded on YouTube, and you never come back.
Yeah.
So yeah, and we have gone through that, and that is a problem because you're not there. You're half there, probably a quarter there, probably zero. And something else is with the organic things that happen. She mentioned that you're sitting down to have lunch, and then somebody just sitting with you. But even you walking, and people just look at your t-shirt and say, oh, that's a nice t-shirt. You already have a conversation there, just for something that happened that online was going to be impossible. As was mentioned before, if you cannot attend in person, online is the best choice, of course. But if you have the opportunity to come in person, I advise you come and give yourself the pleasure of being here with
So
nice
let me
people.
follow up with that. A lot of individuals that I've asked, like, what's the barrier of why you're not coming? Most of the time, it's financial reasons, right? It costs money to travel, hotel, food, all of that. How do you justify that it's worth your time? The return on investment is worth it.
For me, I just don't think about the fact that it costs me money. For me, I just think about. I don't think about it. I'm like, my wallet's crying in the background, but I'm just like, it's in the back of my mind. It's like, I don't worry about it until I get back home and I check my account.
Hey, we're going to the steakhouse tonight, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But on a more serious note, I feel like for me, I focus more on the fact that it's an invaluable experience. That it's not. There's no price that you can put on something like this, because like I've experienced a lot of things in my life before this, and I can confidently say that this is something that I will forever remember for the rest of my life. That I'm extremely glad that I was able to participate in this, and I was able to meet so many amazing people, and I have met so many amazing people, and just made many friendships, and just had amazing conversations that honestly I don't remember half of them, because it's like there's so many conversations that you have in this convention.
Yeah, it's always hard to justify costs because we all are just different parts of our lives, definitely. And I'm lucky enough to have a company that's backs me up enough that pays for the majority of it. But it's like trying to understand the there's a cost, but it's an investment not only for you but like your future, your career,
100%.
and you got to look at it that way. You're investing in what's going to happen to you in the future. And unfortunately, there's a cost. And everything costs something. It's unfortunate, especially in inflation these days. It's crazy. But just gotta get over that for sure.
And talking about investing, that's exactly the way I see it. I've been participating in conferences since 2014. That was my first. 2013 was my first conference, and I received help on some part. I have to get out of my pocket the other part, but I immediately I felt the different vibe when you are around people that think the same as you. So what I do now is that conferences are part of my budget. I save every year, and I put money aside just for conferences. I understand that by coming here, I can become a better professional. I can become a better person. You heard the keynote this morning, right?
Yeah.
Something changed in you that keynote, right? The keynote yesterday. Those stories not only gonna make you a better professional, it's gonna change you all the way around. And it's hard to put value on that. Yeah.
And I think one aspect of this is as well is that when you are putting in on your own money, of course, you have to also understand how do you define what you want in return. So, of course, I really loved Richard, your point about you had that passion, and no matter what, you would have just gone there without worrying about whether your wallet is crying or not. I think for me as well, I've been very grateful to the opportunities from a speaking perspective or from my own company's perspective that I've been able to go to all these conferences, and I think that support is really great. But in the meanwhile, for example, there has been like a couple of conferences I've paid my own money because I knew that, for example, I wanted to get into WebAssembly. So I went to a WebAssembly conference, paid my entire thing, and I knew the actionable items that I wanted to get, which was talking to specific folks in that particular entire community and be able to bridge, build those connections and then dive deeper into the technology, right? So when you set those action items, I think that is the best ROI. And if you're able to accomplish those action items, of course, that doesn't mean that you don't have to enjoy the conference. You can always do that. But when I see that, yes, I was able to satisfy those things that I had put on my checklist, and I was able to strike them off, I felt that this is complete worth. Because not if it'll not give you like return on money, because not everything can be measured by money, right? It's all about those connections and those skills that you gain, which will go that'll take you much longer in your life and will stay with you.
And then just a couple tips, because it is an investment, but like if you're a student, if you're an educator, like you can get a discount on tickets, and you can use like credit card points for your flights, and you can trade services for like you can volunteer. So there's just like so many different ways to kind of like make the cost work for you, a little bit.
All right, my last question for everyone is, what do you want to say to those individuals that are on the fence right now of like, should I go to an in-person conference or should I not? There's barriers involved, right? It could be financial, it could be time, it could be I don't want to leave my family behind because it's tough to do that. Like, any advice for those individuals?
Jump the fence.
Jump the fence.
Jump the fence. No, I think if you're on the fence and you are probably juggling finances, and I really want to go to this thing, but I got this thing going on with my family. I got to pay for this thing for my kids. We got this camp going on for them, or it's just hard for me to get away. I mean, every situation is a little bit different, but I would sit down with the family if that's the issue or the finances and say, okay, next year we're going to make it a goal to get the entire, you don't have to leave your family to come here, bring them with you. There's a lot of people here with their families. So I would say jump the fence, sit down with the family, talk about, hey, this is a priority I would really love to make. Will you join me in this? And then tell them they're going to a really cool water park with lots of arcade games, pizza and burgers, and maybe that'll help too.
I think one thing is, yes, definitely come to that conference and sell them on the water parks. That's a good idea. But if you've literally never been to a conference before and you are kind of on the, you're kind of deciding whether you even like conferences, maybe you have no idea. Maybe there's a conference right like 20 minutes away from you and you don't even know. Like, you could go online and be like, just look up all those tech words, DevOps, mobile apps, like whatever. You can look up anything. It doesn't even have to be something that you do. And you might find a conference literally in your city, and it might be really cheap. There's some really cheap conferences. You can go for 2 days. You don't need a hotel because you have your house. And you could see if you like conferences, and you'll meet a bunch of people. And then if you get hooked, come to that conference next. That would be a good idea.
I agree partially, but there's a problem. Imagine that person goes to a conference which is not the same vibe that we have here. We know that not all conferences are made equal. And then that person is gonna say, I don't like conferences. That person doesn't like the other conference that they participated. So yeah, I mean, just if you follow this, do that. That's amazing, because you don't have to spend a lot of money to give it a try. But keep in mind that not all conferences are made equal.
No, I totally agree with that. I think it really depends on the vibe. And I think you can look it up too and see the, sometimes they post the keynotes or some of the talks on YouTube. You can view them or talk to some people you can find on LinkedIn or Twitter that have gone, and you can ask them like, what are the vibes there? And if, some people are like, oh yeah, I really liked it, or like, it was okay, it was kind of weird, then definitely take that advice. And I guess another option would be you could go to a meetup group, because that's kind of like a mini conference, right? So if you're really short on cash and you're just trying to, connect with more people, that's a good way to get started. And, maybe somebody will be like Shashi and be like, hey, you're awesome. Here's a free ticket to that conference. I'll take you, and we could share a room together. And
I mean, that's true. Whoa. I mean,
no, like roomies, it's a good deal.
I understand what you're saying.
That's another good thing, right?
But to speak about meetups, meetups are a good way because most meetups are free, right? You go, they have sponsors, there's free pizza, free food, there's maybe 20, 50 people there. You get to meet some individuals in person, and that's a good step forward before you go to a bigger conference, for sure.
Yeah, I think what Emily is leaning towards is go to whatever you can, get your feet wet, but
Yeah.
get ready to come to that. Get totally
Come to
wet.
that.
But
Yes.
going to the water park, jumping in the pools, whatever they have here, it's here, it's ready, it's waiting for you. So when it's here, it's ready. When you're ready, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Figure what you need to do in life. When you're ready, it's ready here. It's waiting for you. Just make that leap, or make a step. It's not a leap, right? It's supposed to be a step.
Yeah.
Make that step towards
Yeah.
your career, what you want to do in life, and come here.
Probably as you're talking about water parks and that conference, I think Kalahari Resort also deserves a shout out. Because if it wouldn't have been
Definitely.
Kalahari, then who knows if we would have had that conference.
And it's completely worth it being here. If you're kind of questioning that aspect of it, you will get so much more out of it than you could ever imagine.
Awesome. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add, something that can help, because financial. Roxy gave a very good insight that how you can save. Like if you are a student and then use points for the flight, but also like right now we are under is you have a whole year to plan ahead. And give you enough time to buy the fly with the longer you buy the fly, the earliest, the cheaper it can be. So do it with intentions. Like right now, if you're watching this live or close to the conference time, put yourself in the situation. They say, yes, I want to go. How much is going to cost me? Make a budget. It's going to cost me this because if I buy the fly and taxi and everything, and I will tell you, do it. Definitely is worthy. And honestly, coming to that conference, all of my friends here already agree on that. All the knowledge that you're gonna get and the connections are something that during the conference you're gonna understand. You're gonna probably the person who's watching gonna be here, telling their
100%.
experience.
Come on stage.
Yeah.
I want to add that as someone who was also on the fence during Texas, I regretted so much not taking that step forward and going to Texas because I was like, oh, I kind of want to go. Josh is going, Jason's going, Chris is going, Ryan's going. I'm like, do I want to join? I kind of want to see them in person. I'm like, it's kind of too expensive. I'm not going to take that leap. And I see all these pictures. I'm like, oh, I regret it immediately. I wish I could turn back the time. I wish I could register and then go on that plane and join them and be there with them right now. But now I'm able to I'm probably able to say I am here. I was able to experience it and I don't regret it.
Awesome.
I'm glad the FOMO generation works.
Yeah, the
that was
FOMO
my
worked.
goal last time I render. I was like, hopefully Richard sees these posts and feels so terrible that he comes to that conference.
Yeah. So
FOMO terrible.
Yes, FOMO. So in closing, I want to thank everyone here: Chris, Ellie, Chevy, Melissa, Yoshi, Richard, Andreas, and Roxy. These are all my friends. When I would have never met these individuals if I didn't go to that conference, if I didn't take that step to go. And on the other note is I went to that conference to meet friends. I went home with the family. So thank you for joining us. On to the next one. Peace.
Yep. Check. And we're through the house as well. Cool. Are we live also? Okay, I don't see it down here. So welcome everyone. If people were like watching, there we go. If people were watching the live stream yesterday, I awkwardly didn't realize we were actually live. Not that I said anything inappropriate.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like acting like a host of a live event. So anyway, for everybody that's live, thank you for being here. This is a segment for something I'm building called Developers of the World, which is doing interviews with developers across the world and then sharing that content and knowledge and everything from the people that I get to interview with other developers across the world. So we're doing this live at that conference. And so what I'll do is I'll prompt you each of the questions.
Sure.
First one will be, what's your name? Where are you from? What do you do? And then you've got the list of questions that I'll go through about a minute apiece.
All right.
Cool.
Sounds great.
If people have questions or comments in the chat, let us know. I've got a laptop. I'm paying attention to that. But otherwise, we can get started.
Perfect.
So what's your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
Yeah, my name is Avindra Fernando. I'm from Kansas City. I've been in the development world for a very long time now, since 2012.
Very cool.
So that's when I started. And I'm the founder of Taprobain Consulting. So in November of 2021, I decided to start my own consulting company. And it's been going good so far.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So I guess a follow up to that, what is your origin story in about 60 seconds?
Yeah, great story. I first came to the United States in 2006 to do my degree. And then I finished my degrees in KU. Any Jayhawks in the audience? And then started working in 2012. First job, software developer, right? And then worked at a big healthcare corporation. Learned a ton over there. And then decided to move on to a couple more big companies. Learned a ton as well. And then I figured, hey, I want to see like how startups are like, right?
Yeah.
What's all the hype like? So I was like, oh, I go join a startup. It was awesome. It was exactly what I thought it would be. You know, learned a lot of a very small team, like 2-3 people, but we wore different hats, working a lot, but a very different experience from what I've had in the corporate world. Then I was like, okay, that's a product startup. Like, why don't I go join a services startup to see how they work, right? So I go join that and started that, and then I go back to working at a corporate company. And around this time, I was getting a lot of like clients on the side. And I figured, okay, in November 2021 comes around, I'm like, maybe I should do this for like full time. And kind of pulled the plug at that point. And then that's where I am.
I love that. Basically in my career, I've gone like bigger to smaller. So Microsoft, FedEx, Auth0, PlanetScale, now work for myself. So it's gone just like smaller and smaller,
That's awesome.
similar.
Well, it's the best feeling.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fun trajectory. What's a piece of advice that you have for aspiring developers?
Yeah, it's one thing if I want to say to the people who are starting out is don't shy away from seeking feedback from the very beginning. Seek feedback from the seniors in your company, seek feedback from management, seek feedback from anyone you can think of, because that's really fuel for growing your career in many, many ways, right? That's how I've grown. I sought feedback from all my peers at the time, peers, mentors, managers, and all of them helped me with very good, constructive, and actionable feedback, which helped me come to where I am today. So my recommendation, don't be shy of it. Just try to seek feedback from the very beginning. And regarding like code or technical side, I would encourage people to get involved in code reviews from the very beginning, because that's a great tool that you can discuss code and get feedback on the work that you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone commented that's what I need is feedback, which sometimes is hard to come by. Well, you might, maybe bring the mic up a little bit, maybe a little, maybe coming through a little quiet. 2 more questions. What is your favorite tech stack?
Yeah, I started off, have a sweet spot for Python and Django because that's kind of what I started off with. But then I moved on to the JavaScript world, so everyone's favorite language, and now TypeScript, which is what we've moved on to. That's my tech stack. But talking about frameworks, right now I'm mostly with React, Next.js primarily, and I do a lot of work with testing using Cypress and Playwright.
Very cool. Nice. And last question,
can you teach me something in 60 seconds?
All right, I'll try. So let me give a quick backstory before I get to the point. When I was working at a company, there was a team of developers. Most of them were based in Kansas City. One of them was based out in India. So what they would do is they would have stand-up, but then they would have a phone right in the middle of the stand-up area, and the guy from India would call in and attend the stand-up. Now, time passes by. The guy from India decides to come over to the U.S. to meet his teammates, have a lot of fun, and they meet the team. And then one morning, when it comes to stand-up, they all get up and start walking to the stand-up area. And one teammate stops him and says, "Hey, man, like, where are you going? You've always called into the meeting, so it'll be very strange if you don't." And he gets very puzzled, and he goes back. He turns around. He goes back to his desk and starts calling into the meeting. And, I see all of this, and I'm like, hey, I'm pretty sure he was joking, So funnily, what happened was, each other were not aware of each other's cultural context. So sometimes when you work with global colleagues, my tip would be to kind of make some effort to learn about each other's cultural context, because otherwise misunderstandings could happen. And sometimes they're pretty hilarious, but sometimes they're not. So one thing, that's what I would like to teach
People just to
yes
learn more about the culture. I've heard actually like similar stories that I won't be able to quote because people told me, but I've heard similar situations of like there was a joke, it wasn't understood, and then there's that awkward level of like, well, what did that actually mean? And
that's right.
That's great.
One of the great books on this topic is called Culture Map. It's a great read if you haven't checked it already.
Cool. Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. I appreciate
Awesome.
it. We have one more comment, by the way. Definitely seek feedback from family and friends. They may not understand code, but they could help with how things look and function. That's
absolutely.
amazing. I think no one, I kind of throw stuff at my wife sometimes who's not technical, and I'll just ramble on about a tech thing. And it's like, why does this not work? And she'll say something like, for fun.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, that actually gives me something to think about. So you never
Absolutely,
know
yeah.
where that little spark of inspiration will come from.
You want folks to look at it from a different angle. Right?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
That's the type
Absolutely.
Of feedback that you're looking
Yeah, so feedback is a huge one. I'm glad people are resonating with that in the chat. Well, cool. Thank you. I
Awesome.
appreciate it. Good to chat with you. And
Cool. Thanks for
we'll
having
go
me.
and get our next guest.
All right.
Cool. They had us on like a placeholder image, so you can see like what's live down here. So now we're live. Ellie, welcome to the live stage. So what we're doing is a couple of questions. I'll prompt you for each one, but we'll do just what's your name, what do you do, where are you from, what's your origin story, what's your favorite tech stack, what's a piece of advice you have for developers. Yeah, and the last one, which I think is the coolest, and hopefully we'll get an answer. We'll see. Is teach me something in 60 seconds. Yeah. Well, this is live, but also the content will be edited after, so we can do whatever we want. Okay. No pressure. Like more of a visual. You can also it doesn't have to be teaching me necessarily. It's like teaching the world. So it could be anything. Anyways, we'll get there. You ready? Sweet. What's your name? Where are you from? And what do you do? Oh, audio is off. Did we flip it? Thank you, chat. Alex, I appreciate you
Thank you.
handling that for us, and thank you. I didn't see
Hello.
like the visual cue. That
I
sounds
hear
way
myself
better.
now.
All right.
Yeah.
If you can remember your last answer,
Yes.
which was name, where you from, what do you do? We'll do that again for
Okay.
everybody.
I'm
So,
Ellie. Oh, you want to ask
I'll
again?
ask and
You'll
then-
ask again. Okay.
All right. Alex in the chat says way better.
Thank you.
So, what's your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
Okay, I'm Ellie. I'm a developer advocate at Pieces. We're one of the sponsors here today, and I'm from Florida.
Sweet.
Yep.
I'm thinking you did this whole thing just to be able to shout out Pieces twice, which is great. You turned the mic off so you could do it again.
Yeah, and then I did it again. Yeah.
All right. What's your origin story in about 60 seconds?
So I hear like a fire alarm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's over. So origin story. I biked across the United States and then I went to a kung fu school in China and then I didn't know what to do with my life, but then I figured out, oh, maybe I should study business because that's what you do when you don't know what to do, right? And so I went to school for international business. Yeah, I thought, oh, travel, cool, right? Business, you don't know what you want to do. And then I was studying, and then I ended up in Shanghai and I wanted to study Mandarin. I'm like, business, China, US, right? And then I ended up in Taiwan teaching English. And then I was about to graduate with my degree and I realized, oh my God, I like coding, so fun. But I have to finish my degree now because I'm literally almost done. So I finished and then started learning how to code on Free Code Camp. And then I started doing 100 days of code on Twitter. And then I saw you and all these people in tech Twitter. And then somehow I ended up here and now I'm here. This is my second time at that conference. And a month ago, I got my first real tech job as a developer advocate at Pieces, third shout out of the interview. But that's sort of that's 60 seconds, I think.
Yeah, 60. I don't have a timer or anything. That
try
sounds
to keep
good.
it
Yeah,
to 60 seconds.
That's so funny to transition of investing so much into a degree, which I'm sure there's
Right.
plenty of valuable skills and things that you learned, but then also just making the transition to tech because that's
Yeah.
something that you were interested in.
To be fair, Florida has really good scholarship programs and stuff,
Yeah.
so I really didn't pay that much for it.
Fair
so
enough.
it was
That's
okay.
good. Yeah.
Don't have to regret too much. I learned some valuable business skills, which kind of are transferable because now I'm doing developer advocacy. So
Absolutely.
it's sort of more similar. There's sales involved, right? And that's kind of what I studied. So
Yep.
it worked
Absolutely.
out.
Yeah, we could do a whole conversation on what DevRel is and the skill set and all
Yeah.
that. What is your favorite tech stack?
So my favorite, I'm not really sure, but I do technical writing in C# and about .NET framework and stuff like that. And then I do front end, so JavaScript, React. But maybe my favorite thing that I've tried so far is Unity. I really want to get into game development, but that's sort of a side quest for me. But that's definitely been my favorite thing that I've done so far.
I could totally see that. And
Yeah.
it definitely is a deep dive, it's its own category.
Exactly.
But I think that would be a ton of fun. I've barely dabbled in Unity years ago.
Right.
But the idea of game development is super, super cool.
It's super fun. And it could be, you could do a lot of things with it,
Absolutely.
but it's definitely a deep dive. So trying to break into tech, I was I don't know if this is really the way to go for now.
Yet.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yet.
Yeah.
Maybe one day.
Speaking of which, what's a piece of advice that you have for other developers looking to break into the industry?
My piece of advice just comes from my experience. I think, we all kind of want to get a job as an engineer, right? If you're trying to be an engineer, front-end developer, but there's different ways to kind of get experience before that because it's kind of hard to just directly jump into that, right? So what I did is I started with technical writing. I have a blog, and then I ended up, finding this website that needs technical writers. And then I was like, look at these blog posts that I made, technical blog posts. And they were like, oh, yeah, those look pretty technical. And then I ended up writing for them. And I think that gives you a little bit of credibility and also experience because you can write about what you're learning about. So I kind of like the whole technical writer path to being a developer. And yeah, that would be my kind of piece of advice. Like, you don't need to just apply for dev jobs. Like, you can look for ways to kind of get your foot in the door.
And you can create your own experience.
Yes.
By doing those things, contributing to open source.
Oh yeah.
Contributing to documentation, contributing blog posts. Even if you're not working for the company, you can write for companies. A lot of them have guest author
Definitely.
programs.
Yeah, and even if you were, contributing to open source, but in a, a writing capacity, like you were doing some, readmes or whatever,
Absolutely.
you could totally do
Yeah.
that, and that's good practice too. People will review that as well.
Yep, 100%. Last question.
Okay.
Can you teach me something in 60 seconds?
So I thought about this and I had a lot of thoughts running through my mind. I'm not really sure. You don't have to use my answer in a real show or anything, but one thing is my cat can open doors, which is really cool, but I didn't teach him how to do that. So then I was like, that doesn't seem like a good idea and not really teachable at all. I would say, and then I thought of like jujitsu, and I'm like, I can't teach James how to like knock people out on the stage, so I'm not going to do that either.
Challenge accepted.
Right, but that would be really cool.
Yeah.
I challenge the viewers to learn some Brazilian jiu-jitsu because it's the best thing ever. And I used to do it a lot until I got a really bad injury, but now I'm kind of like trying to rehabilitate myself and get back into it.
Yep.
So that would be something I recommend learning, although I can't teach you it right now.
Fair enough.
So I don't know if that's a good answer, but I couldn't think of anything else.
I'll take it. I love it. Yeah, I think this is going to be an exciting segment for me going forward, because I think so many people have things to offer, whether it's something like tech related or just like random.
Right.
And like with the TikTok world, short form content world, the 60 seconds, like learn a thing, it seems really interesting to me. So I'm excited to see where it goes with more people.
It is a really cool question. I don't know why I could not think of anything. I'm thinking like, this is James Quick. He already knows literally everything on the planet. And
it's for the word, not for me. Maybe I should rephrase it.
I
That's
know.
a good point. Like what can you teach the world? Maybe and that's it's developers of the world. So that would actually be a better. All right, I will change that in my future questioning. Maybe you can come back on tomorrow.
Maybe.
And do one.
I guess if I were to teach people how to do something, I don't know. It's hard. I feel like it's hard to teach someone in 60 seconds, but back to the technical writing thing, I guess you just start with some code. You have some code and you're like, I made this little tiny project and now I want to teach other people how to create this project. You can start with the code, put the important parts in the article, kind of spaced, and then just describe it around the code snippets. And then you literally have a technical article. And if you write pretty well, that's evidence of not only your coding skills, but your writing ability. And you can get some, contract or freelance jobs from that. So that would be maybe, I don't know if that helps. That's
Absolutely.
sort of a teachable moment.
I think that's one of the fun things about being an interviewer, and especially questions like that, where you see people often immediately are like, oh, I don't know. Then you get them to talk a little bit and it's like, oh, that's actually a perfect answer because it's something you've already talked about. It's something that's personal to you. And then the advice that you gave is like the technical writing can be your gateway, either your first job or a gateway to getting your first job. So I think we came full circle, and I think that worked out well.
I love that.
Love it. Cool.
Great.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
this was fun.
even though I can't tell that we're live. Anyway, so JB, thanks for joining me.
Yeah,
I'll
thanks for having
prompt
me.
you each of the questions that we just mentioned.
All right, sounds good.
Chat, if you're here and you have additional questions or comments or anything, let us know in the chat. But what's your name, where are you from, and what do you do?
Yeah, my name is Joshua Barrios. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, and I was a military brat. So we moved to like Orlando, Georgia, and then raised in New York City all my life. I'm actually a self-taught English person, and always been into technology at a really young age, homebodied, and had even a tech YouTube channel back in 2008. So that's a fun fact about me. I also did motorsports photography as a semi-pro as a teenager. So yeah, but I was a former software engineer, just got laid off recently. So I'm here. I gave a talk, and then also looking for connections for the next opportunity.
Cool. Everybody out there who's high. Oh, actually have somebody I want to connect you to as
Okay,
well after
cool.
this. Yes.
Sounds good.
So you maybe did a little bit of that, but what is your origin story in about 60 seconds?
Yeah, so my origin story. That's a really good one. Never really thought of it. 60 seconds. All right, so I'll spit it as fast as I can. So I remember when I was a kid, I was like in elementary school, in the public school system in Brooklyn. And the computer teacher told my dad one day that I would be no good at technology because I was just not very fast in comprehending it really quickly. From there, my dad told him, well, I don't believe that to be true. Mr. Watson was a skeptic. Well, eventually they let him go, and then another teacher came through the following school year. Became pretty proficient because the person saw potential. Years passed by. I ended up going to a computer and technology high school. Really, that's just the name. It didn't mean anything. And they also told me the same thing, that I would be a nobody because I was like being bullied and I defended myself, etc. But today, I am a software engineer. I have a wife, 3 kids, a military veteran. So yeah, it's been quite a journey, and I've always had a passion for technology, hardware and software.
I love the outcome of that. I hate the fact that we're still telling people they're not cut out for tech, especially that early of an age. I think like if you feel like you find someone who's not understanding, instead of pushing them away, why don't we help bring them forward,
Right.
so everybody can and realize the potential that's there? Because it like you don't have to be particularly smart. You just have to do the thing.
Yes.
And practice and learn and hopefully be excited about it.
Yes.
So, what is your favorite tech stack?
Right now, I've actually enjoyed developing in Vue, and I've got more into C# and .NET for the back end. I'm more of a Postgres guy, SQL. So, but front end framework would be Vue. I love Astro as well as a meta framework because I get to use all the other types of libraries and frameworks in cohesion with each other, which I thought was pretty cool. I was like, whoa, this is great. And it's really good for content marketing and then sites that don't need JavaScript to be loaded right away. So yeah.
And real quickly, Tailwind CSS or no?
Both.
Okay.
I like my traditional CSS and I like Tailwind. I learned SCSS, but I love how the new CSS is kind of kicking SCSS out of the lineup because they're implementing all these things naturally. Like nested CSS is probably one of my biggest favorite updates from it being a native into the language.
Love it. And last question, what can you teach the world in about 60 seconds?
Man, you really give me these hard questions.
Could be technical, could be not. It could be something you learned recently in like a technical challenge or a hobby, anything like that.
Yeah, so yesterday I actually gave a talk at that conference, my first talk here at that conference about leadership that doesn't require a title, and you were there. And thanks for sharing that. And something that I would teach in 60 seconds is basically do not discredit your experiences that you had in the past, whether you were a janitor, whether you were a firefighter, whatever it is. And then you come into the tech industry, those experiences still do matter. Those expertise-like experiences that you had still do matter when you are working in the industry. So I did talk about 3 points: expertise, confidence, and humility, which is a big thing as being a leader. Everyone's a leader in something. You don't have to have a title. You don't have to have a role. It's really defining based off the experiences that you lived and how you can apply that to the problem you're trying to solve in today's age.
Can we just I'm gonna applaud. No, I don't know if other people understand. I'm such a big advocate, and Sean Day gave a keynote at that conference, Texas, this past January, about the same. It's transferable skills, and it's
Yes.
bringing your experiences from your past jobs and bringing those to your current or what you're trying to do or what you're already doing. And the big thing that people are missing, I think, is the confidence and the ability to communicate that and articulate
Yes.
it effectively. So I love that that was a big focus for you. I love that that's a message we get to share with everybody here live and in the audience. And it's one that I'm very excited about and passionate about as well.
Yes.
So thank you for joining.
Thank you for
Appreciate
giving me
it.
the opportunity.
Yes. Cool. Thanks. Could be anything. Yeah. So this is for people we're back live now. The question, it's one of my favorites right now, is what can you teach the world in 60 seconds? And it comes, the inspiration is me. I show up and I get so much insight from other people, whether it's technical or not. And I hear about things that they're learning. I see talks that they give and demos that they do, that sort of stuff. And I just want all of that information to be shared with the world. So it could be technical, it could be non-technical, it could be something you learned in a project recently, whatever. And most people have kind of struggled with how to wrap their head around that question. But I have faith in you at the same time. So what I'll do is I'll prompt you for each one of those, and I'll start with just your intro. So, and keep the mic close. Yep. So what is your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
Okay, so thank you for the invitation. My name is Andres Pineda. I am a senior cloud developer, and I'm originally from Dominican Republic, raised there, and like 10 years ago decided to move to Canada, and I'm happily living in Montreal with my family and kids.
And what is your origin story in about 60 seconds?
So I didn't like computers at the beginning. I was not the type of kids that had a computer when he was 8. No, that was not me. And in fact, after college, at high school, didn't know what to study. My mom, she said, "Oh, go to start a computer." That was back in the 1999, so it's been a while since then. And I wasn't sure. Honestly, I wasn't sure. I was 16 years old at that time, and but I gave it a try. I went to the university, got inscribed. In my first class, it was deception because my teacher, they were not teaching anything. It was most of the time just talking about their personal life. But I met this person, this guy, until this day, he's still my friend. He was carrying C++ book. And I read the book. I didn't understand anything, of course. It was coding. I had never coded in my life before. But what I was seeing, there was a connection. I was reading, going over the pages, and I really liked what I was seeing. That defined that I wanted. At that time, I realized that I wanted to be a software developer.
That's amazing. Yeah. I love how many people, when I asked them that question, have said, I didn't like it at first, or I didn't think I would be interested. And then I think what's really cool is when people get exposure to it, and then they're like, oh, I actually do like it. And it's fine if you get exposed to it and you still don't. Yeah. But I think knowing it's an opportunity for people and it's something that you might be interested in is super helpful.
Yep.
What is your favorite tech stack?
That's a hard question because I started on the .NET C# and I evolved to do Python but then I also did mobile for 9 years. And then I also did front end for a couple of years. Now I'm doing back end. So a tech stack, my two favorite language, I would say C# for most of the things and Python as a secondary. I think I say Python is that language that you need to learn regardless if you do anything. It's just magic for scripting, automation. It's so easy. All the operating system, or most of them, already have Python installed. So those two are my favorite.
Cool. And last question, what can you teach the world in 60 seconds?
About the importance of the community. I learned that from day one. I told you the story. I met the right person, that it was the person that introduced me into coding. And through my career, I have seen that story happening many times to me. I met the right person so I can get into something. My first speaking at a meetup was because I met the right person that forced me to get on stage and lose the fear that I had to speak. And then I learned all that. That's why for me, community is very important. And I want to teach everyone the importance of the community, not only for the benefits that you can get. I'm going to get a job. I mentioned earlier that I was laid off last year, and immediately the people from the community were supporting me and looking me for positions on the spot. So I can teach you the importance of having people that you can count on there.
Absolutamente. Yeah. Muchas gracias, mi amigo.
De nada, gracias a ti, James.
Oh, Jason Torres is in the chat now. Cool. It should be good. Yeah, you want to give it a test?
Ha.
Yeah.
I'm always nervous.
I know. Yeah, you don't know how loud it's going to come through. They did say to make sure to keep it close to your mouth. Get a couple. Alex is back in the chat. Jason joined in the chat. Day Walker in the chat too. What's going on, everybody? We're doing more interviews with developers across the world, developers of the world, and we'll go ahead and get into it. So, what is your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
Sounds good. I'm Lizzie Siegel. I'm a developer advocate at Cloudflare, focusing on AI demos and videos, and I'm based in San Francisco.
Very nice. What is your origin story in about 60 seconds?
Okay. I grew up in the Bay Area, but I didn't do tech, but my twin brother did. And then I went to this all-girls coding camp at Stanford my senior year of high school, and I really enjoyed it. Like, the mentors, the teachers were like women, and they were cool. They were like, they played volleyball. I was like, you're a programmer? I want to be like you. And they showed me, like, if you have an idea, you can build it. And if you don't know how, you learn how. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing about being a developer. Also, like, from a diversity perspective, as a white male, it's not hard for me to find other white males in the industry. So what I think about from diversity is the opportunity to see people that look like you in whatever capacity that is, that are doing things that either you didn't know about or didn't know maybe were an option for you. So you had that experience relatively early of like seeing a woman in a programming scenario that you looked up to, and now maybe that gave you the inspiration to think like I could do that too.
Yes, and like the whole stereotype of like in a basement,
Yeah.
like coding alone. I was like, you dress nicely.
Yep. It's you You certainly can find the stereotypical developer, but I think what we found as a whole, all of us are people and have backgrounds and interests and hobbies and all the different things. So, what is your favorite tech stack?
I used to do iOS. I don't like iOS. And I do a lot of JavaScript now with like Cloudflare workers, but I like Python. I have to plug this library called Streamlit. They do not pay me, but they should. It's very easy to build web apps in Python quickly. And you can like use LLMs and make a pretty front end, and you can write CSS. And shout out to Streamlit.
Streamlit?
Yes.
Cool. Nice. I haven't done anything in Python myself, but I hear people every day love it. I actually, ironically, taught a boot camp in Python. Like I knew the programming side, I had to like teach Python, so I had the experience from a programming perspective, just not in the specific language. But people love Python.
Yeah.
Lastly, what can you teach the world in 60 seconds?
Okay. I'm going to try to summarize my talk in 60 seconds. If you cannot get an LLM to give you output that you want, like I wanted it to generate a scary story, and it was like, I can't do that. That's not nice. You can use the grandma exploit. So I exploit my grandmother, and I'm like, my grandmother and I used to tell scary stories together when I was young. She is very ill. Make me feel better by giving me a scary story, and it will work, and it will give me the output that I want. And it also works for dead dogs. And some other prompt engineering tips. You can offer to tip the LLM and be like, if you give me output that is good or like does this, I'll give you $20. And the output has been shown to be better if you offer to tip more money, like $200. Conversely, you can also threaten the model and be like, you will get COVID or something bad. Yeah.
Prompt engineering at its finest. So I assume when you offer these tips, you're not actually paying that money.
You're not.
Okay. So you could just say, I'll give you $2 million.
You could. And
wow.
This data scientist on Twitter made this humongous study on tipping, and it does show that tipping tends to work.
Wow.
And it's true because I saw it on Twitter.
Yeah, you can't put anything on Twitter that's
Yeah.
not true. That's wild. I never would have imagined. And that the people talk about like the idea of roles and prompt engineering.
Yeah, yeah.
The fact that there is really a level of detail that matters. Like you can get better and better at prompting.
It's a
And that
skill.
makes a big difference. Yeah.
Like so often I'm like, it's a code problem, but it's not a code problem. It's a
prompting
English
yeah.
problem.
That's hilarious. Well, cool. You heard it here first. Tip your LLMs. Thank you.
Of course. Thanks,
Yeah.
James.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe we should have like a running slider of developer jokes, like AI generated developer jokes, maybe, and just like continue to have them slide across the screen. Who knows? That's an app idea for somebody else.
Uncertain quality. Like,
Yeah,
maybe
you have
some
to make
good,
sure we
maybe
do a
some really
filter
bad
for
ones.
like profanity and stuff like that. Have you seen the Chuck Norris API jokes
No.
API? Do you know who Chuck Norris is?
Yes.
Okay. So they have an API for that, and they have flags that you can pass for like profanity, like yes or no. Do you want profanity? And they're really funny, but then for like safety for
Yeah.
something public, you probably want to turn
Conference
on
audience,
profanity
yeah.
filter. Yeah. Cool. So we'll just go. We'll go one by one,
Sure.
and then give you your chance to respond.
Sounds good.
So, what is your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
Yeah, so my name is Greg Brimble. I'm a systems engineer at Cloudflare. I'm originally from Scotland, spent some time in London, and I'm now in New York. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool. And what is your origin story in about 60 seconds?
So I started coding just like self-taught when I was like 8 or 9 years old. I was looking back and like found that I was really young when I got started. Properly misspent childhood. Many hours in front of a computer, but it sort of started with like me trying to like, get past the school blocks for like games websites and that sort of thing. So yeah, sort of like a fun childhood spent with computers. And then I sort of went through school, and I sort of always knew that I was going to go into technology, but I ended up doing some electrical and mechanical engineering at university. I did that for 3 years, and then I switched, and so I did some AI and software engineering at university for another 3 years, so 6 years at university, and then I'm now just out and working at Cloudflare. So I've been there for 3 years. So kind of a whole journey, but pretty consistently tech all throughout.
Yeah, very cool. And you've been at Cloudflare 3 years, you said?
Yeah, that's right.
Very cool. Cloudflare is so interesting to me because of how many different products it has. I think we talked about this a little bit the other day. Of like it's hard to get bored. You could always find a different segment, like a different product or a feature or something that you could go like pretty deep into.
For sure.
And probably not run out of things to look
Yeah, I mean,
into.
it's one of my favorite things about the industry in general is just how creative it is and how open-ended. You can just imagine anything and build anything, and it's pretty much just your imagination that's the limit. So it's really what keeps me going with it. Is just the you solve some problem and it like scratches that part of your brain, same as like doing a Sudoku or whatever, and then you just have unbounded creativity to build whatever you want.
So speaking of building, what's your favorite tech stack?
So my day job, I spend most of my time writing like Go and Postgres stuff, like back end sort of things. But obviously, a fair bit of that is also spent like using workers, and so a lot of it is TypeScript. And I've been spending the last like year plus really digging deep into React Server components, seeing how they work at like a framework level. So yeah, it's been really cool to sort of see that technology develop, and it's got it's captured my interest of late.
Yeah, love it. Last question. What can you teach the world in 60 seconds?
I don't know if there's anything I can actually teach anybody in 60 seconds, but I guess as a like heartfelt message would be just like let people cook. Like you see a lot of stuff going out on like Twitter and things, like people working on projects or ideas or whatever, and by and large very positive messaging, but every now and then it's a little bit meaner than it needs to be, and so I think generally if you see people like working on stuff, just like be encouraging. It's how you progress the industry forward as a whole, and it's not very helpful. People are just being shut down. So encouragement where you can.
Yeah, I think we do a pretty good job of that, and I think we're more cognizant of that as a community as a whole. But we still have those pockets, and those like instances really suck. One of the interview questions earlier was like, someone got told like, I don't think you'll be successful in tech because you're not getting this, and it's like, wow, it's really shitty to be honest. Like we should, if you feel that way, what can we do to help that person? And especially people that are building and sharing and have the confidence to be able to do that. Like don't take that away from them. Continue to build it up, and if you have feedback, provide feedback, but in a constructive way.
Yep, for sure.
Cool.
Great to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me on.
Sweet. after and turn it into short form content. So,
Sounds good.
So you can edit anything you want. Cool. We're back up. Chat, what's up? What's up? I think this is the last interview that I'll do for the day. We'll do more interviews tomorrow from the same time, so 2:00 to either 2:30 or 3:00 Central tomorrow. So the same thing tomorrow. We'll have more guests on, but Carter, you're the last one on. So if you're ready, I'll go ahead and get started.
I'm ready. This is awesome.
What is your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
All right. My name is Carter Rabasa. I guess I'm from the East Coast, but I've lived in Seattle, Washington for over 15 years now. So maybe I'm from the East Coast, but my kids are from Seattle. So I'm giving you kind of a weird answer.
Yeah. Where in the East Coast are you from?
I grew up in Northern Virginia, like right outside of Washington, D.C.
Cool. Nice. Maybe continuing on that, what is your origin story in about 60 seconds?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I was a kid that played with computers at a very young age. Went to college, studied computer science. This is back when like you needed CS to get into tech. I was a software engineer for a while. And then I got really, I kind of fell out. I had a quarter life crisis and I couldn't see myself being like a professional software engineer, like later into my career. So my career, like, I know this is only 60 seconds, but I took a lot of weird twists and turns and I discovered DevRel in developer relations to people who do not know what that means in 2012. And I've been doing it ever since.
Yeah. So developer relations, and this is something I talk about a lot. We probably already mentioned it like live on here, but if you had to define developer relations for people that hadn't heard of it or know what it is, how would you define that for people?
I mean, honestly, it's just sort of helping developers build amazing things, right? And that's what I love doing, right? I build demos, like I give talks, I listen to developers and I try to understand what they're struggling with. And sometimes maybe the company I'm working for has a product that can help them, but oftentimes I can just point them in other directions. I can point them towards other kinds of tools or technologies or techniques that I've seen over my career be really, really helpful and productive for people. And I just get to do that every day as my job, and it's awesome.
It's pretty amazing. And a lot of people see DevRel developer advocates and they see the like speaking on stage and they see the travel and stuff, but there's a lot that goes into that is overlooked. And I think a big part of it is really being that bridge from product / company to the community. And so a big part of it is receiving that feedback, like being that trusted person to receive feedback from the community and have that influence product and engineering and stuff to solve the use cases for developers. So that is one of the things that I think we often don't associate with it, but there's a lot of activities and things that go into DevRel as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I think like there's a lot of, we could have like a 90-minute keynote talk on DevRel, right? But I think the main takeaway is like, if you're the kind of person that even not for your job, like you just find yourself wanting to help people a lot, like you run your local Kansas City JavaScript meetup like for free because you just care about bringing people together and like helping them learn and upskill and maybe find jobs. Like if you're doing that on the side as a hobby, you might love DevRel. And if you're the kind of person that like just has never actually done that kind of stuff before, you'd probably be happier doing something else, right? So I think there's just sort of like an innate degree of empathy that will make people really, really happy with doing this job.
Absolutely. Speaking of building, what is your favorite tech stack?
He told me he was going to ask me this. I mean, I've been full stack JavaScript before it was cool, I guess. I remember when Node came out in the first place. And I've just stayed there. I've done everything though. I've done, PHP, Python, Flask, Django, Ruby on Rails. I've kind of dabbled with all these things, but if you ask me to build something today and you give me 3 hours to do it, I'm probably going to use Next.
Cool. Have you tried other frameworks as well? Is React your favorite framework, like just UI framework?
Yeah, I have. There's actually a really awesome framework that not enough people know about called Enhance. Yeah, it's great. It's like a progressive framework, right?
Enhance.dev?
Yeah, so I'm not good with the URL. It might be enhance.dev, but it's a really cool framework, and it's all about progressive enhancement. So it's the kind of framework where if you turn off JavaScript, like your app is still going to work. It only progressively enhances the front end, like if it detects that you have JavaScript. So like it's kind of an anti-React in that way. So I've built a lot of apps and a lot of websites using Enhance. It doesn't get the love that React or Vue does, but but I think there are a lot of like principles behind progressive enhancement that I wish more frameworks would adopt. So yeah, I love it.
That's awesome. It looks like it's from, I had heard of this. It looks like it's from the team at Begin.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, totally. And they're also the same people that built a server-side framework called Architect that basically makes it really easy for a JavaScript developer to build an application and get it deployed onto AWS without needing to know anything about AWS. So there's sort of, and both of these projects are completely open source. And I know Architect is part of the OpenJS foundation of projects. So yeah, it's super cool tech. And it's kind of funny though, like what everyone seems to know about in terms of open source software and what like smaller amounts of people seem to know about. And I'll just tell everyone who's watching, popularity is not the same thing as quality, right? There's a lot of really great software out there that people don't know about that if they checked it out, they might realize it solves a problem for them or helps them do something.
Yep. I feel like this, you like touched on what would be a great answer for this next question, but I'll let you answer this however you want. What can you teach the world in 60 seconds?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I'm just gonna go to the easy answer because I just got out of an amazing talk by a guy named Kevin Winnery, who I used to work with back in the day. And he actually gave a non-technical talk about how he got himself healthy after kind of leading the life of like a software engineer / DevRel person who traveled and ate a lot of bad food, didn't take care of himself, didn't find time to sort of stay in shape. He went through his own personal journey where he kind of got himself like into a much better place, like with his health. And what he taught me today, and everyone who's in the room, is that like it isn't about like getting hyper motivated and making some wild changes to your life and like praying that like those changes stick. It's all about like small incremental progress where, super importantly, over a period of time, you develop habits so that like a year after you've made these small incremental changes, you don't have to psych yourself up to go to the gym or to go for a walk. It is just part of your routine and it's a habit that you've built and you take it for granted the way that you take like brushing your teeth for granted. And that was super, like, I just hadn't heard it described that way. And look, there's books out there like Atomic Habits, like there's a bunch of literature out there, but like he just framed it in a way that like made me like, it really, I felt like I learned something, and I feel like I'm going to go home and I've got some ideas about habits that I want to build. And you can also, you know, his journey was about health, but you can generalize this to like whatever your goal is. Like, don't try to like conquer the mountain in a day. Just sort of figure out how to climb it a little bit at a time such that it becomes just part of your life and you don't even think about it.
That's amazing. The keynote this morning with Mark gave me, what I was going to say was like walking away from a talk and having things that you feel like you can do immediately is amazing. That's like the ultimate goal, I think, is that walk away. And I had some of that this morning with the keynote from Mark of like how to focus on what's important and when isn't important and who isn't important to do that with. And the focus on like, if things aren't serving you in a positive way, do less of that and do more of the things that do serve you. And I think the small changes are the ways that you build up continual something you can stick to. And that's something I've definitely experienced myself of trying to go in too quickly to something and then realizing like, oh, that's not actually sustainable until you kind of build up the smaller habits along the way.
First of all, that keynote was awesome.
Yeah.
Like I was like, you know, hypnotized for 90 minutes. And I hear what you're saying. And you can just apply this to everything. Like if you're out there and like you have an impulse to do a massive code refactor of some older code base that you don't like, you know, you want to literally rip and replace everything with the hottest, latest stuff, like avoid that impulse, right? Don't do it. Like try to figure out what's the smaller, quicker, like change that you can make where you're going to add some value. You're going to remove a dependency you don't need anymore, but it's like, it's small. And then like you do that, you accomplish it in a day or a couple days. And then sure, like maybe a few months from now, you really have completely refactored that app, but you didn't do the thing that we all have done, where you roll up your sleeves and you're like, all right, I'm going to convert this LAMP app into like Next.js, like, app router, like, and because then that is where you get into the pit of despair, and you're like, it's been 3 weeks and you're like light years away from the goal line. Like, you can just take this advice and you can find like ways to apply it to what you do for a living, and you can find ways to apply it to like your life. It was great.
Yeah, I love it. Cool. I think we'll have one more interview, and then we'll wrap up. So stick around, chat, for one more, but we'll do a little transition while we get the last person up. So
later, folks.
Yeah. Sweet. Cool. If you're ready, we'll go ahead and
I'm ready.
kick off. Cool. So, what is your name? Where are you from? And what do you do?
Hey, so I'm Shivai. I'm from New Delhi, India. So it's my first time ever at that conference. And I was super stoked when I was leaving from my plane from New Delhi and travel for 30 hours to come here. But I think it's been completely worth it. And I'm currently working at Pieces for Developers as a developer advocate. So we are a AI productivity tool that uses AI to boost your productivity across the different workflows that anyone might do. So of course, like any developer will do a lot of development on their ID, but will also do a lot of research and collaboration. So Pieces for Developers can basically contextualize all of the things that you're doing across your different workflows and just help you to become better. So I'm of course being part of this entire generative AI ecosystem, being a leader in that space. I think like that is really great and a really awesome opportunity, and we're also sponsoring this entire event, so I'm super excited.
Yeah. What's your origin story in about 60 seconds?
Yeah, so I started my journey back in 6th standard when I first got to use HTML. But while I was in my university, I did struggle quite a bit with things like data structural algorithms, and I was often ridiculed, right? But where I found my growth was through hackathons. And I started to take part in hackathons, learned a lot of different tech stacks, and learned that it's not about only going about learning data structural algorithms. It's more about how do you actually apply them. And that's where my journey into machine learning also actually started, through hackathons. And I got so many different opportunities to collaborate, opportunities to learn about that there are these tech conferences. And then I got into my first ever tech conference. And of course, my rest is history. I've been involved with open source, and of course, getting to work with such an amazing group of folks. All of that has been attributed to hackathons for me.
That's amazing. What is your favorite tech stack?
So for me, it's kind of weird because I started off with PHP, but then I gradually moved on to Mern stack, and for a long time that is my favorite stack. But of course, when it comes to AI, of course, especially with LLMs, so I had to also transition a bit into Python as well. So today I would say that I equally like JavaScript and Python. So 50-50. I know it can be a bit controversial for a lot of folks, but I love Python and JavaScript both equally. And on the side, I also always try to dabble myself into Rust because that is a challenging language, and I love to take up challenges these days. So I love using Rust these days.
Cool. I haven't tried Rust. I haven't tried Go. All things like eventually I would like to try. Last question for you. What can you teach the world in 60 seconds?
All right. So I'm a big proponent for web AI. So I like to teach you about how you can build your own JavaScript application powered with AI in 60 seconds. So of course, as you know, that JavaScript is a very versatile language. So it makes absolute sense to be able to incorporate AI inside of it so that you can now deploy that ML or AI app on the web, on the browser, on Android, or any other, sort of even Raspberry Pi. So the core concept over here is that those same set of AI models that you will typically write in Python, so their origin is always in Python, you can very easily convert them into JavaScript as well with the help of tools like TensorFlow.js or Transformers.js. And then these are open source libraries that can allow you to incorporate these pre-trained models directly into your web application. So you just, by making a few function calls like dot classify, dot predict, and just loading these models inside of your JavaScript application, you can essentially build an entire AI functional application in a matter of a few lines of code. And given the fact that these days today we have the capabilities offered by our own SDK like the Pieces OS SDK, and then we have the OpenAI SDKs. These SDKs again allow you to just insert like an API key and call a prompt to the LLM, or if you're using some sort of a multimodal model, you can just give it a prompt, and again in a matter of like a few lines of code, you can use AI inside of your JavaScript application. And of course, like now we have LangChain, which is again a really great open source tool that allows you to interface very easily and create things like RAG applications built on top of these LLM models. And again, you don't need to be an AI expert while you implement all of these, and that's the benefit that you get with all of these open source tooling that I just mentioned.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the super exciting part, is not having to be an expert. There's tooling there to support you being able to build in the power of AI into your applications, but not have to be
exactly
the full expert in it. Cool. Thank you so much. That is our last interview of today. We will be back tomorrow, same time, to do interviews with more developers from that conference. But that's going to be it for me. Thank you
so
all.
much.
I appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow. And thank you.
Let's go. All right, I need to mute myself over here. Beautiful. Hi there, Internet. Welcome back. That conference live. It is I, your co-host with the most, Andrew. PJ has taken a break off the stage. We're going to trade places tomorrow for some other fun stuff. But I know it's 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock somewhere for you, and you've got a nice slow end to the day. But you've been watching that all day, and you've been saying to yourself, where has been our live coding? We would like to see someone make some sort of a coding fumble live on stream for us to forever remember. And so I wanted to be able to deliver that to you at least once during that conference. And so what I have for you today is a way for you to realize that you are a much, much better programmer than you think you are by watching me, who is not a fantastic programmer, try and make a thing happen. So this is that. This is that conference. And just doing any live coding would be great. There's been a lot of React stuff. There's been a lot of Next.js stuff, which I guess is also just React stuff. But today, I wanted to deliver something that was really best presented at a conference like that. And the thing that I wanted to kind of show off is something that's also really family friendly. So this is something that if you are new to programming or new to coding and you're looking to get started, this is a great tool to do that beyond like building like a to-do MVC app. Or if you're an experienced dev looking to learn a new technology and you don't want to just go through the same kind of humdrum process, this is a great way to do that as well. And now I'm actually gonna talk a little bit more about what this is, and you're kind of seeing it on the screen here. But I want to show you, just like I'm gonna play this video in the background. There's not gonna be any audio or anything, but I just want to play it. This is a clip from a live event that happened on the west coast of Canada, so in Victoria, British Columbia. And this was a Battlesnake live tournament. So this one that's actually being recorded here was, I think, the largest Battlesnake competition that ever occurred. There was like 2,000 developers live in like a big conference room, like literally the size of that conference, like a big conference room. And everybody, it's like a hackathon, but like the best hackathon you could ever imagine. Because instead of working on a bunch of obscure projects that never really connect with each other, you're instead actually working on kind of the same project in different ways, trying to implement it in a way that is going to be good enough to take on some of the other projects. And this will make sense in just a minute. So what I'm talking about here, you probably got it from the name, is Battlesnake. And that's actually the name of this final session for today, is Ready, Set, Battlesnake. Now, this is a great like live conference feel. This was like the last ever in-person event before Battlesnake became a company and is now sort of an open source community project. But I want to get you hyped about this. And so it's not going to have the audio, but I feel like the energy of this 40-second video will just like get you in the right headspace for what this is all about. I mean, the music really does add something, but I feel like just watching this, you're going to get the energy. We got a lot of excited people. There's a lot of blue and purple lights. You know, it's legit. Look at these. These are things on a screen. There's code, testing and optimizing. Those are coding terms, climbing ranks, snakes again with cool heads, watching tournaments. This is like the best promo video that I've ever been involved in creating for Become a Legend. And it was truly legendary. Boom. So, okay, I've kind of hyped this up. Now I really need to deliver, and I need to obviously show some code. We're going to take about 40 minutes to go through this. It's not really going to take us that long, but we're going to kind of go through the process. What is Battlesnake? Well, you probably have gathered what Battlesnake is. It is a, I don't want to say competitive, collaborative programming challenge, competitive programming game. If you ever used to play that old classic Nokia Snake game on your phone, where you kind of go around and you eat like a little red dot and you get longer and you try and survive and not run into your tail, that is exactly what this is. But now add the level of, okay, so you are in an arena with a bunch of other snakes all competing against each other to try and survive the longest, eat the most food, and win the competition. And now add to this that you've programmed all these, and then you're going to a live tournament, and think of like the best esports event that you've ever been to. This is what this is. At its height in the pandemic, this was there were like fan clubs that were starting. People were having like tailgate parties just to like watch these games. It was a whole vibe, and it still exists out there. And so I really wanted to show you this so you can get an idea of what this is all about. So this is the main landing page here, but we're gonna go over the docs because it's always a great place to start. And so I feel like the best actual description of what it is this line right here. And I'm going to bump this up for y'all. And we'd say about a competitive programming game, but this is what you're doing. So in a game, a Battlesnake is a real-time live web server responding to the Battlesnake API. So Battlesnake API, you're basically kind of building a reverse API. And what that looks like in practice is something that looks kind of like this. So you have a Battlesnake. You are requesting the next move. So you're getting a whole bunch of information from the Battlesnake game engine on every turn. So the game runs one turn, you get a bunch of information, the next turn, a bunch of information, and then you're using that information to make decisions on which direction you want your snake to go. Do you want it to go up, down, left, or right? And despite that being a very simple concept, you can go intense with this. Yeah, you can do heuristic snakes where you're doing if-else statements everywhere like I'm kind of going to do today, or you can do machine learning snakes that are just sort of taking advantage of all of these new sort of tools that are out there. And I might do a little bit of generative AI stuff today just to kind of help me get where I need to go. But this is really what it's about. Now, the great thing about this is technology stack agnostic. If you are wanting to learn Vercel and I don't know, maybe SvelteKit's not the best one, or you want to learn Svelte, you can technically build a snake in any technology. Now today, we're not going to explore any technology because I'm not that brave to live code on a stage. I'm just going to be doing JavaScript. It's still going to be ridiculous potentially, but we're going to see what happens with this. So what is also awesome, and I always love to point this out, and you may be saying, Andrew, why are you up on the stage talking about Battlesnake? Well, I used to work for Battlesnake. I was their community manager for a number of years, and I also am still featured as the person sitting in my dark, unlit living room recording this video. This is peak live coding. This stream that we're getting right now is like a 10x of what the quality of this stream was, and hopefully it'll be a 10x in like actually getting you where you need to go. So we looked at kind of how it works. So during each game, the game engine will send requests to your web server. The code you write will respond to those requests and determine how your Battlesnake behaves. I'll talk through the steps, then we're actually going to do them. So first things first, you're going to choose a stack. Again, there is any stack. In fact, if you go to GitHub right now, and hopefully I won't dox myself with anything, and I go and search Battlesnake, you can actually find, obviously a lot of our stuff is at the top, but we've got AWS SageMaker. There's a snake in there. Obviously a lot of Python snakes that are in there. We've got a lot of like environments for training. And you can see all of these open source snakes that are in here are ones that were created and have been made accessible for other people to get started in sort of using this. And there's new snakes that are coming out all the time. Like you can see here, like this C# one is a community snake. Some of them are maintained by our team, by the open source team in the community. Some of them are not. And so you can see here, like, you don't need to kind of know all of these pieces. You can actually go in and choose a language and kind of get started. So so you're gonna set up your Battlesnake server. You're gonna create your Battlesnake on playbattlesnake.com. We'll go through this whole process. You're gonna customize your Battlesnake. This is like probably my favorite part of this process. So many of these coding things are like, oh, like styling is not important. It's all about building the structure. I firmly disagree. I mean, I'm not necessarily a CSS fan all the time, but I do think when you're doing something like this, it's fun to style, and we'll look at what that looks like. And then we're gonna set up games, and then you can customize the logic in here, and we're actually gonna go through the process of doing this. And it really doesn't take a lot of time. The base structure will take us like 5 minutes maybe, and then we'll go through a little bit more of the live coding stuff. And now there's a lot of other stuff that's in here. So like game rules, basically the rules are don't hit the outside, don't hit another snake, don't hit yourself. And that's going to be the thing that actually gets you where you need to go. And there's health and things like that. You'll see what this looks like as we kind of go through. And you can get more information on different game modes and kind of all of this other fun stuff. But again, what I love is really the customization of the snakes. So you are not set to just have like a basic, ugly little pixelated snake here. You are able to have a very nice, pretty, beautiful looking snake in any color that you would like. So, by the way, if you are in chat and you want to follow along with this, and I'm going to like go over and like show stream here for a second. Anything in comments right now? No, nothing in comments right now. So if you want to build one of these yourself as we're going along, play.battlesnake.com. It's right up here. You might not be able to see that as well, but play.battlesnake.com. This is where you're going to go to check it out. Also, if you go to Google and literally just type in Battlesnake, I think we're still, it's us and an Australian band. Ooh, and we are beating out the Australian band. That is what SEO is all about, everybody. Okay, so back to playbattlesnake.com. So I've already got an account set up here, which is okay. It's not a hard process. You can set this up with your GitHub account. I'm not going to do that just because things will obviously go wrong with that. I have a suspicion. And once you're in, you're going to get a view that looks something like this. Now, what we're going to look at first is actually the customizations, because I think that's honestly the greatest place to start. So you are actually able to buy, I don't know if that's the right word. You're able to use credits that you get for winning in different game modes to get different heads and tails. As you can see here, I've unlocked a lot of these. Obviously, I've been around the Battlesnake world for a little bit, but this is the actual setup of Battlesnake. So you can choose any of these that you want. I think that I am going to choose some fun ones. I feel like I really want to lean into Mark's talk this morning. So I might actually I'm going to choose a weight tail. And then I think for my head, who do we got on here? We got our all-seeing eye. We got a football. We are in Wisconsin. Maybe football is the one. Gamer, maybe. We got our mustache. I mean, a mustache is always pretty fantastic. I feel like that's it. I feel like a weightlifting mustache is really the way to go. Not the villain, though, just the regular mustache. So we're going to remember these kind of codes that are here. We're going to remember our mustache code. We're also going to remember our weight code, and that's going to be important for us a little bit later on. So let's jump into our code, back over into our docs. So back into read the docs. What does Battlesnake get started? Quick start. Okay, so the nice thing with getting started with this is the templates are already set up and you can deploy them anywhere that you want. But one of the nice things that we've done is we realized that setting up your development environment is really, really challenging sometimes. And we wanted the process to be as smooth as possible. So we actually use Replit. If you've never heard of it, an amazing cloud-based IDE. Go check it out and you'll see it today. And so you can actually go and kind of use the starter projects using Replit. So in here, you can see we've got sort of these officially maintained projects, Python, Go, Rust, JavaScript, and TypeScript. And then a lot of community-based projects. I'm not going to go and touch F#. I'm not going to touch Dart, Java, but like lots and lots of things that are in here. Even actually, like this was a cool one. This Mule and Data Weave Battlesnake was developed. This Node-RED low-code Battlesnake actually did a talk a little while ago on that. There's a PHP starter snake, which I'd love to go and explore, but not today because JavaScript is just easier in some cases. So we are going to choose our starter project from up here. We're going to choose JavaScript. It's going to automatically bring us over here to our repo, where you can see there's a lot of instructions that are in here. These aren't going to be super important for us because Replit's going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for this. And so if you see here, it's sort of walking us through this process and how to run things locally and all the rest of this fun stuff. So let's go in here and we're just going to click on this run on Replit. It's going to be dark mode, not because I love dark mode, but because just Replit like defaults into dark mode. And here is the template that you're going to use. And we'll walk through all the code in here. It's not very many files. It is very, very simple. So let me create this. I'm going to call this my that snake. And I need to delete a REPL because I'm not paying $120 a year. So let me go in. I'm going to delete some REPLs, and it is free to use this. What do I got on here? What do I got on here for my REPLs that I can get rid of? Oh, my heads up. I don't need this anymore. This didn't actually happen. Yes, delete this REPL. Amazing. Let's refresh this. Oh, an unnamed one. What's in here? Sufficiently needy programming tool. Probably don't need that either. Let's delete that REPL. And I think I can refresh now, and I should be able to go back and actually start this process. Use template. All right, so we're going to call this a that snake. And it's working this time. No request for $120 of my hard-earned money. And here we are. We have a battle snake, basically, actually, fundamentally ready to go. All I have to do is click this run button. And you know that this is working if you see this little JSON that you got here. This is it. This means that your battle snake is up and running. So our battle snake, you can see here, not very much going on there. We've got like a basic gray color. We've got a default head and tail. I said we were here about the color, about the experience, about the vibe of our snake. So we're going to go and find a vibe. All right. So first thing I need to do, we're going to leave our API version. I'm going to set this as myself. And we're going to go choose a color. So coolers is a really good, there's some other generators, not cooler, wrong one, coolers. See if that finds it. There we go. And let's see, accept all cookies, start the generator. Let's see what colors we get that we like. And if you've never used this tool before, it's also amazing. Definitely go check it out. I'm a big purple fan. I like this one. Let's grab this hex code. Awesome. And let's go over here. We might need to change it. We'll see as we go through, but I'm going to change this to my hex code there, get rid of that extra hashtag. I'll bump this up as well so y'all can see a little bit better. And you'll notice it's really, really well documented in here because that's, we want this process to be easy for you. Okay. And then our head and tail, we were going to do mustache. I can't remember how to spell mustache. That's terrible, but we're going to go over here and it's easy. Just go to customizations. I can look up MOUS. Mouse mustache. There we go. And we're going to grab that and head back over here. We're going to have our mustache and our weight tail. I wish that there was like a camping one because that would have been the real. Maybe there is a camping one. Hold on. Let me see this. Weight. I'm going to save this for a second. It'll update over here. If I refresh, I may need to turn it off and on again. But if I go over here, do I have any camping ones? Camp. No camping ones. And I don't see any that are like super campy themed in here. Workout. We could go full workout, but I think we're going to go with what we got. All right, here we go. So let's stop and start our REPL. We got it. Andrew D. McLean. We got our caller update there. It is still working. So what we're going to need to do now before we go any further is we've got our code. We're going to come back and look at this in a minute. We got about 25 minutes left together. And I'm going to go over here and I'm actually going to create a battle snake. So all I got to do over here is go to my battle snakes and you'll see I have a lot of battle snakes in here, like too many. And we're going to create a new battle snake. We're going to name it that snake. We're going to need our server URL, which we'll grab in a minute. We can set engine regions. This is super not important for most people. So you can just choose the first one that's on there. There's a description of what it's all about. Live coded snake at that conference. Okay, so programming language, JavaScript, and platform, we are using Replit. Are these things really important? Not really, but I feel like they're fun to have there. Anyone with a battle snake account? Yes. So I want to make this a public snake. Oh, good. Server URL. So let's head back to our REPL and we're actually going to grab, I'm going to grab this new tab and bring it over here just so I can easily grab the URL that's here. And again, you can see here, this is just, it's JSON. It's literally just JSON. It's pretty printing it. I can close this now. I'm also doing all this without a mouse, which is probably not the smartest idea, but all this to say you can do all of this with or without a mouse. Okay, back over to manage battle snakes, server URL, that snake. You're going to see it's going to be this REPL here, US Oregon West, live coded snake at that conference, JavaScript, save battle snake. Amazing. So now I've got a that battle snake and you'll see here, he is in my fun color. They are in my fun color. That snake is in that kind of like purple. They got a mustache and a weight. Honestly, it's all for aesthetics, but I feel like it adds a level to this experience that you can just customize and really make it your own. Okay. Great. So let's jump into our actual code. I've got my finished one here just in case I forget how to code. I realize I need to have a backup. But let's actually look through what we have in our files here and I'll bump it up again. I wonder if I can bump up on the sides. Again, awesome. So over here, we've got a config. This is all related to the Replit system. So you don't really need to pay attention to this. We got our README. And then the other two files, we have our index.js. This is where we are setting our kind of like customization stuff. We've set the different functions that are going to be called like game start and end. This is where we're setting a lot of the game logic. So we're going to be back in here in a minute. And then we've got our server JS. Ultimately, under the hood, this is just running an Express.js server. So like if you've ever done Express.js, then you know what you're looking at here. And you can see here, we've just got a bunch of get and post requests. And it's, it's super, super simple. Or endpoints, sorry, not requests, endpoints, because of course the engine is sending information to your Battlesnake, which is ultimately a server. Okay, so we've got all this. It's running. We know that it's running because it's saying running Battlesnake at this address. And Replic's going to do all the work to make that publicly available address. And then you can see in our package.json, it's super simple. It's literally node fetch, express, and typing. I mean, probably don't even need the typing, but it's there. And then you're ready to go. It's working. Great. So let's go back over to index.js, which is where all the logic is happening. So what does logic look like? What does the data look like that you are getting from the DevCycle game engine each move? So let's actually go and look at this. I think we do give an introduction of what this looks like, a sample of the code, example move request. There we go. So on every game, or every move, I should say, you're getting a data object that looks like this. And so you're going to get a unique game ID. It's going to have the different type of game modes. There's a bunch of settings that we're not super worried about right now. You're going to get the turn that you're on. You're going to get the height and width of the board. That's going to be really important for us. You're going to get the food, and food is like those little food balls that are on the screen. You'll see what I mean in a minute. And the location, the XY location on a grid. And we'll talk a little bit about how the grid is laid out. Hazards aren't super important for us right now, but there's some game modes that give you hazards that'll kind of take away your life. Just a different game mechanic that makes it more interesting. You get the location of all the other snakes that are on the board, where their head is, where their body is, their latencies. We have something called shouts, which isn't really used to a huge amount anymore, but you could technically like target based on shouts or based on customizations. Like you could be like, I always want to go after the snakes that are like the default snakes, because you can in competition actually kind of go head to head and take out other snakes or survive being hit by another snake. So this is, and then so you get all of this is literally just a JSON object. It's just returning all of this information every move. And this is kind of what you're returning. So your what you are receiving is that information, and your response is going to be up, down, left, or right. Super, super simple, easy way to get things started with this. And we're going to look at how this actually functions. So in our code, we don't actually really need to see this anymore. So I'm going to just kind of disappear it over there. We also don't really need this stuff anymore. It's not super important. This is really where all the love and the fun and the joy is happening. So we're going to look at this. So the start and end, you can do specific logic in there. When you're getting started, these are not super important. There's also another endpoint, or there's some other, like an info endpoint, not really to worry about at this point. Really the one you're focused on is the move endpoint. So let's look at what this is looking like. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with this is move safe object array. And basically you're saying at the very beginning, all moves are valid. So all moves are safe for your snake. Your snake is going to live. It's going to survive no matter it goes up, down, left, or right on the first move. Amazing. So next up, we now have our logic that we're putting in to stop your snake from doing specific things. And we'll go through this code specifically and what it's doing in a second. But as we go down to the bottom, this is what's happening. So in your logic for your snake, you're going through and setting a bunch of logic to remove moves that are not safe for your snake to make based on whatever data you have coming in. Then at the end, you are then kind of taking the list of safe moves that are left, and you are returning something, and it's going to be a random direction. If like only one is available, it'll only go that direction. If there's multiple available, it'll choose a random direction kind of at the beginning. And then we also have a default in here. So let's say all of these things return like no safe. It has to move somewhere. It has to return a response, or it can technically error out. But basically what this is doing is ensuring that if something goes wrong, it's always going to do something. And here we basically have our snake. If it's not working and there's no safe moves, it's going to go down. So that is sort of the game logic. And this is actually functional right now. So let's see what this looks like. Let's go over to our Battlesnake game engine, or just over to play.battlesnake.com. Let's go create game. And you'll see here, I'm going to use a standard board just for like demonstration purposes, I feel like it's easy. We're going to choose medium. And again, there's different types of maps, but for us, we're going to look at standard today. We're going to find our that snake and add our that snake to a game. We're just going to leave it with that snake for today because honestly, it's probably just a little bit more straightforward to have one snake on the board when we're getting started, and click start game. So interestingly enough, what's happening right now is you'll see this game in progress thing at the very bottom of the screen. If I go over to our REPL and actually pull back open that sidebar, you will see here that in here, we've got some really good logging with these default snakes. So you can see here, it sends this sort of info at the very beginning, this game start, and then you can see move 0. So the first move, it went left, then it went down, then it went right, then it went down, then it was game over. Awesome. We see this in our logs, but what does this actually look like on the screen? So I can close this up. It looks like this. So right now, our snake is only programmed to do one thing, and that is to avoid its own neck. So what does that mean? So right now, it technically could go any direction. All moves are safe except for its neck. Even its tail is not safe. And so it thinks that it can go down, even though that's off the board, and it's going to sort of end that snake's experience in Battle Snake. But we can easily fix that. So let's look at kind of what the logic looks like to do that. And again, these are simple sort of like heuristic snakes, but you can go as deep as you want to into your logic that you're using in here. So again, every game we are getting this game state. And in this game state, you get all of the data that we saw in our documentation before. Doc's like, oh, wrong one. That's my company. Docs, that's habit. Docs.battlesnake.com. And then you can see here in our API reference, our example move request, you can see here, we're getting all of this information that we can return. And you can see here that in our that snake, we have this game state.u.body0. And so if we look through our object here, game state, we're looking for u, we're looking for body, and we're looking for, I think it was 0. So this is going to return these XY coordinates. And so this makes sense. The body is at 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 0. It's always going to start in different places, but this is ultimately the data that we are returning in here. And so if we look at the logic that we have here, we're basically defining our head and defining our neck. And just like the neck is a neck. I don't really need to explain a neck to you, but maybe I do. So the neck is the thing that's attached to your head. And so you don't generally want to like smack your head into your neck, and neither does a battle snake. So we want to stop it from doing that. How do we do that? Pretty simple logic. Again, we basically just need to say that direction is bad. Don't go that direction. So we've defined our head. We've defined our neck, and then we've got some very simple logic here. So, and I love the documentation here, like the inline comments are just amazing. So if the neck is left of the head, don't move left. That kind of makes sense. And so like that logic here is just an if else statement. And so like if my neck X is less than my head X, don't go left. Alternatively, if your neck is to the right of the head, don't move right. Or if your neck is below or above, just X and Y coordinates. Now, what's important to know here is the way that the board is actually set up. So this goes into, is it in game rules, maps, introduction, maybe an introduction. It's hiding somewhere in here in the docs, and I should have looked at this before. Game rules. Where are we hiding? Coordinates. We're like going on a docs adventure together, everybody. Game rules, quick start, API reference, maps. Maybe it's in maps, standard. Where is it? Holy cannoli. Game board. Ah, there we go. Okay, let me zoom this out for a second. Okay, so here is the orientation of the board. So bottom left-hand corner is 0, 0. Top left-hand corner will be 0, 10 on an 11 by 11 default board, and then 0, 10 the other way. Like this all makes sense if you've done any sort of algebra or any math at any point in your educational career. So this is kind of how our board is going to be orientated for doing a little bit of stuff that we're going to do later. Not so important now, but it'll make sense in a minute when we are doing this. Perfect. So all this is saying is basically if your neck is in one of 3 or one of 4 places, do not go that direction. Amazing. So what does that result in? It basically results in our snake every time it is going to go through in our custom game. And when we create a rematch, it's going to keep going. So technically it is just avoiding its neck. And every time that we do this, it is going to do the same thing. It will never hit its neck. But it'll always try and go out of bounds. And so let's look at what this looks like by not going out of bounds. So let's go in here and look at our sort of what it gives us to get started here. Oh, not that one. That's the code that I did before to make sure I didn't embarrass myself. All right, so let's uncomment some stuff here. Let's do step one. Following the docs is actually really great here and kind of seeing what this process looks like. So again, that game state data that's returned on every move, there's a lot of things that are in there. There's the U, there's the board. All of this stuff is kind of being returned to you. So we're going to create two new constants that are kind of in here already, our board width and our board height, which are, again, going to return the board width and the board height. So this step is going to be, how do we stop that snake from going outside of the bounds? It's so funny. I've delivered this workshop with like middle schoolers, high schoolers, professional software developers, like new software developers. And this is always like, once you get over this hump, things get a little bit more straightforward. So let's go in here and we're going to do some, I know, again, heuristic snakes. If I was here and doing machine learning, I think you would all be incredibly impressed. That is not the day today. Today is the day for if-else statements. All of the if-else statements, only if-else statements. And I also love that this is a day where Replit knows what is going on in my head, and I've been doing some stuff today. And so gotta love this AI for making sure that I'm not going the wrong direction. So this logic is exactly what we want to get started with. My head x equals 0. So if my head x is at 0, you probably do not want to go left, because if we look at our board again, if it's at 0 and you go left, you do not survive. That is bad. You want to live. You want to survive as long as you possibly can. So let's go back in here and we're going to change our code in here. So if my head x equals 0, we are going to go and we are going to make a move unsafe. So we're literally just going to go in here and same as we did above is move safe. And this one's going to be left, obviously. And we're going to make left not possible. That is what we want. We don't want to be able to go left. Now, I said, I promise you if-else statements. And I am here to deliver on if-else statements. And so is Replit AI today. I love it. I'm here for it. And again, so if my head x is the board width -1. And so what's great about this is this will actually allow for you to not have to worry about the board state. So I'm going to hard code something for you to get started because I think it's very interesting to kind of, yeah, I'll hard code it because I'll show you some different game modes. So let's imagine that we were only programming for like that first game state. We set 11. We've got lots of game states that you can set up your snake. So if we go create rematch, I want a new game. I don't want a save game. Tournaments, games. So we can set our board size to like anything, 19 by 19. It used to be custom game modes. And I once ran a game that was like a 64 by 64 game on like a live stream. And it was just like the greatest experience. I had to get my one of our senior developers was very much on call that day. So this obviously, if we're using small or large game modes, that 11 by 11 is not going to work. But always, if we're looking at sort of like that width -1, it's always going to work. So let's go back into our code, into the right one. And we're going to set this back to what it was before, board width -1. And again, let's see if you finish this off for me. It's not going to finish it for me. I am here for that. Oh, and I don't want this to be false. I want this to be left. I think I want it to be left. Awesome. All right. Is move safe dot right equals false. Amazing. And now, as you can imagine, we are going to do yet another else if statement. This one is now we're going to be moving into y. There we go. And is move safe dot up. I think it's up. No, it's down. Equals false. And my head y, and then our final one is going to be else if my head dot y equals board height -1. And we got obviously at our final logic in here is move safe up. Now, what's really cool about this, and you may be like, oh, Andrew, you're doing if-else statements on stage at that conference. That's not very techie. False. That is a false statement. I think this is the most techie thing that you can possibly do. I know that every major piece of software started out as just a bunch of if-else statements, and if I'm wrong, come for me. Okay, so let's look in here. Is left say false, is right false, down false, up false. And this is great. So hopefully you can already see here, like, okay, this is really basic, but what if we wanted to set some more advanced logic here? And it gets there once we're avoiding things like beyond just the outskirts of the board. But here we've actually completed this step one. We've got a snake here. We're going to go over, stop and start our REPL. It's working there. Nothing else has changed except if I go into my game mode and I create a snake, and I'm not going to go in Big Gus. I'm going to pull in that snake again. Start game. And let's see if our snake does the thing that we want it to do, which is not go outside of the wall. So there we go. Look, he's hitting a wall. He's not going outside it. Okay, he's eating some food. Good. Our snake is surviving a little bit longer now. Amazing. Loving it. Loving it. Go. And look at you go. Oh, what happened? So our snake did a dumb thing because it is still dumb snake, but less dumb snake than dumb snake was before. Dumb snake ran into dumb snake's body. And that is not good because running into your body is generally not going to be good for your health. And it is the same in the world of battle snake. So we need to add that logic. What does that logic look like? Well, this is where the logic gets a little bit more, let's say, I don't want to say complicated, but it is a little bit more, you need to add a little bit more than just my my friendly neighborhood if-else statements, my basic if-else statements. And for the sake of time, I'm going to do the thing that everybody does and pay no attention to the man behind the mirror. I'm going to copy something that I did just before this so that I can actually show what this looks like without having to fumble through typing all of this stuff out. So let's go in here so I can show you what this looks like. I'm going to delete this. And here we go. So we've got our new my body. Again, body is just that JSON object that's coming through in that request or in that, the move request. And so here we're returning our body, but our body, if you remember, the exam move request, our body is made up of lots of pieces. Just like us humans, our body is made up of many, many pieces. And so we do not want to run into any of those pieces. So we need to do a little bit more than just those simple if-else statements. We need to iterate over the array of data that's being returned. And so what we're going to be doing there is we're actually going to be looking at each body segment. Each one of those blocks that's part of our snake is like an individual coordinate on that grid. So we're going to look here, body segment X, body segment Y, defining those. And then we've got, again, some of our favorite things, our if-else statements. I know you're all excited about it. I see it here. Nobody is in the room, but I know somewhere out there, somebody is excited about all of these if-else statements. You're welcome. I'm glad that I could make your Friday, Thursday, Wednesday just a little bit better at 4 or 5 o'clock. Okay, so these if-else statements are a little bit more. Obviously, this logic is like gonna need to involve both the XY coordinates here. And so like let's look at this logic. It's fairly straightforward. So you're looking at your head. You want to see where your head is, and you're looking at your head X minus 1. So on our board, let's go back to our board. So let's say our head is here. Oh, I'm not gonna do that. I wish I could like. I was going to prepare something for this, but I couldn't. So let's say our head is here on 2 and our body is here. We do not want our head to go that way. Amazing. So we're not going to do that. So if that space equals one of your body segments and your head Y, so your head Y is equal to your body segment Y, so those are in the same place, you are going to want to remove left. Now, you may be saying to yourself here, isn't there some simpler logic here? Couldn't you just say, if like your head is, actually, maybe I'll show it. About 5 minutes, I might be able to show this. So if we do just like the bare bones here, and we did if my head dot X minus 1 equals body segment X, we are not going to want to go is move safe left equals false. Okay, great. So now let's do else if my head x plus 1 equals minus x. We are going to do is move safe right equals false. And then we're going to do the same thing for our up and down. If my head, is it going to finish this for me? -1. Oh, -1. There we go. And we're going to do there. Down is not safe, is move safe down equals false. And finally, our else if statement. Else if my, there we go. Let's go. And so this should, if you think about this, this should basically ensure that our snake never runs into its body. But there's a unique thing that happens here. If I coded this the same way that I did earlier, leave that as false, add some semicolons in here because we love our semicolons in JavaScript, and stop and start. Let's go back over to our game. Let's do a new game. We'll create a rematch and let's see what happens. Hopefully a good thing will happen. Oh, bad things are happening. It's not loading. What's going on? Has our internet gone out? No, there we go. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, so what's happening here? Something is wrong in our logic. Unexpected token. I've got an extra. There we go. Let's move safe. Where are you? Here. Where are you hiding here? Memory, my head Y, +1, body segment Y, is move safe up false. Where is this? Oh, else if, that's why. I think that fixes it. Let's see. Let's refresh it, run. And we'll get over to our board, create rematch, and still getting that error. I got an extra semicolon in there somewhere. If anybody, oh, what is this? Default max listeners? I don't know what you were thinking, Replit AI, but that is not what we were here for. Let's go back over to our game, custom game, create a rematch, see what happens. Same thing. All right. So I'm just going to do, where's that error? I want to figure this out. We got 4 minutes left. I can figure out this error. If anybody's here and can see this, where I have my extra semicolon, please let me know. It's not here. Nope, that's good. It is my extra semicolon though, right? Yeah, runner snake, body segment, stop working, bum, bum, bum. Else my head +1 equals body segment Y is move safe false equals. This is like the joy of live coding where like you are missing a single semicolon and then it's going to just like drive you absolutely nuts for the rest of the time that you're doing this. Is it maybe here? I don't think so. Maybe here. I don't think this is the extra semicolon that I need, but we're going to see. Either way, what this would actually be doing for you, if I could find that semicolon in the time, is it would actually make your snake go in a continuous circle. I actually have this in here in my finished snake, so I might Control A and save all this, and then I can just like return to what I had the initial time. Let's go back. So my initial logic that I had here. There we go. If my head board width. All right. If my body. Okay. Here we go. I think that this was my initial logic. Was that it? I think so. I think this was the original. So all I'll have to do here is just like change my snake code, like the server URL that I have here, which will change a little bit of stuff. But I can also Control A, Control C, just toss this over in my snake, paste that, save, and presto changeo. If I go back to my game, I should now be able to create a rematch and still get to, oh, there we go. That's good. We did not get an error. That's my other snake. Let's restart this REPL. There's something going on here. I feel like I broke something, which is okay. Breaking things is good. You're not coding if you're not breaking things. All right, so let's create rematch. We got our snake working again. Still going out. Well, there we go. These are things that are going to happen when you live code. But thankfully, I finished my snake. So what I was going to demonstrate for you is it'll just chase its tail with that basic logic. But if I now have the logic that I set here, where I actually am also accounting for the Y coordinates in addition to my head, then I end up getting a snake that works something like this. Bum, bum. Run. All right. So the interesting thing here is our snake might actually it's going to turn a different color now because we're updating the actual server that we're using. So let me jump over here, grab this. And it's nice because changing your Battle Snake actual server is literally just as easy as going in here. I can update my server URL, click paste, save the Battle Snake. It's going to update obviously to my gray default that I have here. But now if I go back to my board and my game that I'm running, manage Battle Snake, let's create a game. We're going to use that snake, which again is not our fun colors anymore, but has like our finished completed code. Now, I love it. I love when things don't work the way that you want them to. So let's stop this and start this again and see what's going on. So what was our error here? Did I go back all the way? All right. So we had a bug here. Body segment X is not defined. Body segment X is not defined. Body segment X. Okay. I think it should be good now. Stop and start. Stop and start. Amazing. So I think now if I run, we should be good. Great rematch. And there we go. So now our snake is going. So this is, again, he's not chasing his tail. And the only reason he actually went out of bounds there is because he couldn't go any other direction. He couldn't go his next. There was 2 directions that he thought he could go. So this is sort of what this looks like in that sort of basic implemented logic. He's doing all the moves that are safe. And then once in a while, he'll get in a situation where a bunch of moves are safe, but the only one that he can make is one that isn't that great for his health. So this is like the basic introduction here. And some of this debugging is just like the nature of doing coding. And I just get to do it live. So you got to see me miss a semicolon somewhere. But that's okay. We finished it. Again, our snake made a mistake there. Why did he make that mistake? We can go through our logs and figure it out. Not for today's stream though, because we are at around our 45-minute time and y'all have got a lot of places to be. So the great thing here is if you kind of enjoy this experience, you can also do this and you can go and create a game where you are creating it with other people. You can have a friend create a snake. I can add that snake. I can also add some beginner bots that are in here, my hungry bot, my scared bot, and you can run your snake that you've just built against other snakes that are in here and see which game mode survives better. So that snake didn't survive incredibly well in here, but did pretty well. And you can imagine that this gets kind of interesting and fun to watch when you've got some snakes that are really well implemented. Now, if you want to see what that looks like, if you go over to the Battle Snake Play YouTube channel, you can actually watch some past competitions, some live streams on this. My face appears here a lot, but you can actually see what this looks like as competitive Battle Snake that goes beyond sort of this basic implementation. But what I love about this is you can explore so many different technologies and sort of, we did this in 45 minutes with a lot of me explaining and a couple of bugs that I should have planned better for. But you can actually get an idea of kind of how deep you can go with this and how much fun it is to experience this kind of stuff when you're live coding. So if you're looking for something to do with a friend or with your family and you want to do it so that it's really fun, educational, some hard fun, like I talked about in my talk with PJ yesterday, this is the thing to check out. So check it out, play.battlesnake.com, free account. It's an open source, mostly open source project. You can find all of that over on GitHub. You can also find lots of snakes to explore that are in a language that is of interest to you. If you're looking for something that is an online space that has the kind of energy that you get here at that conference, this is the kind of thing that is going to allow for you to do that. And of course, if you do it, say hello in either the Battlesnake Discord or in the that conference or in the that chat. I'm in both those places as Andrew. I think with that, we are going to call it for our stream today. We're about 48 minutes, which is a little bit over what I was hoping for, but I think a good kind of introduction to what this looks like. And you got some live code. You got to see some mistakes. You got some amazing experiences with snakes. And hopefully you'll be able to go and check this out and have some fun on your own. So I said it in the name, and I'll say it every time that I finish off one of these streams. It is now time for you to go and have some ready, set, Battle Snake. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching. We'll be back here tomorrow. We're going to be here with our keynote, who is, Hold on, let me pull up our keynote for tomorrow. That conference. So our keynote for tomorrow is where are we? Boom. Up. Hey, there we go. So it is going to be June. June is going to be here tomorrow. My good friend PJ, who's been sitting here watching me live code this entire time, my compatriot in crime, is here and he's been watching. We're going to be up here on the stage after June's talk with a conversation with June. And then there's going to be lots of other great content tomorrow. It may be the last day of the conference, but it is not the last experience at that. We got lots more for you. So tune in tomorrow, I think starting at 8:30 for that keynote and introduction from Clark. And for all of you who have been with us all day, you've been here on the stream checking this out. Thank you so much for being part of the That community. Thank you for being here with us to the end of the day. And if you haven't gotten a chance to come to that, consider it. We got That Texas coming up. We got That Wisconsin next year. This is the place to be. Come and check it out. That we are so happy to have you. Thanks so much, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.